अरे गलत चीज दिख गया यार। हेलो गाइस, व्हाट्स अप, गुड इवनिंग एंड वेलकम बैक। 4:15 हो गया। यस यस, मैं लाइव भी आ गया। सो गाइस, हियर वी आर लाइव विद आवर पीजीसी ग्रुप स्टेज ए। अबे डे 3 है ना आज, डे 2 क्यों? अच्छा, डे 2 का परफॉर्मेंस दिखा रहे हैं। सो गाइस, काफ़ी कुछ है, मैं एक एक करके बताऊंगा। सबसे पहले फैंटेसी टीम, ठीक है, मैंने फैंटेसी टीम बना ली है। फैंटेसी टीम में अपना दिखा देता हूँ। गेमर्स लाइव, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। रवि ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। गाइस, जो भी स्ट्रीम में जुड़ रहा है, अभी हम पीजीसी एंजॉय करने वाले हैं। थोड़ी देर में मैच स्टार्ट होगा, टाइम है वैसे। फैंटेसी टीम में आज का मेरा टीम ये है। तानवू, एग्जाम्पल टाइप, अजपोलिया। पिन कर दो ये मैसेज, पहले लाइक करो गाइस, देन एंजॉय टीम वॉच पार्टी। वाह, ठीक है विक्रो, कर दिया। ये है मेरा टीम, ठीक है गाइस। और मेरे पास बाकियों का भी इन्फो है, सो मैं दिखा देता हूँ। जिन्होंने भेजा है उनका दिखा देता हूँ। हेलो गेम ओनली, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। सो ये मेरा टीम है, ये गेमर्स लाइव का टीम है। मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ क्या कॉमन है, ठीक है। ये सिरजो का टीम है, मेरे पास जितना इन्फो मिला। ये बुलेट गुन का टीम है। सबके में तानवू कॉमन है। ठीक है, सबके में तानवू कॉमन है। टाइप हम तीनों में है, मतलब मेरे में, गेमर्स लाइव, सिरजो में। एग्जाम्पल हम तीनों में है, ठीक है। बातुलिन लिए बुलेट क्वीन, दोषी है, लेओश है, मेरा अर्थ फुलिया है, फिर डिफेक्स सिर जो आज भी इसी को ले रहा है। मेरा और गेमर्स लाइव का सेम है। वो क्या बात कर रहे हो, इससे है पूरा भेजना था? नहीं नहीं नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, भेजना तो भेज सकते हो। मैं अपने रेफरेंस के लिए रखा हूँ, मतलब मेरे को मिल गया इन्फो तो मैं दिखा दे रहा हूँ। अरे इन्फो है तो दिखा दे रहा हूँ। तो आपका क्या रवैया बता दो, हम समझ जाएंगे। भेजना जरूरी नहीं था, मेरे पास जो इन्फो है मैं वही बता दे रहा हूँ। बेंच अलग है बस। हाँ, बेंच का उतना मैटर नहीं करता है, मेन चीज़ है ये 4 प्लेयर। ये चीज़ देखो, मतलब ये हम चारों में तो है ही, प्लस रायन भी बोल रहा, रायन का सेम टीम है, ठीक है। ये गेमर्स लाइव और रायन सेम। अच्छा, सबसे थोड़ा देख लेता हूँ, एक सेकंड। चालू नहीं हुआ ना? अभी वो लोग डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, एनालिस्ट लोग। मैं कैप्टन अलग रखा है, मैंने कैप्टन अलग रखा है। हाँ, आपने कैप्टन अलग रखा है, मैं वो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। मैं बोलो तानवू सब में है। अच्छा, रायन तुम्हारा कैप्टन कौन है ये बताओ, एग्जाम्पल के तानवू। रवि भाई आपका टीम बताओ। मैंने भेज दिया था सबको, गट्सी ब्रो को भी बता दिया था। कल तुम लोग बोल रहे थे ना अपना टीम भेज देना हम लोग को। मेरा भी एग्जाम्पल कैप्टन है, क्या बात करो, मतलब विकी ब्रो और रायन आज सेम। चलो ठीक है, बढ़िया है। बेसिकली मोटा मोटी जो मेरे को दिख रहा है, एक्सपेंडेबल्स, ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स और T1 शार्पर प्लेस, और ये निग्मा, और ये एक है जो भी है जेंजी। ये ईथर टीम से लिए हैं हमने, ठीक है। रवि अपना बता देना, ठीक है। बाकी मैं मिनिमाइज कर देता हूँ, अपन चलते हैं। ये तो हाईलाइट दिखाएंगे, अभी मैच चालू होने में टाइम है। सो आप लोग से मैं डिस्कस कर लेता हूँ। कैप्टन तानवो, एग्जाम्पल इधर लेवांते। अरे भाई, यहाँ पे आपने इधर को लिया, ठीक है। बेसिकली सिमिलर लाइन है रवि भाई का भी। यहाँ पे बस हैदर है। हैदर कौन सा टीम का है बे? हम्म, हम्म, T1 हैदर, T1 का। ओ इसका, ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, समझ गया मैं। ये मारा था उस दिन। ये भी सही है, बजट के हिसाब से ले लियो। ठीक है, समझ गए। बेसिकली यहाँ पे टाइप की जगह आपका हैदर है। बेसिकली आप तीनों का ऑलमोस्ट ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही है, रवि भाई, विकी भाई और रायन का। अब सबका सेम ही है भाई, सबका ही सेम है, ऑलमोस्ट ऑलमोस्ट पूरा पूरी, ठीक है, मज़ा आने वाला है। और हाँ, ये सब तो ठीक है, ये सब होते रहेगा। 10 मिनट है गेम चालू होने में, तो मैं गाइज आप लोगों को दिखा देता हूँ क्या नया आया है। ठीक है, पबजी का पैच नोट्स आया था। ठीक है, प्रेफरेंस क्या लिखा है फैंटेसी ऐप स्टैट्स में? एक ही चीज़ सही है, रुको रुको मैं दिखाता हूँ। पैच नोट्स मेरे को दिखाना है भाई। गाइस देखो, एकदम मस्त वाला पैच नोट आ रहा है, मेरे को तो बहुत ही मज़ा आ गया। ठीक है, यह है पैच नोट्स, यह है मैप सर्विस और दिसंबर स्टोर अपडेट, 3 चीज़ आया है। सबसे बढ़िया चीज़ पैच नोट पे चलता है, मेरे को दिखाना है कुछ चीज़। ठीक है, जैसे कि मेरे को जो लग रहा था स्टार्टिंग में, ठीक है, मेरे को स्टार्टिंग में लग रहा था कि पूरा एरेंगल फ्रीज हो जाएगा, तो वैसा नहीं है। पार्ट्स ऑफ एरेंगल फ्रोजन ओवर एंड कवर्ड इन स्नो, मतलब कुछ पार्ट स्नो से कवर हुआ है, पूरा एरेंगल नहीं। मेरे को लग रहा था पूरा एरेंगल हो जाएगा, वीकेंडी जैसा बर्फीला हो जाएगा, बट वैसा नहीं है। ठीक है, पार्ट ऑफ एरेंगल में बर्फ गिरा है, सेटेलाइट गिरा हुआ है। ठीक है, सेटेलाइट के कारण कुछ गैस निकला है जिसके कारण से स्नो हुआ है, ऐसा स्टोरी लाइन ये है। ठीक है, बाकी एक नया ब्लू जोन ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर आया है, जो कि काफ़ी बढ़िया लग रहा मेरे को, क्योंकि हम लोग ब्लू जोन, और ये डैमेज भी करेगा। ब्लू जोन ग्रेनेड जैसे करता था, ब्लू जोन ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर भी सेम 7 मीटर का रेडियस बनाएगा, जैसे ब्लू जोन ग्रेनेड करता, सेम टू सेम है, पूरा डैमेज वगैरह सब सेम है। मज़ा आने वाला है। बस इस बार ये है कि जमा भी देगा ये सब जीरो, जब तक रहेगा एंगल सब जीरो तब तक ये जमाएगा। ठीक है, और ये तो कुछ गन प्ले अपडेट्स आए हैं। एडब्ल्यूएम का हाइड आउट वेपन आ रहा है, एडब्ल्यूएम है, आई डोंट नो व्हाई, बट एडब्ल्यूएम है। मिल जाएगा तो अच्छी बात है, ट्राई करेंगे। और पास तो ठीक है, कुछ खास नहीं। ठीक है, इधर आओ, इधर दिखाता हूँ। ठीक है, अपडेट में लिखा हुआ बहुत चीज़ लिखा हुआ है, ये फ्रोज हो रखा है, वो फ्रोज हो रखा है। स्टालवर मैं बताता हूँ, तुरंत तुरंत बता देता हूँ क्योंकि मैच का टाइम हो रहा है। स्टालवर जमा हुआ है। ठीक है, स्टालवर का इंटीरियर ये है, स्टालवर का वो टावर वो है जैसे दिखता है जो जमा हुआ है। ब्लू जोन गन का डैमेज कम है, 8 पर सेकेंड है। हाँ तो सेम ही है ना, ब्लू जोन ग्रेनेड का भी तो सेम है, अलग है क्या? शेल्टर पे, शेल्टर पे कुछ सीक्रेट रूम जैसा चीज है, हिडन स्टोरेज है शेल्टर पे, कहीं पे हिडन स्टोरेज, जहाँ पे हाई टियर लूट मिलेगा। बेसिकली शेल्टर बनने वाला हॉट ड्रॉप इस सीजन, उसका 10% है। क्या बात कर रहा हो, फिर तो हो गया भाई, मेरे को कुछ नहीं मालूम। देखो मिलिट्री बेस जमा हुआ है। अरे हाँ, एक और चीज, बोटयार्ड जमा हुआ है। ठीक है, मेरे को क्या लग रहा है, बोटयार्ड अगर जमा हुआ है ना, इसके हिसाब से यहाँ पे बर्फ होगा, तो आप दौड़ के जा सकते हो, क्रॉस कर सकते हो। मेरे को लग रहा है, पता नहीं, ये रिवर रिवर सब जमा हुआ है, पता नहीं, मतलब मेरे को तो यही लग रहा है कि बर्फ होगा तो आप दौड़ के क्रॉस कर सकते हो, गाड़ी वाड़ी चला के जा सकते हो। ये हो गया आपका मिलिट्री वाला ब्रिज है। देखो फेरी भी जम गया, सेटेलाइट गिरा, क्रैश हुआ, फेरी जम गया, सब हो गया। बेसिकली फेरी भी बंद है, समंदर जमा हुआ है, मतलब क्रॉस कर सकते हो पैदल। ये पता नहीं ये कौन सा एरिया है, लिखा हुआ है साउथ ईस्टर्न प्लेन ऑफ एरेंगल हैज ऑल्सो सीन मेजर चेंजेस। पता नहीं साउथ वेस्टर्न कौन सा है, ईस्टर्न और साउथ वेस्ट, पता नहीं उधर क्या है जहाँ पे ये जमा दिया है, मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया। बट ठीक है, कल देखेंगे क्या है। और ऐसे ऐसे कहीं के टुकड़ा सब गिरा होगा सेटेलाइट का, ठीक है, कुछ खास नहीं है। हाँ, जैसे वो होते हैं ना वीकेंडी में, ऐसे बर्फ के गोले सब रहते हैं, उसको तोड़ सकते हैं। वीकेंडी में तोड़ सकते थे क्या, पता नहीं तोड़ सकते थे कि नहीं। मेरे को लग रहा है ये जो बर्फ के ऐसे ऐसे टापू बने होंगे ना, शायद टूट जाएगा गाड़ी से। क्वारी है, ये क्वारी लग रहा है मेरे को, क्वारी नहीं लग रहा है ये जगह, कहीं से भी क्वारी नहीं लग रहा है। तो अब मिलिट्री में इनलैंड गाड़ी से जा सकते हैं। हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है जो बर्फ जो जमा हुआ है ना, शायद हम लोग क्रॉस कर सकते हैं। मतलब अब लिखा हुआ है जमा हुआ है, दिखाया फोटो में कि जमा हुआ है, अब देखो क्या होता है। फोटो में जमा हुआ है तो अब कुछ भी हो सकता है। बाकी सैटेलाइट के ऐसे टुकड़े कहीं कहीं गिरे होंगे, और ऐसे ऐसे बर्फ के टीले जो भी बोलो इसको ढेर बना दिया है। और ब्लू जोन के आसपास से स्कोप ऐसा होने वाला है। ये सब तो ठीक है, कुछ खास नहीं है ये सब। इसमें थोड़ा खेलने, जैसे मीरामार में हो जाता है जब सैंडस्टॉर्म आ जाता है ना, धूल जम जाता है, वैसे बर्फ जम जाएगा। ये सब छोटा मोटा चीज़ है, ये सब छोड़ो, ये सब छोड़ो। मैप में देखो, मिनी मैप में फोकस करना, यहाँ जमा हुआ है, यहाँ जमा हुआ है, यहाँ जमा हुआ है, देखो बीच में शायद क्रॉस कर सकते हैं। ये सब चीज़ें जो हैं जमा हुआ है, तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, देखना पड़ेगा क्या हो रहा है। बाकी प्लेन भी जमा हुआ है हल्का हल्का, रिकॉल हेलीकॉप्टर भी जमा हुआ है। एंड सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ भाई, वीएसएस को किया है नर्व। वीएसएस का रिकॉयल बढ़ा है 10%, वर्टिकल रिकॉयल, हॉरिजॉन्टल रिकॉयल 5%, और वीएसएस का साउंड भी इंक्रीज कर दिया, जो कि बहुत अच्छा चीज़ है भाई। सोलो डुओ में भाई ये लोग वीएसएस चलाते थे, पता ही नहीं चलता था, बहुत इरिटेशन होता था। फाइनली वीएसएस को थोड़ा सा नर्व किया, और डीएमआर में एसएलआर और एसकेएस को बफ दिया है। बट एसएलआर में 5% रिकॉयल कम किया है ओवरऑल, और एसकेएस में 10%, जो कि अच्छा 10% हॉरिजॉन्टल है बस, वर्टिकल ज़्यादा था नहीं एसकेएस में ऐसे भी। ठीक है, ये अच्छा चीज़ है। एसकेएस और एसएलआर शायद लोग यूज़ करेंगे अभी। ऑक का थोड़ा सा नर्फ मिला है, ऑक को 4% हॉरिजॉन्टल रिकॉयल बढ़ गया है। भाई मैं ऐसे हॉरिजॉन्टल से परेशान था, इन लोगों ने बढ़ा दिया है। M4 के साथ इन लोगों ने फिर छेड़ा, M4 का हॉरिजॉन्टल रिकॉयल कम किया है। मेरे को नहीं मालूम था भी उसमें M4 में, कम तो किया है, अब देखो। बाकी यही है गन प्ले में, और कुछ चेंजेस नहीं है। बाकी बकचोदियाँ हैं अपडेट में, ठीक है, बाकी बकचोदी है, अपने काम का नहीं है। पास है, पास तो ठीक है, सीजन वाला भी कुछ उतना इम्पोर्टेंट है नहीं। मैच चालू हुआ क्या भाई? मैच चालू होने वाला है, चलते हैं गाइस। बहुत था, अब देखते हैं कैसा रहेगा M416। M416 में हॉरिजॉन्टल रिकॉयल था क्या बहुत ज़्यादा? अपडेट कभी है? कल आएगा, कल। इसलिए मैं सोच रहा था वीडियो बनाता हूँ फिर, लेकिन कल ही अपडेट आ जाएगा, कल ही सब एक्सपीरियंस कर लेगा, क्या करोगे, इसलिए मैं वीडियो नहीं डाला। ठीक है, मैंने म्यूट कर रखा है, अभी साउंड आएगा नहीं। मैं थोड़ा सा अभी क्या करना है, फैंटेसी टीम बन गया है अपना, लोग चालू कर देते हैं।
Go to the grand finals, go to the last chance, or go home.
अचानक से साउंड आएगा गाइस, कम कर लेना, कम कर लेना, सॉरी, कम कर लेना, ऑडियो कम कर लेना, मैं बढ़ा रहा हूँ अभी, बोलना भूल गया, कान दर्द हो गया होगा लोगों का। साउंड कम कर लो सबको, बढ़ा रहा हूँ। 3, 2, 1।
Are in the opposite end of things that are going to have a hot drop most likely on Miramar. That's T1, that's JDG, absolute bottom of the standings. T1 very likely to go directly to the grand finals.
हाँ वो भी तो आया है अपडेट, वो सब बाद में देखेंगे, जो कल आ रहा है वो मैं बता दिया।
JDG, the desk was talking about it. Not the best of chances for them to even really make it out of that bottom 3, just due to like how many points they have to get just to get out of the bottom 3. So the question I have for you, JDG stands on pride, they still commit in and they go for the hot drop still with T1 even though it's not working, so that way they can at least maybe win one and go back with their head held high? Or do you run? Do you think maybe I can get the points that I need? Which way do you think it's going to go?
I mean, my assumption is they're going to fight for it, just based on the history of what you know, these teams like to do in terms of how stubborn they'll be with these hot drops. It still is the same drop for 4 AM in Yasnaya most likely, but JDG hasn't given up on Tumasera despite getting mostly beat. I think 3 out of 4 they've lost, and they've lost pretty handily in most of those. So if they haven't given up already, they're probably just going to keep going, and it's more of a pride thing, I guess, at this point.
Well, like, Yasnaya with 4 Angry Men ended up a bit weird because we ended up just
going
to Yasnaya
right? 980 का डैमेज था
मेरा।
मेरा।
I think that if I'm JDG, I've got to win against T1, and then I've also got to get the points. The Chinese fans
Unfortunately बहुत पहले मर गया था उस मैच में, अगर जिंदा रहता तो फिर हो जाता। जिसमें विकी ब्रो को किसी ने स्मोक नहीं किया था।
to qualify, some fans could be happy, but some other fans
नहीं किया था स्मोक।
very unhappy running away. So it's a weird kind of conundrum that they're in, and I'm very curious to see, because I'm not going to be mad if they do actually opt away and say no.
Anyway,
we still think that we can get out of this bottom 3.
चलेगी ना मेरे प्रोग्रेसिव लेवल 8 वाली,
हाँ, can have some big plays. It's just not working.
No, like Spaceman and Cole are very, very good. December the 12th has had some good moments. I mean, they can be a strong team. It's just, for whatever reason here at PGC, not just them, a lot of the Chinese teams have been struggling.
आप बहुत आगे थे, मैं तो गाड़ी से कितना दूर था पीछे, डेल्टा तो पहुंचा भी नहीं था।
Whatever reason, something's in the water here, I don't know. But I think
साला
for
सब
JDG,
जोवी
like,
का माउस पैड ये भी
it's
बैंक की
not
जोवी
only
है
just
ये भी
pride, like if you can win both hot drops here today, then you're coming out with at least 4
मैं
points.
देख रहा हूँ माउस पैड देख रहा हूँ कितना पॉपुलर है जोवी का माउस पैड
And that's
बाय द
also
वे आज
big
डे
because
3
in
है
revenge, if
ग्रुप स्टेज
JDG
1 का
does win those 2 hot drops, that makes it a lot more complicated for T1 to stay in the top positions.
Yeah, so for T1 today, you know, talking to their coach Sonic before the match here, he was saying he thinks they just need like 20 points. Like somewhere in that neighborhood, and they'll be safe to be one of those top 5 teams. So that's all they really need. So for T1, they can afford to go for these hot drops still. They don't care because they just need a couple of okay games, and they're going to be fine. So that's really their mindset is we don't, you know, we're going to keep doing these hot drops if they're going to do them. We're in the pole position. You guys are the ones who are chasing. You guys need to prove something. We're basically good to go. And here's the scary thing. Let's say T1 wins pretty handily and 1 or 2 of those hot drops. They're going to start targeting, dude.
If you can't hear what's going on behind us, there's a couple of different chants for different like squads that are going on. We've had Sharper that had one happen a second ago. Interestingly enough, I think we just heard one. Somebody was trying to do one for Twisted, and I don't know if Twisted actually heard it or not, but it's interesting because like the Thai fans are just supporting everybody. Sure, they have a little bit of bias for their region, but they just really love watching the game, and they're in that category of just kind of wanting to see everybody to succeed. Well, you know what? I'm kind of in that same boat, but somebody's got to go home today. Let's go ahead and jump into Miramar to start it off and find out who's going to be setting the pace.
All right, buckle up. Plane path. Wow, that is really south. Once you guys get a view of it after we take a look at our sick Porsches.
But still
जो भी टॉप 5 रहेंगे वो डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स को क्वालीफाई करेंगे उसके बाद जो भी बॉटम 3 रहेगा वो एलिमिनेट हो रही है ठीक है ध्यान ये रखना है
very likely to be another brawl here. And still, you've got, look at the kills. I mean, because T1 is just dominating, not only in the hot drops, but then as the game goes on, they play pretty well. You've got EN and Type up here, along with Tanvu and Zenith, as some of your top killers on Miramar. So this has been a great map for these Korean teams.
Well, on day 1 for Evan Pochan.
They dropped off a bit after that, but they've got some work to do today. We'll say that. We'll see if they can bounce back after a pretty rough day 2.
Eyeing out, see how everything goes. JDG did pull off.
Oh, they're not in.
So that's
wow.
Closer to 4 angry in.
I'm shocked.
I mean, again, I'm not mad about this. If you want to get out of the bottom 3, I think that this is a smarter choice. It does mean the fact that you're having to relinquish, and T1's going to be very content with that. But T1, how do they handle not fighting early? It's like they get a warm-up match before they get into the actual match every single game.
Well, they're going to be not too disappointed with that circle to start. Yeah, I'm very surprised that JDG didn't continue to go for this. It just feels like at this point you're pot committed. Well, why not? But, you know, I get it. You still have a chance to get out. If you can have a 60-point day here today, you're guaranteeing yourself probably a way out of that bottom 3, but they're so far behind right now, they have to have an explosive final day here at PGC Groups.
So we talk about the circle pretty regularly. We've got a lot of dead zone that's going to be in the very far west. Yes, we also still have prison on the island, our drumstick down to the south. Already inside of good positions, of course, T1, Chumasera, they're going to have easy access to the high ground just to the south of positioning. Irena's running kind of a 2-1-1 split across it. Al-Qadsia, that's right on hitting the bottom 3, but also has potentially the legs to stretch up even into the top 5, given how compacted this is. Inside of the circle, good start.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I really think Al-Qadsia needs to just have a steady day. They don't need to go crazy. Just, you know, 30 points, probably good enough. We need to see them pick it up just a little bit. And, you know, I was talking real quick with Roth and Rello beforehand, and they said, we're not just going to see you this weekend, we're going to see you next weekend too. So they are looking at that grand finals, even though the group stage has been a little bit challenging for them. But let's see if they can maybe right some of their wrongs. This is a decent circle for them to potentially do that.
Well, there's a lot of dead zone in the circle because most people aren't going to go down to prison, so that's kind of a no man's land. We've got unplayable to the west. Al-Qadsia has been doing this 4-man split in the early stages that's given them some territory control early. I'm curious because it looks like they're starting to set up for that yet again. That feels like it could be a double-edged sword with this much area that's kind of unplayable.
Yeah, and this has been kind of a more wild lobby where teams are willing to take some more risks. maybe more than usual. Even 17's already driving a bit close to one of those players you were talking about. So we'll see about that. Geeke, another team that we need to be focused on here today quite a bit because of their position. They're the ones at the top of the bottom three.
I mean, the only two teams we really don't need to be focused on are the Expendables and Twisted, but they're the Expendables and Twisted, so we're going to be focused on them just based off of their own merit.
Yeah.
Everybody else still has like massive stuff to play for with these last 6 games. This is pretty ludicrous moving into our last day.
No, you're absolutely right, Matt. I mean, it is still very, very up in the air. You know, Twisted and the Expendables both have 3 chicken dinners each here in the first 12 games, so they've been dominating this lobby.
I think the most disappointing squad for me so far has been 17. In 11th place, this is a PGS champion from this year.
You're absolutely right.
And they just can't seem to find the meta in specifically this group. And now they've done their research. They know Al-Qadsiya tends to run in solos, but Al-Qadsiya actually has some members pretty close to each other this time, at least a duo. Is 17 going to be able to come in and steal this, or are we going to see Al-Qadsiya defense? It looks like they're trying to get to vehicles. This might be bad timing, and Raw just a half second earlier than 17.
Yeah, they're going to get Cowboy in there. I think they're just barely going to get away. I think this is absolutely the right play here for Al-Qadsiya.
But there's a new problem. Sharper has actually gotten very close to the other set of solos whenever we look at kind of the ravine down into the road to the other side. So if they're not careful, they find themselves sandwiched between 2 squads very early.
I think 17's chasing them a bit towards Brickyard. Brickyard's a really exposed position to be in. You know, the teams can get up on the hills around you and just rain fire down on you. Yes, there's that building in the middle. You can get some level of safety in, but it's still not comfortable.
Well, there's only 1 point between these 2 different squads, and so just doing any damage, 17, being the aggressor coming in and at least forcing off a bit of game plan, anything that you can get when you're this close in a very hazardous position is massive for you.
Exactly. I mean, I think I'll always say this, that I want to see teams come in and play with confidence. You know, not recklessness, but confidence. Just, you know, make sure you know when you're in the advantageous position and take advantage of that.
The more formulaic your game can go according to what you're planning to do, the better position you're in. So if you're forcing other teams to react to your presence, their game plan is now thrown off. You hear it every single interview. Hey, what do you think about these other teams? Or do you have any rivals? And everybody's always like, no, we just play ourselves.
Yep.
That's the core component to PUBG is you have your plan where you're going second, third. You can see when we see the markers brought up, where we see teams, they've got like 40 of them just kind of thrown around everywhere where they want to go. They already know and have the plans set up for how they're wanting to maneuver through every single stage with multiple variables.
Exactly, and it's all about how you can execute, and you're spot on with that. That's why so many teams just focus on that kind of thing, as the Freaks did get a whiff of the fact that Twisted was up here. Now they're getting a little bit of bullets, but actually Perfectix, takes quite a bit of damage there. Salute hits some nice shots, and the Freaks are just going to move over towards El Pozo.
It's day 3 of group stage. Day 1 is always slow for the Freaks. Day 3 is where it goes, every point around me is mine, so solid start, get some damage. They are kind of gate-kept, not really. They can go more west out of Pozo and kind of go right up against the zone wall, but there's some territory over there working not a lot.
Yeah, I think for the Freaks here, you just need to be kind of tracking Twisted a little bit. Yes, the western road is going to be open, but that's not where you want to be necessarily in this circle. You don't want to start west. I mean, yes, occasionally circles end up over there, but
you don't want to have your back up against a zone wall where you can't go anywhere with the field directly in front of you and Twisted on the other side of the field. That seems like a perfectly fine place to be, right at circle 1.
No, yeah, what could go wrong? I mean, you know, like, yeah, Twisted just, you know, the best team on the planet, maybe. Them and the Expendables looking that way. The other thing I wanted to mention real quick, when you think about it, you know, our PGS winners this year, you were talking about this earlier, is 17, BB team, Twisted, VP. The only team that isn't looking like they're going to get that direct ticket to the grand finals, 17.
And we are looking at a much different meta. We had I guess, a slower pacing in some of the earlier PGSs, very centered meta. We still have that in some regards. But, I mean, we've just seen a lot more aggression in the earlier stages. You know, like the committal to hot drops, all that other stuff. But when you get squads like the Expendables in play, T1, that's a lot more on their rampage firefighting style, it's made it a lot more chaotic, specifically in the midsections. And it almost feels like 17's a bit lost inside of that. They don't know where to find their successes at. This is a squad that can fight in the mid-game very efficiently, but it feels like they don't know exactly what they're after at that stage right now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they've got the most solid plan sometimes for what'll happen if the circle hard shifts away from them, when they can't just, lock it down in the center and sort of play that style that they want to play. They don't seem to have answers because everybody's so point hungry on the edges now. Teams starting to understand that you need to be fighting for that space.
It's a squad in 17 that always drops middle map. But we've also been seeing a lot of very hard-shifted circles. Like, this circle does not have Picado in it at the start. So I feel like that's kind of put 17 in a more awkward spot where they're having to do, I guess, bigger rotates than they're used to in circles 2 and 3.
I think you're right. I mean, it is a bit difficult. You'll see them try to send it center, and they usually end up losing players along the way on those shifts you're talking about. This is a little bit awkward for Rello.
So it's a 2-1-1 split. D does have some vision. The other members for Alcadzia could maybe take some shots to defend, but I think that Rello's realizing that he's got some friends a bit closer. Batulans, everybody else has this kind of scouted out right now. I didn't see who was taking those shots in.
I think it's the Freaks. I think it was the Freaks that just shot into Twisted, so that might give Rello the information he needs to at least have a fighting chance here.
Well, should be able to run a couple of shots now coming out in support. That's going to be Perfectix very far away, trying to make sure that they at least chew Rello out of point, and that gives high ground control and a lot of vision for Twisted. We know Twisted can exploit that.
Yeah, for sure. At the end of the day, Twisted would have loved the point, but it's not the end of the world. Now they've got some high ground. They're in, like, classic Twisted Minds position. Exactly what in the world is that?
Oh, all right. Down to drumstick for a section of this. What was no man's land becomes maybe a last salvage. This is weird. So the very, I guess, southeastern area does have a couple of compounds, but whenever we look right along the river, this is kind of an open area that not a lot of teams are going to want to play. This means that the hillsides where we see south of Chumacera and around where T1 is at, very, very vital.
Absolutely. This is going to be difficult for a lot of these teams. And this is a pretty similar circle to what we saw on day one, actually, on Miramar. But it's going to be a little bit different because it didn't start as far south. So it's a lot more difficult for these teams to figure out how they're going to make rotations around, because with those mountains around there and those compounds on the roads, it's so much more difficult to get your rotations into this circle.
And look, JDG thought maybe they could steal a bit more down to the south. They can't do it. FN Pochan's already there, so JDG's kind of stuck next to Valdemar. Not a lot of options for them to work with. Geeke, they were trying to encroach a bit more into the west. They still have some options to play from, but JDG is already firmly contained in Valdemar, and they know it now. They know that they can go west and maybe, and if this goes south, by some miracle, maybe they have bridge control, but that's about all JDG's got.
Yeah, there is a very unlikely world where this goes down to the prison, but probably not going to happen. So you're expecting this to end up kind of like we saw, again, on day one, where the circle finished more near Chumacera than not, but it doesn't have to. There's a lot of open space in this part of the map in terms of where circles can go, so a lot of different things can happen.
But if we do see a compression into the west, we might see a lot of squads just kind of have to go for salvage runs into Valdemar and just say, we got nothing else. We just got to go. Like, we might see Alcadzia do something along those lines. There are a couple of compounds along the road. I wouldn't be surprised if they lead into that. They spot out. Jedi going to go for easy pickup onto him. Should be able to get the flush as well. Yep, that's 1 point, and that puts him tied up with 17.
Yeah, every point so valuable for Alcadzia. That gets them just further and further away from that cutoff line. That's a nice pickup. Find one out in the open. You're in the circle. Got a little bit of stuff to work with. I was wondering if Furia and the Freaks were going to dust up, but Furia actually ended up pulling up short here. The Freaks continue on their western edge, and it's actually going to be Kraken who's going to be using the eyes from the sky to keep track. Oh, that's a nice shot from Orca. This is another team who needs to do something big today.
He's got the scouting capabilities, but in their point, it doesn't feel good. They've got Orca behind them, of course, taking shots. They've got Orchid to the east of them, so that's not going to be confusing. Keep in mind, Orca to the north, Orchid to the east, and then they still have DK as well as Namiga very close. So, interestingly enough, Gen G has got themselves kind of the remnants of Chumacera that since T1 to the west of this, Gen G actually has a very strong information gathering and control point to play from.
Yeah, no, they do. This is looking okay for Gen G in terms of a lot of different things. But again, circle can go just about anywhere on the north side of the river. It's just very unlikely to go down to the island. So Gen G going to be able to use some high ground, split out, do what they got to do. They desperately need points.
Valdemar situation, we do have Freaks that committed in. Back behind them, Furia is now kind of inside the circle, but they're going to have to be careful because Twisted is wrapping on a western lay. They could bump into them. Posa's very caught up in taking shots, I believe, over at either Alcazia. Ooh, so we keep Valdemar in. We still keep some water in play as well, but this feels like this has got to lean more in that Namiga for Angry Men area, maybe into DK fields a bit to the south.
Yeah, no, it's maybe going to end on that cliffside compound that's up there. And that's kind of where my eyes would be. But Namiga actually gets pushed out. They want to go a little bit down the hill. Okay. They're going to cede that territory over to 4AM. On the move, Alcazia, but they're getting tagged up a bit.
Early rotate past one section. JDG is going to follow. Sharper's also running down to the exact same area. So couple of shots. Suze in some trouble and all by his lonesome. Going to toss out the nade, but this is going to be very hard to hit off of the curve on the hillside. Does get some damage, but the assistant's going to come up from Escalucia on the other side of it. And full push. Suze does get the knock on Arello, and Alcazia in some trouble.
Yeah, they tried to crash. They felt the pressure, and there were a bunch of teams already in the vicinity. Oh, that's a late grenade, but he's still going to win. Roth going to get the shots to go.
Oh, this has turned terrible. Finally, D manages to get it. But the cost is 3 members from his squad, and now he's just trapped in a very dangerous position.
He only has December the 12th here right now. JDG probably a little timid based on the shots that Sharper was taking in here, and as well, the Freaks are on the hunt.
They need points of their own. They want to secure themselves in that top 5. JDG now being assaulted on the opposing front. Longhouse is hard to control. Spaceman holding the line. Takes some shots, but Human's just better.
Human has a tough angle there, and he wins that. That is disgusting. What a grenade from Cold, though! Gets 2 with it.
Longhouse brutality coming in full effect. Cold all by his lonesome. Nice. Gonna go for the flushes. Remember, December 12th was going on the hunt after the last member for Alcazia. New contenders approaching in Sharper on one side of this. This has gotten very, very awkward. Everybody right next to the east end of Valdemar.
Oh, salute, yes. Got the information relayed over from DL that he had lit up Cold. So you should be able to get heaven at the very least. You only lose your IGL here as the Freaks. Not too bad.
So now D and December 12th are kind of like, hey, we're cool, bro. We're cool. You just get the second story. I'll get the first. We don't want to get too involved. Furia, T1. Don't have too many options. About to have to get some involved. This has just turned very weird. Twisted did move into the western area of Valdemar while this was all occurring.
Ah, okay. I was curious about Twisted. I'm glad you pointed that out because I was thinking they might be able to third-party this fight based on where they were rotating in the blue, but opted to go a little bit more towards Valdemar, playing safe. Just knowing that a bunch of teams fighting on the other side of the city. Plenty of it left in the current circle. Kind of wait things out, plan out your next move. T1's E-end trying to find that flank angle, but he's being countered by Furia. Backed off a little bit. Is that a
T1 just called an emergency pickup? I'm not mad about it.
अभी तो गिर गया है, चढ़ नहीं पा रहा है
actually. Position below them. This is kind of hard to get out of. So you could jump over, maybe leapfrog.
Delvin River को spot क्या कर रहा है?
Of course, this kind of went to the direction that we were expecting. But now the focal point where that circle is means a lot of these teams that are trapped in the city have to compress all on top of each other, and D does get the kill on December 12th. So in the end, JDG does go out, and the problems continue to mount for our team at the bottom.
That's devastating for JDG. I mean, 3 points is just not good enough. It's not going to cut it at this phase, especially when you're down as far as they are on the leaderboard. T1 taking some damage there. A headshot connects, but they're going to try to drive off of this. Are they actually getting on that E pickup is my question, because that seems dangerous.
Oh, Freaks, you were just out in the open, and Perfectix couldn't quite manage to get the knock, but the information now is plenty to work with. Back near the bridge, actually getting some information, feeding that over to the rest of his squad as well. Freaks now just forced to collapse in. They're very trapped in point with Sharper on one side, and this is just going to be a dust-up that nobody can really avoid.
I like this maybe from Twisted. They're going to be under FN's gun sights, though, as they try to work the coast. I mean, there is a lot of rocks and other cliff faces to use as cover to hide with. To try to get into that next circle, or at the very least set yourself up for a bit of a gatekeep on all these teams that are fighting on this eastern side of Valdemar. So this isn't too bad. I like what Twisted's thinking here. Don't just try to bulldoze your way through the city proper. Find another avenue of attack.
It could be awkward because FN Pochon does have some vision on that coastline. Problem for FN Pochon is this. We've got the Expendables roaming very close. They don't want to stay too close to this, though, so they're going to try to use the hill, get a break line away. This is where we're seeing the western edge of the circle, so you can see it's going to be multi-tiered over there. Not too many different ways they can play around it. Delwyn and Calori's are going to be playing right along the coast, and that's going to make this kind of a little bit more complicated for what Twisted was wanting to accomplish. They wanted to get here first.
Yeah, and Calori's had to drop down off of this cliff face, which means he's stuck down here. There is not a lot of easy ways back up on this part of the map. You can see there's a little bit of a ledge on just to the left of your screen, but it's really tough to get up that rock side. There aren't many avenues to find ways through, as the Freaks are just holding, waiting. Going to have to figure out what they want to do if they're going to try to push a little bit further north, move away from Twisted and the Expendables, let them fight.
Here goes T1. They're sending it down the hillside. They did not take the emergency pickup just due to where Fury was positioned down a moment ago. They didn't feel good about it, so instead, jump down, use the hills for some form of cover. E-Arena is going to be taking shots just to the east of them. That they do find a dip that is mildly comfortable.
अबे लेकिन E-Arena पूरा घेरा हुआ है.
E-Arena knows that and could get in grenade range.
All right.
Straight का एक बंदा blue zone में है, बाकी अंदर है. ठीक है.
The revive for the Freaks. They get Guman back in the game. He's parachuting in right now. I don't think he's going to be doing too hot when he lands, if he lands.
Oh, D. I mean, he saw the rotate, but he didn't want to take the shots just quite yet. Twisted, though. They're taking shots at the Expendables. This is going to open up more for Sharper. This does make the new circle pop up to the north. Valdemar going to get spicy just to the south. Now also going to get spicy. Twisted getting in some good shots right onto the Expendables, but they have to be careful. Batulin's down very far back behind, means he is unresable.
Yeah, absolutely. As the Expendables just can't handle what Twisted is bringing, and Twisted, with everybody else fighting behind them, has an open lane, direct path towards the Expendables, and it is getting dicey there. Phase 5 Blue ticks hard.
The only one alive is just Glorious, so far away from this. That means Twisted Dog gets that multi-tier area. They can look back on Sharper. The Freaks, D the last one up for Al-Qadzia. Everybody around this weird spot. You can see Freaks, they know that there's somebody around here, but they don't know exactly how the setup's going to go. They're going to lean into some high ground, but it's going to start opening up more vision for Twisted. Peeks around both sides, getting complicated. Example, spots out DL.
Yeah, now Twisted basically dealt with the Expendables, so they can turn their attention behind. What a grenade! It's D from behind!
Whoa! Turns this back around. 5 points, big for Al-Qadzia.
Yeah, that is such a nice pickup here. What great salvage points from the young gun. And Lyrics looking for one, he's got it. Spyro sits down, going to be flushed quickly. PWD trying to defend on the other side. Orchid falling, crumbling. These are huge points for GK.
But they're still kind of trapped out in the middle of nowhere. They've got 4 angry men, Jin G taking shots. They've got to rotate into the circle. Very close to Namiga. And then on top of vehicles, they're going to be roaming pretty close to Namiga on the other side. So if you're GK, this is the time that you can make some form of move. Sharper thinking similarly. They're going to rotate up, but they have to move away from the Twisted firing line. It's hot and it's heavy, but it leads them right into Furia. Furia now starting to unload. There is nowhere to go. Zakraken picks up Earth easy.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to try to use the side of the road. That's not going to happen. Lose, not going to let you do it. I mean, FN still kind of angling in towards Twisted. They haven't committed the full forces here, but they're getting damage in at the very least. T1 has been struggling against E-Arena. Up on the other side, they've got Furia thinking about encroaching on that territory too. So see a fight breaking out over here, but Rex looking to duel Blue, and Blue is getting the better end of it.
Even कहाँ है भाई? Even के 2 बंदे डाउन हो चुके हैं. कौन-कौन मरा रहे?
Spot now. They've got F and Pochon. They still have Sharper in front of them.
Type भी गया क्या?
Multiple targets.
Oh fuck, type भी गया. 3 गए फिर तो.
Blue zone on top of him makes it even worse. D back behind. Spots out Perfectix. Spots out Example 2. Stabbing at the back with his last breath.
भाई D मार रहा है भाई.
Served cold, it feels like.
Man, D is doing great. He does die there to Posa's grenade, but what a fantastic little show he put on there for us. Starlord doing a good job holding down the line here as he gets a couple big knocks for FN. Genji wrapping around Geeke right on the backside. Orca, I don't know if you actually have enough speed to do anything about that. Yeah, it's tough to get up there.
Just got entirely annihilated right over next to T1. So now T1's position a lot more comfortable. This has just turned into a nade and explosion battle as PWD is just awkwardly holding point. Tosi drops a nade on top of PWD. That does mean that there was more damage over to that BRDM.
Tosi किसी का है हाँ Tosi किसी का है किसका है Tosi?
Kind of let that one go. Can't really do too much more. It's Quizzy just to the south of this, so this is a very awkward spot. Just trapped here, but Devax at least takes down B.
Oh, this is worst possible scenario here for Geeke, falling at the hands of Genji, the team right behind you. And okay, Starlord though just shows up and he is done with Sharper. 2 kills there for the IGL of FN.
Easy angle down into the lower sharper. It's time for this to pop off. eArena realizes they've got to get into the zone, so pinch position, Lyrics close up on top. Looking down onto Raining, should be easy pickup. Smokes make it a bit more complicated, but eArena finding more and more kills in a good position in the circle. To the east, though, guess who's still alive? 17 Gaming.
Yeah, 17, really quiet here so far. They've got a couple of kills that happened off screen, but they've got themselves set up for a really strong 4AM goal. Really strong late game. Namiga trying to dance around Rex's shots. Rex not able to get the knock to go. Breakers looking for some damage as well, but actually 4AM connects an him. He's got the MG3. Not a lot of ammo, though. On the back of that machine gun, sevens need to be found there to kind of continue with that.
So everybody's a bit nervous around 4 Angry Men and 17's position high ground. With the way that this road wraps, Gen G can kind of get underneath of it, and they're using the BRDM to do some scouting. Namiga is just going to be down below them, just to the west, using the hillside for some form of cover of their own, slammed up against it. But Namiga's got their own problem in FN Pochon. Across the circle, they've got vision. And right now, with FN Pochon very focused in on Namiga, the higher up this hillside that we see Gen G go, that's going to open up FN's vision as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an awkward spot for both Gen G and Namiga. Like, if Gen G tries to peek over the hill, they might get shot by FN. Same thing goes for Namiga. They have to just hunker down and kind of wait this out. Meanwhile, FN needs to get active here on this northern edge. If they can clean out an extra player or two of eArena, that'd open up so much space for them.
Well, just 2 members up for eArena right now, but there's just nobody around them. There's 3 squads below already out. This is a chance to start trying to get a climb back in.
अबे लियोस है ना मेरे में नहीं लियोस नहीं हमारे किसी के में तो है लियोस.
Jacob does cross the road, find some safety, but with just 2 members, this is going to be very, very complicated for them.
I think ammo starting to
become an issue here for FN. top 5 हो जाएगा फाइनल के लिए क्वालीफाई.
More diligent
bottom 3 हो जाएगा
eliminate when they want to take their shots, trying to make sure they're going to get value out of that.
उसमें जाएंगे lower bracket में जाएंगे.
Looking for that Namiga player who maybe was trying to wrap down. Hello, my bad, a little bit further up. Rex spots out a Gen G player. Felt like he had an opportunity, and he almost got that knock. But there is that BRDM up there still, I believe, that Gen G can use safely to go for the heals and other things. Yep, Orca's still in it.
Welcome to a multi.
Gen G के पास BRDM है तो फायदा उठा सकते हैं वो लोग.
We've got 4 Angry Men. 17 going to be pretty close to them. Then that little bit of a drop-off in the road leads to where Gen G is at. Then they've got a cliff facing that drops down into Namiga. Lower ground sections does mean that FN Pochon is really the only team that has to move, and they have to figure out which way they really want to go after this.
Namiga को घेर रखा है
over into the north, very far to the west, to see if he could spot out where maybe the eArena movement was happening at. They don't have it. They're trying to scout out, and FN Pochon has no easy pathing in because any firefight that breaks out leads to a very massive
Rex के पास level 3 gear with
coming up from the high ground.
Yeah, I think the really only option here for FN is to do what they're going to do, and that's try to get into eArena on that western side and make your entrance through there. They're trying to spread out a little bit, again, looking for anybody who might overextend or make a mistake, but the problem for them is every other team is in the circle already. They're the only ones on the outside looking in, essentially. They got to make a move. Now that might help a bit. A knock from Bean onto Levante.
Does Breakers and the rest of the crew have any idea on how they can make this push up? That just opens up more firing lanes. You can see the FN Pochon was trying to see if they could peek up, but Gen G took the shots. Levante should be rezzed now, so it's awkward. There's nowhere to go. I mean, they can kind of squeeze in a bit more to the north of where they're at, but that's going to open up a firing line from Jacob. They don't know how many people are up there. They just think that they've spotted one person moving in Jacob.
Yeah, it's tricky. They want to take a fight against Namiga and see if they can quickly get through there, but there's no way Gen G would likely allow that. However, as we can see, Gen G is kind of leaning up towards 4AM, up towards the top of the hill. They want to take a little bit more zone control. A lot of dangerous teams up here that are still very, very strong.
I mean, if you can manage to dethrone 4 Angry Men from that point, where Tosi's already holding at, you get so much control over the circle. Really hammer down a lot of these other squads. FN Pochon did opt just to that little smidge of spot that they can hide out for now. Nothing else good to work with, and that's even vulnerable from 17's position.
Yeah, this would be one of those moments where it'd be really nice to have a folding shield for FN. They could at least cut off a little bit more of those angles to their north and east. That would be really helpful here to give them a little bit more ability to flex out with their guns and counterfire.
Well, this has gotten very weird for also
Phase
Arena.
8.
They had to retreat up against the wall.
Phase 8 और 22 लोग लाइव क्योंकि टेरेन है ना ऊपर नीचे घर में फिर उसके नीचे ऐसा है इसलिए इतने सारे लोग जिंदा है इतना छोटा सर्कल में इतने प्लेयर नहीं लाइव रहते हैं
He's still holding out, so that's not opened up a ton for GG, but that's going to open up a lot. Beam gets a good knock, spots out 17 on the other side.
जो इनिशिएट करेगा वो किल करने के लिए समय नहीं मिल रहा है
New circle has popped,
अभी
and it's moved away from the
सर्कल है
compound.
I'd love to see Gen G get a little bit more proactive towards 4 AM there. They should know that there's only going to be one gun available if they stick that res to counterfire onto them. Let FN work the other side of the map. 17's probably going to get involved in this. You can see they want to angle down and towards this.
Ooh, it's dangerous. Yeah. Too many angles, not enough to work with. Evan Pochan wants to creep forward. Zenith is at least in the circle, but he's got to move right at E-Arena. And Lyrics reads it. Easy shots, but FN's got to go. They have nowhere that they can really go other than this, so they just have to run right into E-Arena. They've got to firefight it out while having 17 up above them to boot.
Well, at least Diffix does something about 17. He got a kill. Jacob with a Groza. Very scary. A barrel there, too. So these are dangerous close guns here for E-Arena. There's another knock for Jacob.
Jacob just feasting. FN Pochan, no options, a good option. But Diffix is hearing this. He's now trying to see if he can get angled down. That reveals him to 17. Zhao Bei takes him down. That means 17 gets more movement.
Yeah, FN really wants to get this.
Revive
there does some damage. No knocks though. Lyrics very low. Doesn't matter. Jacob with the Groza.
Just raining terror. FN Pochan out on the side of this arena. Where do you go next? On top, 17 popping off. Finds themselves 4 angry men all gone.
This could be a huge game for Gen G. Potentially give themselves some hope, especially with 4 AM going down. To get out of that bottom 3 position. They're still a bit away, but if they can get through with the chicken dinner, they might get past 4 AM on the leaderboard. Still some work to do here uphill. Jacob continues to thrive.
Just vibing in a terrible situation. Namiga backs up against the wall. They have the exact same situation that what we just saw going on with Evan Pochan. Jin G on one side of it though. Little Ghost lines up. Does he know exactly where Flame is? This is a hard shot to hit through the smokes. Got to be careful. Molotov's on the other side, but Jacob, Lyrics doubled up. Continue. Just Jacob, the last one up for his squad. Now has to be careful. Orca, though, gonna throw in some assistance.
Orca, nice job there, finding that tight angle from above and connecting. Getting that knock onto Hello My Bad. Lil Ghost still hunting for a target. Would love to make it Gen G here. They're still 4 strong, but he's getting lit up, and Jacob still getting it done.
He's got work to do. Up on top, Jin G getting more control. Zhao Bei's got to be careful. He's got a lot of Jin G members around him. Jacob on the other side. It is a 4v1v1. Jacob finally goes down, and everything leans into Zhao Bei.
This is crazy good for Gen G, and they've got it. The win here for a team that has struggled through the first 2 days of PGC. And here on day number 3 in Group A, they start off with a big win.
Don't count them out yet. Points galore in that big game for Gen G. Is it the start of something big? Does it get him into a better spot?
भाई Gen G का स्कोर बहुत खराब था. Finally, अच्छा गेम किया, ऊपर आ गए वो लोग.
So well, Matt. The way that they were patient, found that knock on a 4 AM, used that to kind of start exploring the top part of the map, getting that high ground control over time. Really well played. Namiga holding out really nicely in a tough position. Got to give them some credit.
Jacob. Oh my God, Jacob.
भाई ये रहना का Jacob कुछ भी मार रहा था भाई Groza से.
Big game for him as well.
Jacob को suppressor दे देना चाहिए था. भाई वो तो फाड़ देता लोगों का. Suppressor नहीं था Groza में उसके. Guys, कितना कमाई हुआ points? मैं देख लेता हूँ सबका क्या था लीडर बोर्ड. अभी देख लेता फटाक से. 590, 519, 515, 454, 0. रुको अभी पता चलेगा ना.
It's when your back is against the rope that you have to stand up and fight for every point. Gen G does it. They come away with a chicken dinner to start the last day of play. Is it a grace to the finals? Maybe not, but does it possibly start the path to survival? I think so.
Okay.
One of the most
डी बहुत अच्छा खेला इसमें, डिफेक्स अच्छा खेला।
We were hoping for them to step off, and they did early on. And you know what? This is absolutely the most perfect start for these guys.
Yeah.
Imagine this, right? You're in the bottom three, like guys, we gotta have an insane day.
Yeah.
And to get that
first
game, the morale boost, the confidence boost, everything is gonna be on a whole new level for these guys. So I'm actually at this point, I'm like, yeah, Gen G's gonna survive. The Imagine like a 60+ points day, and that could put them in there.
Because that mix is relatively close. And on top of that, the confidence boost, this was a very tough circle to play. Shifts to the south, not a lot of availability. A lot of people coming out of Valdemar and having to struggle in doing so. Then we get to the high ground fight, and it was just absolute chaos. But Orca up there putting in work. I will say, Jacob was a shocking poltergeist in this game. They gave him a Groza, and he, I think, top damaged the lobby.
Yeah, Jacob looking too good, man. It's, again, Arena, always in these situations here, when we have 2 players left, they're able to salvage so much here. And yeah, Roth, super happy. D, man. The water, I think that's a 6-point salvage to them. They tried to make a huge stand here. They crashed onto one of the JDD buildings. There's admittedly only 1 player alive in there, but he made the most of it. Did he kiss him?
He did. He's got a little picture of Roth next. So Roth sits on the far side of the lineup, so he wants to make sure that he gets to have a Roth next to him as well.
I love that,
But you're right. The recovery of D, as far as fresh young players, QAD has brought 2 of them out at PGS. They're here as well. They seem to be developing very quickly. D has been exciting to watch. Quiet in real life, loud in game. And that kind of recovery, you can't speak. They lost their tires going down Valdemar. The fact that they managed to recover and him get so much was really, really
बस वो लोग रोटेशन में मर जाते हैं भाई। सही बात बोला, किसी ने तो बोला था, रवि भाई ने बोला था।
A little bit rough one. It's always difficult, but once you saw that third circle pop, you can see, especially with the water, how it's going to go. It's going to go in the east side, but it's in a very interesting area. Right? You have all these ridges, insane terrain, insane elevation. One of the compounds was in for longer than it should have been, but Gen G made the most of it. 18 points in this one here, but E-Arena, 9 kills on the back of Jacob and Larry's. Massive one for them. A little bit of a surge for 17 as well. They're able to get double digits here. 11 points to go their way, Toffees. We're talking about
Team Expendable 0.
One of the teams that have won 2 PGS in the PGS era. They're a team that should be fighting for favorite positions, but they're currently trying to fight for it right now, potentially gets into the top 5, but survival prior to this game.
I mean, 17 is one of those games where we go, are we getting good 17 or bad 17 today, right? And so they showed up, they got 3. Maybe it's a good 17 day. I want to see what they keep putting up. E-Arena, great game. Obviously, the hometown audience, very happy for them. But for me, it speaks to Gen G and just how popular they are, as you brought up, in terms of global appeal. Because when they won, the stadium here was dressed exclusively in Thai jerseys, cheered for them.
Guys, jumps up to 86 points again. We're talking about this hypothetical cutoff. That's going to be, again,
expendable 0.9 तब भी 122 पे है.
Are they able to also pop off? Are they able to get, you know, the 40-50 points that we know they're capable of? It could be low, but I'm seeing somewhere between 120 to 130 is going to be the cutoff or the safe point.
Now to pivot to the bottom, Gen G gets that 59 off the back of a big win. And what that really does is it puts 4 AM in a dangerous position, because if they drop down below that 14th line as we finish Miramar, there's a world where T1 says we're hunting them from now on, and it gets a lot harder for them to push advance.
Are we cutting JDD off already, saying, okay, guys, that's a...
Are we cutting who off?
JDD.
Who?
The guys that's 16.
Oh, yeah, those guys. Yeah, that's what I meant by that. Yeah, I think we are, because, again, they drop in. They avoided the hot drop this time. They were smart in doing so.
And they're actually close to the circle. They actually had better prio than if they were fighting and delaying both of the teams.
But 3 points is not going to get you there when you're starting out with 17, right? You have to have bigger moves. I will say that about this game. When we got to that phase 6, I believe it was 9 through 15th place that were up. It was almost exclusively those teams who were desperate for points. That's kind of exciting when you think about the final match.
Yeah, man, I love the start of this one here. We obviously have 5 more games to go as we are playing the last day of Group A here. It's, for me, it's an era of PUBG here that comes in, and all these players coming in saying, okay, we gotta make the most of it. This double elimination with 2 moving goalposts, 2 different groups, some of the most exciting PGC we've ever seen.
With PUBG United rearing its head for the first time, the era shift, the amount of money on the line, a Porsche Cayenne available for the MVP of this event. The pressure has never been higher. In fact, D plus Kia, the PUBG Mobile defending champions, here in the venue today to watch the games played out. So thank you to them. We'll see if maybe we can sneak a chance to talk to them later.
That'd be cool.
I'd love to hear their perspective as they watch these teams play. But this is for all the marbles, our last Dusty Dunes for Group A. Let's get ready.
Last Miramar for Group A.
Oh, hold on. Okay, it sounds like we have a little bit of a tech issue, so we're not going to get ready to rumble. We're going to get ready to hold on.
Wait, that's a fantastic situation. We get time.
We get more time. I'm not mad about it.
Awesome, I love that.
So a bit of an equipment issue. So I want to pivot back to T1 because what we saw in that was the hot drop avoided them.
Yeah.
And then from that point on, it felt like they had great placement, really smart movement. They look good.
Let's talk a little bit about that, right? Because we had this last day here. JDG actually stated we're going to go and we're going to commit to the hot drop. They don't care. But that was all bluff.
It was
They're hoping for T1 to lead, but the reality is T1 was 18 points ahead of 4th place, looking really good in 3rd, but 95 points before the day started, right? And, you know, on top of that, like, when you're that far in lead, why would you contest someone that's already looking like to be going directly to the finals here? The thing is, for me, though, once you're these top teams, right, once you're this deep and potentially now with Twisted Minds, T1 and potentially Arena, what's your pivot into what you focus on, right? Because you potentially could be looking at 3 teams you can help eliminate that you will not be seeing try to fight for survival on last chance stage or even in the grand finals directly. And that should be your sole focus. You should say, okay, this is teams that are directly challenging our paths into the circle. Some of our drops is they're too close to, or they're taking a compound or a car that we are fighting for. That should be your sole focus, especially once you feel way, way safer, right? And currently, I would say it's only TE and Twisted Minds, so Expendables and Twisted Minds that's in that situation. But once we go through the day, once we develop a little bit more, and I would say once you're like 110, 120 plus, that's where your focus should be on. And you can slowly do it once you're through the games, right? Like tactical third parties, tactical some of the gatekeeping situations, especially on the harder shift circles.
Well, I think you also take a look at the fact that the last 2 maps are the grassy patches and the Wrangle. We brought this up with Miramar, right? It's a tough circle, but there's a lot of places to hide. There's a lot of places to disappear, too. That doesn't exist in the grassy pastures. So if you let yourself fall to the bottom of that board and put yourself in a position to be hunted by a rival, there's not a lot of options. That's where we see our traps. That's where we see our bridge camps. That's where we see some of the most frustrating moments and chaotic moments in PUBG. Yesterday was a blast when we got to Wrangle. I expect it to be like that again. So Sharper brought everyone out for this one. It has worked in their favor, but I think E-Arena also benefiting from this as well. Jacob looked good, but the White Rabbits over the course of the last 2 PGSs and this start of PGC have looked like a very, very strong team.
I mean, the home crowd advantages should be flowing through here. I want to see more from Sharper. It's awesome. They have huge amount of support from the crowd everywhere. We see them in game. They're screaming. Even though they're dying, there's screaming going on from the whole crowd here. So that's awesome. And in general, so far today here, I want to see these teams pass that triple-digit mark as soon as possible. Because once we get to the Wrangle, as you said, it's way more calculated. It's way more figured out.
Way more challenges. So now is the time to make the moves that guarantee your spot at the PGC 2025 Championships. The chance to raise the trophy, the chance to become a legend. Every journey starts with 1 step. This is step 2, game 2. It's the Dusty Dunes. Let's send it over to Matchroom and pop paper thin.
Last day Group A.
It's time for the last Miramar of Group Stage A. What can they manage to do? Playing path a lot safer this time, Paper.
Yeah, this is less bad in terms of the playing path, for sure. Or less good, yeah, however you want to look at it. This is going to be a little bit tricky, though, to see. Okay, JDG out early, so they're not going to be contesting Chumacera. We thought maybe for sure it would happen, but it did not. And T1 just going to be sitting there pretty. Alcazia heading over towards Monte Nuevo in their area.
JDG's situation just got that much worse with Gen G performing in that last game.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's so much crazier, and it feels more and more isolated down at the bottom of the leaderboard.
No, you're absolutely right. That's for a lot of teams there around that bottom position. Seeing Gen G come out and start with a win is scary. Is that a prediction for where the circle's going to go?
No, I like Bartona. I think it's fun.
I do too. Circles can go there. It does happen.
You just never see it.
I know. It is. I've gotten I think 1 or 2 down there. Well, I got 1 down there as well, like before it changed to Bartona, before they redid the map a bit. But it's pretty unlikely, unfortunately for us. West again.
Hey, did you like that circle? Same thing yet again. Actually, is this one a bit more south?
Just a smidge, and maybe a little bit more west. But it's not that different. It's almost the same.
If you like what you saw in the last game, it's going to be pretty similar. Of course, T1 strong positioning. Remember that T1 moved down the road, or I guess to the west, across the road early and went just south of Brickyard. They really like that position. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them hop to it again. But that kind of put them in an awkward spot of having to recross to get back over.
ऐसा कुछ फिक्स नहीं रहता है वो हम लोग स्क्रिम्स में करते हैं बता देते हैं कि हम लोग यहाँ जा रहे हैं पहले से बता देते हैं
Yeah, what I'd like to see Alcazia do is reinforce those positions that are to the east of Brickyard if they want to hold those. Make sure that if 17 is going to be considering a very similar rotation, that you have an answer for it so you don't have to be the ones to retreat this time, because you saw how deep 17 got into that game because they were able to bully Alcazia out very, very early. So that secured them for a much better high ground position to maneuver with into that late game. Alcazia needs to respond, in my opinion, with a reinforcement of that eastern edge of their setup.
Jacob doesn't look like he's done yet. He's going to at least let T1 know, hey, we've got some control just to the south of you.
Circle map से भी बाहर गया है लोग.
A bit greedy, but in a good way.
हो सकता है.
They've got now the hillside looks like that's going to be where they stop at. So let's kind of get an idea on what's going on with type and the mindset of T1 now that they don't have these hot drops.
시작하기 전에 좀 게임 즐기면서 재밌게 하자 했는데 그거대로 좀 잘 된 것 같아가지고 좀 못했을 때 멘탈도 안 터지고 잘한 것 같습니다. 일단 게임 즐기는 게 가장 중요하다고 생각하고 3일차도 1, 2일차와 같이 똑같이 즐기면서 재밌게 게임한다면은 그랜드 파이널 진출은 문제 없을 거라고 생각합니다. 그리고 징동 게임이랑 포엠이 가장 견제되는 대상인데요. 그 두 팀만 견제하면은 어떻게든 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Just have fun.
Easy.
That says a lot about the mindset. We talked about like, how serious Sonic is and everything else like that. But on the other side of that, the T1 players are very lively squad.
Yeah, they are. And actually, Sonic can be pretty funny. He looks serious like when
me laugh a lot.
Oh, all the time. He's funny. But he's you know, when it comes to the game, he's dead serious. Like he is one of the you know, most intelligent coaches in our game. Obviously, he's a PGC champion with Danawa. Now here on T1, has flirted with a second one last year and continues to bring really good results for T1 overall. He's tremendous. Even though he looks serious whenever you see him on camera and he's maybe chewing out the players a little bit, he's got that kind of good cop, bad cop inside of him anyway.
His love language is angry dad face. That's the best way to describe it. Regroup that we see. Sharper had a very good way to get into the circle to the west. We also do have a sandstorm that's kind of moving over to the west that might cross over Alcazia. We'll have to see how that goes.
Let's go.
17 is moving into the lower ground section of Chumacera. Split where they're holding high ground and the lower ground next to the road itself. Feeling far more comfortable. T1 doing a long wrap around Los Leones. We have seen two modifications that are quite major. Looking at this, Namika is coming in a long wrap from the north, now on the western side, closer to Sharper. We saw them come down from the southeast last time, and now Twisted is playing to the east of this.
Yeah, one interesting little wrinkle here in this equation is 4AM is going to be coming in a lot later because they didn't have to take an alt drop off this plane path, so they are going to be not able to find one of those compounds early that they would like. And Arena going to be one of the ones that sets up in that spot. Sharper looking for the tires. Thunders. Can he get it? I don't think he did.
That is really open sight line for a long period of time. Makes the switch over, and Sharper does a good job on at least corralling Namiga more to the south.
Yeah, I mean, Sharper is, you know, they're always active at the very least. I appreciate the way this team just kind of wants to fight. They want to take some good moments. They're looking for opportunities, and they've been capitalizing at times. And yeah, that's
a workaround.
It is.
PUBG Fantasy Tour search karo mil jayega. 17 has to just send it and go right into T1's position. This has gotten really weird. Raining, holding the line on one side of it, but Heather's got to hold it close range, and he has a tool to do it.
Oh, that's huge. This buys a lot of time here for these rotations to come in. Just a little backup. Heather there is thinking about a grenade. Has to throw a little bit of util at that door.
Okay, damage
had a shotgun in hand. Could have maybe found a knock there, but at least going to back 17 off with that blue zone.
there's a lot of ramifications. T1 had to move into the lower sections with multiple members. Good shots. See if they find the peek back.
Okay,
Type comes in. Reinforcements at the exact right time. All high ground, though, for T1 has been surrendered to go after this lower ground fight, and that's opened up the circle for a lot of these teams to rotate.
Yeah, it's actually Roth there.
Type ne khata khula apna.
EN gets knocked in an uncomfortable position. And
इसका टीम में तो 17 नहीं है.
Will lose one player. Xiao Wu on his knees. Heather wants to try to prevent this.
Can they make the cross, though, with Al-Qadsia on the outside of this? This has gotten pretty awkward. Twisted also has spotted this, and I wouldn't say make a commitment into taking shots, but T1s will take them if they present themselves. It's going to be what you see on the mini-map over there. So if anything, it's kind of containing the other members for T1 and still leaving a very isolated T1 member in Heather.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward for both teams stuck inside of this compound because so many other teams around you are going to have sightlines into it. Lose a GK player early, that's heartbreaking. Don't want to see that with a team that's down in 15th and needs a ton of points.
Pushing around, getting ready for the door. Heather's holding a very strong angle. Got some defense. Oh, peeks it back perfectly. Heather, clinical.
Yep, he handled that so well. He knew he could hold that right there on the bathroom side. Able to dodge the stun and immediately re-peek that and finish 17's round.
But here's the thing. T1 moved from that high ground. Gen G has it again.
That's perfect for them.
That is big news for that squad.
That's huge, dude. I mean, that's exactly where you want to be in a circle like this based on what's been going on. Seems like that's a popular area for the circles to want to drift towards.
The Expendables made a small modification, and instead of everybody going along the coast, getting in Valdemar, they sent Delwyn on the other side of the, I guess, water to look over. And
T1 का बंदा रिकॉल हो जाना चाहिए. अभी टाइम है, कर दो समय रहते हुए.
Path in here too easy, just due to the fact that JDG gets
GK का भी down हुआ है. रिकॉल मार दो.
I'm feeling a prison circle in my bones, guys. I'm getting over here. Get ready.
5 head plays right now when it goes to prison. The Expendables will be laughing all the way to the bank.
Top 3 तो secure है. बाकी जो हैं कोई भी आ सकता top 5 में. बाकी जितने भी हैं.
Heavily shifted southern plane path. A lot of teams are having to come at the circle from very different situations than they did in the previous game. I mean, this is just this is one of those things that happens that snowballs into you have to make a bad decision. And T1 is so stalwart in these close quarter battles. I mean, they do a great job. Type jumps out of the window, knows he needs to try and bail EN out.
And it's also how fast they got in this position, because the other members abandoned high ground and instantly reinforced their teammates. That's how come somebody was already sitting there waiting. Perfect moment.
Look at this.
Perfect moment for
I think इधर ये ना कि कुछ बंदे उतरे थे.
That's what I was just saying. There's a weird world where Delwyn and the Freaks end up bumping into each other.
He's by himself. Does he take the shots? Because they might stop.
I don't think he would.
Okay. Pretty similar circle last time.
अबे similar circle जा रहा है. काफी similar है.
Play the southeast edge if they wanted the Freaks to. I'm kind of curious what they're going to do off the back of that. Well, we were talking about how good that high ground position was for Gen G.
Circle देखो बे.
Have a knock there, and I don't know that that's resible at this point. They're just driving right at it.
Even के पास है Twisted. अच्छा.
Orchid, well done.
Twisted अभी fight नहीं ले रहा है, मतलब avoid ही कर रहा है मेरे. अरे boosting. Let's go boosting. Kill मिलेगा. Kill मिलेगा.
No man's land, but spots out a crawling knock. So easily should be able to pick this one up. He just doesn't want to walk into the wrong angle.
Oh, man. This is awful for Gen G. Great for Orchid. They're still in a spot where they could maybe get to that top 5. So absolutely a nice pickup for them. Boostic, so talented. Would love to see him just go right to that grand finals and see what he can continue to do.
Twisted has high ground onto T1's position more to
इसका
their
देखा था, अभी तो देखा था boosting.
Mostly teams just kind of moving in a bit more and regrouping next to each other. Al-Qadsia running a 2-2 split. Irina just to the south of them, pretty similar. Namiga has managed to take position in Valdemar. Up to the north, it's going to be Furia as well as 4 Angry Men. Squads not yet in the circle.
All right. Just waiting to see what'll happen after phase 2 here. That's going to dictate a lot of what goes on in this game. Everybody already angling for a very similar circle to what we saw in the last game in terms of where people are positioned currently on the map. But you never know here on Miramar. There's actually not much land ratio terrain down here anymore. So it's really just the river that matters for where the circle can't go. And, FN is going to be driving right through Gen G.
Well, I mean, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it's going to be pretty bad. Tosi realizing he's maybe in the worst of the spots. Oh, that is so sneaky. Peeks it the perfect moment. Easy knock, but it's just too many members chasing after him. And Pochan, though, more vulnerable, has to go to the dip for their reses.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds from their position can fire on so many different teams. And Gen G, well, they're angry.
If he gets his nade, that's a little cubby. If he reads this right and drops it on top of him, easy pick up with nades, but Zenith's going to defend.
Oh, Zenith, though, can't get any damage into Bean. That's to go right down. There's that grenade you're talking about. Oh, it goes just too far.
How does the next one? A bit too far to one side. Follow-up gets stopped by the buggy. Big nade comes up, but issue is Boostic gets the knock onto Flame right as he gets the double knock.
Yeah, and Rex is just trying to figure out what the heck's going on around him, and it makes it easy for Bean to come around on the side. And FN's going to lose 3 players. Star-Lord was trailing well behind this. Opportunistic from Gen G, but they had to be.
Orchid wants more, realizing that there's vulnerabilities up here. They want this high ground, and they have an opportunity to maybe take it. Lurex is going to be the guy that's sneaking up here, realizing that whoever is here is in shambles.
Star-Lord needs to play safety, and Gen G committed a lot to go for those. They only get 2 of the kills, so some of them get stolen. And I would assume that Orchid is just going to wipe out Bean here. He's all on his own. He is isolated. And he's trying his best to get the heck out of there. There is a dust storm. That's a great timing, potentially. Oh, but he gets tagged right as he falls.
Oh, and then the new circle pops and goes south.
Yep, right in that same vicinity. So this time the Freaks in a nice spot. We've seen them here, though, in this almost exact circle before, and they couldn't really do much with it. So I want to see what the Freaks are going to change previously compared to being in a very similar situation. JDG going to be 4-stacked in a compound there. So that's Freaks at day 1 ko mare uska gayab ho gaye. Really do anything about Batulin's kis pe push kar raha hai? Backside of Sharper, but able to escape just in time as Thunders.
Looks like End is going to be rejoining the rest of the squad. Should be fine. Notables that we need to look at: the Freaks get southeast control over the circle. The Expendables kind of southwest.
Recoil ho gaya hai. Zone ke bahar gaya tha.
Playing around, so that should be fine. Namiga's holding the outside of Valdemar, where we can see that Geekay as well as Sharper might be approaching from. The 2-2 split from Alcadzia is still inside the circle. Very awkward. E-Arena has regrouped, and Orchid has left their high ground and gotten very close to them.
T1 gets the revive onto EN. That's going to open up an opportunity for 4AM to drive past while they're waiting for their comrade to get back on the ground. So Heather looking to do some damage, but not really connecting there with his shots.
Bad neighborhood to roll through. Hello, my bad. Feels pretty good about taking down Spyro there. Easy pickup for him to find. We still have a couple of squads tailing in back behind us. I want to keep an eye on. T1 is in some trouble, maybe in their rotate, maybe even Twisted.
Yeah, Twisted is going to have to drive through Sharper, and Earth is actually going to see them driving by, so he's going to be able to relay that information over Bean.
Oh, Bean! Tries to make the hero play happen, and once he goes for the flush of Tongwu, peeks it back.
Oh, Bean. A nice try. Again, such a difficult position to be in. 4AM, though, now hurt, wounded. Is that going to be the go signal for Alcadzia to try to do some damage to them? Type. Oh, he's got Star-Lord out there, but they're both pretty weak. Oh, it's raining, actually. Who gets the kill for T1, so FN goes out early.
Look at this. Twisted just takes the bridge. They realize that it's going to be too congested over into the west and the north, so they're going to wrap around. That's going to put them a bit close to Delwyn.
Oh,
you can see Alcadzia in some trouble. Multiple squads in Sharper, E-Arena, 4 Angry Men, and T1.
They get caught trying to go for 4AM there. They opted to see if they could punish those knocks, and instead they're the ones who were punished. It's actually going to be a few players from Sharper going to clean up some of those kills, and 4M's just like, yeah, thank you very much. We're going to take that compound.
Well, that was the 2-2 split from Alcadzia. Very vulnerable. I don't think that they could regroup just due to Sharper's positioning as well as 4 Angry Men in E-Arena, so opted to just hold it for the time, but now that means that newer contenders are going to approach. The circle moves very open into the field where we can see the sprinklers at. Twisted has actually opted into jumping into the water, and Delwyn, the rest of the Expendables should know this. How are they going to move around? It looks like they're just going to try to catch the mermaid swimming across.
They absolutely should. They should just try to punish Twisted here.
This is going to be really bad for Twisted.
Oh, he knows.
They don't find somewhere.
Oh, Delwyn's so smart. He knew there'd be an anchor, or maybe he'd already seen Batulins there, but this is...
Well, he spots the 3. He knows. Here's the shots. Batulins. Are you going to play this aggressive? Are you just playing anchor? Kalori's actually spots Batulins across the other side. He's containing. Expendables in so much trouble. Delwyn's going to be the one that gets the knock, but Tanvu has the beautiful angle. Example fires it back, though.
Oh, my God. Example is just too good. He has to go back in the water, though. Delwyn's still able to free fire from that angle. Duckjuice wants to go for the grenade. He's getting lit up by Batulins a bit.
Nobody can really get the knock onto Batulins or Delwyn, and they're just raining damage into each other. Delwyn's position is so fortified. Nobody on Twisted has clean vision, and Batulins is still just caught up, trying to make sure he can shoot the other members from the Expendables away from the high ground, but it's come at a massive cost.
Yeah, great setup there for the Expendables. That's why you leave that player on the other side of the bridge. Continuing with their reign of destruction is T1. The more points they get in this game, the more likely they are to just be going straight to the grand finals. A little bit of a drop down there, but the vehicle's on fire. They're in trouble.
There's nowhere to go, and Namiga just rolls right through him, picks it up. They've got to continue their path into the zone, though. Still has PWD on one side, T1, 4 angry men, and Alcazia on the other. Big firefight happening to the north.
Oh, the T1 is trying to fan out of it. They're going to leave EN on point. They lose type to 4 EN. That's a freebie. It should be for EN, indeed. Heather finds a knock on the backside.
Alcazia out, now starting to get in a pretty dangerous position. T1, 9 kills, just still farming up here, types down, but the other 3 just finding success upon success.
Oh my
Gotta be careful. JDG does hear this firefight. They might be trying to backstab. If they don't keep their eyes on the horizon behind them, T1 could be in some big trouble.
Well, the thing is T1 doesn't care too much. They've got plenty of kills, 12 in this game. And they are looking primed to be going into that grand finals.
JDG retreats thinking the firefight is done, but it is not. Namiga now has eyes on T1's point. And Batulins is wrapped in back behind Namiga. That could be a problem for Hello My Bad.
Well, JDG at least able to steal a point there. A great grenade from Heather, but a cleanup from Suze. Grenade being thought about here by Namiga. Looking for raining, but it actually hits the cover. The Dorito drops in and blocks the grenade. Heather out in the open, though, in trouble and taken down.
2 members of T1 remain and trying to just get to the safe zone. Running right alongside Namiga. The circle pops as far away from this firefight as possible. JDG, who's been waiting to see if they can get going to have to deal with maybe a remnant move of their own.
All right. Namiga needs to get into the zone. This one's starting to hurt. It's phase 5, but there is not a lot for them to do. The Expendables even see this. Tanvu looking for the long-range shots, and it's actually going to be cold from JDG, who finds Levante, and T1's like, our point? Nope, it's taken by Tanvu.
Tanvu unrelenting. T1 though, 12 kills. Trying to survive. This is going to be very hard. Leash still alive behind. PWD just to the south. Expendables have path in the circle. Cloris is going to go ahead and opt for it. Orchid not inside the zone just yet. Furia was trying to find a path in, but it's going to be Freaks down in the southeast.
Lurix just got a big knock with the Lynx there onto Zakraken, and that gives a little bit of breathing room here for the Freaks. Kind of slows up Furia's roll. He had 6 kills. He had 1 before they brought him back in with that revive when they risked it to go all out and get him back in, and he made the most of it.
Very worth it. Now we've got just trying to pick their way into the northwest. Big problems. Orchid right on top of Furia. Arctics is playing more to the west, already inside the zone, but going to be pretty close to Jacob. The other members going to rock right into the face of Furia, and Furia already expecting it.
Yep, nice shots there. Kizera able to clean up Mogore. Posa so weak, trying to hide it. Oh, what a shot from Boostic, but he gets immediately traded by the sneaky Posa. Oh, Lurix down as well.
Just solid defense from Furia, but Freaks hear this firefight. They want to see if they can contain Furia. Human moving forward, Heaven on one side, so Loot down to the south. Jacob hears this as well, getting close to Arctics. High ground, it's going to be Arctics that gets the better of it.
Oh, I love the M249. He's only on 9 bullets, 56 behind. maybe able to get some level 3 gear here. The Freaks want to try to finish this. The problem for the Freaks, they've got DL trying to contain the Expendables on the other side of this.
Arena also now having to contend early against JDG. JDG made their push into the circle. PWD is going to be back behind them. A lot of firefighting just to try to get a foot into the circle, and JDG in some trouble. Arena doing a good job of defense.
Yeah, Arena so solid today with their rifling. They have just been smoking players in the lobbies. As JDG scrambling to get that valuable player up. December the 12th, looking to be taken down here by Lyrics.
Oh, so clean in that nade. Goes just a bit too far. Lyrics walks in, no fear. Brave goes for the fight. 1 HP, continuing. Opons goes down. Just him and Nurens. Is he going to spot the other side? Yes, he is. Nurens just running amok right now.
I love that from Nurens. Great awareness there. The veteran for E-Arena. Wise to where that player might be coming out of the smoke and was looking for the follow-up. Couldn't quite get Spaceman, but now they're going to find him anyway. Great plays here from E-Arena.
Now they have to continue their path, but it's a problem as it's going to be the Expendables. They are active on this side. They're spotting out everybody that's trying to limp their way into the circle. Tanvu going to be the closest to Lyrics, just running down the hillside by himself. Arctic still alive over into the northeast of this position. Furia opted away from going for the Freaks, and that means that the Freaks have control of everything in the south.
Yeah, both teams beat each other up there with Furia and the Freaks, and both stuck the reses and backed off. The Expendables were sniffing in that direction, but something happened. I assume it's the fighting up here, and they felt like this was the juicier target. Thought they could get a few more points coming up this direction. Lyrics trying to use a little bit of the shrubs here.
The gold right now just kind of matching in with the grass, hoping it provides him enough camouflage as he's got 3 members. It's just a matter of who spots him first, and it's going to be Delwyn. So 1 solo down. Arctic's now caught directly in between Furia and the Expendables.
This is fun. 4 players for 3 teams, 1 player on Orchid. Arctic's got that level 3 stuff. Went for the ghillie and still has that M249. Clories?
Oh, Clories?
Clories? Hello?
Clories?
Oh, you can't see him in the hills there.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's right up next to the sprinkler as well, and that makes it really complicated. Arctic's clinging to life. Note the fact that we have 5th, 6th, and 7th all still alive. 84, 82, 81, and remember our cutoff to directly go into the grand final is 5th place. Big firefight brewing for all of these squads.
This is going to be easy for the Expendables to forget about that somebody could be here. This is a hard position to realize that you didn't check when you're running around because it's a field. You just assume you've seen everything. There's probably not anybody over here. That solo player, there's so much space behind you. Maybe they wrapped in back there or something like that. They're tucked in one of the shacks or some kind of little doodad on the map. Turns out that one is right in the middle of all of them.
We see this one in America all the time. #6 में वो लोग. It's just such a little spot.
This play is also good.
And Arctic's is just
rank point भी मिल जाएगा अगर कोई team.
That makes it so much more like stealthy in that point. It's because you walk by, you just see the grass, you think it's fine. Continue on your way, but looks like the Expendables
players are all very good. हाँ, देखते हैं कुछ भी हो सकता है अभी तो.
The Freaks have started wrapping in from the south on an eastern lane, and that means that Furia is going to be the pinched team.
Yeah, they want to contain Furia, force them to fight the Expendables, or at least open up an opportunity for that the Expendables try to third party from above. A little bit of damage done by Salute. Doesn't want to re-aggress onto that. Yeah, and here go the Expendables.
I mean, all it takes is just a couple of shots, and they're like, oh, that's where the targets are that we really wanted. But we've pretty much got center control, circle for the time being. We're only number phase 6, remember, guys. So this could slow down a bit. There's no need to really bite off too much just yet. But the Expendables are part of the circle, and they want to make it a lot more active. Actually, they're part of the entirety of this next circle. Arctic's not in it, so that means he's going to have to be sneaky and find a new home.
Yeah, could very well be the Expendables' 4th chicken dinner here in the group stage. Furia has a decision to make. Do we try to roll south? Do we try to just fight the Expendables? I think fighting the Expendables is probably the better option. Going to fight the Freaks is just going to open you up to the Expendables' angles. So just take the team that's going to have the best opportunity to deal with you anyway, see what you can get done. No matter how you cut it, though, it is very difficult here for Furia. As you can see, the Expendables are keeping their eyes on him, but they're hitting some good shots.
Look at the approach. I mean, Calories is already in a gatekeep position. High ground for the other members for the Expendables to work with. Delwyn's holding a new angle just to make sure that the Freaks don't wrap around anywhere crazy. Furia, they have to push this hillside, or they can kind of move a bit more to the south, but that puts them in a valley position that is really terrible. It will be instant death. there's not a lot of good ways to get into this circle except for just brute force. And to line up against the Expendables and brute force is so complicated. The Freaks are loving this because it's allowing both squads to just kind of burn meds and let the attrition war go in their favor.
And you never know when Arctics might strike. I mean, this might be what wins the Freaks the games here, is if he gets some serious damage into the Expendables, gets him out of this high ground, reduces their numbers.
It could just be how Furia gets into the circle.
True.
If he just pops at the proper time, suddenly the Expendables are in so much trouble because Tanvu and Duck Juice are right on top of each other. Blue zone right on top of the tail end of Furia. Zera's playing right next to it. Got to be careful, and Tanvu's going to run down the hillside. This is going to make it even dangerous. Going seen down blue zone on top of him. Tons of blue zone nades. He's just cooking. He is out. Kraken having to run in front of it. Finally getting very close to the safe zone, but you can see so much utility coming out. While this is going on, the Freaks actually pounce on the backside. They spot out Delwyn.
That's huge for the Freaks. That opens up a lot of extra space to take some hill control here safely. It's a Kraken trying to do what he can, but Tanvu has got danger close and looking to press forward. Another res going to be attempted. That's a beautiful molly there right on top of him, and they're able to light him up. Ready for the adjustment of the position, and here comes Arctics.
Sneaking out. Could pop up at the worst time. Tanvu caught up in the fight with Posa. Peeks between Kraken, just sins to see if maybe he can get some type of explosion that'll turn it back around. Glorious Duck Juice having to line up against the Freaks. That's going to open them up to Posa. There's no clean angles for the Expendables to work with, and they've had to surrender so much of the circle. It's just on a Tanvu. He has to control the angle for Furia. Or he has Arctics just waiting to stab him in the back.
Oh, Duck Juice got up just in time. Salute kind of did a double take there. Oh, Posa's down. The Expendables.
They're holding it, both sides, finding the rally that they needed. Tanvu takes a ton of damage, though. This is going to open up so much more. Arctics just waiting. Meds in front. He's paying it so slow. Is it going to be enough? Finally, Arctics opens up. Tanvu down.
Unbelievable. Arctics might be able to win this game. Guman finally finishes off the Expendables, but it's just him in heaven.
2v1. Arctics charges the circle. Guman have no idea where he's at. Arctics running right into Guman's position. He heard the firefight. The nade goes a bit too far. That's going to give at least the Freaks something to work with.
The Freaks here need to find a way that they can guarantee a trade, even if Arctics finds the knock. And Arctics going to reposition. They knew where he was at. Did they see him? Yes, they've got him spotted. He's in trouble now.
Two different angles. He's outside the new safe zone. Freaks just surrender the angle, saying, no, we know how you have to approach this. We're just going to go try to see if we can set up a crossfire. Arctics trying to see if he can get some utility out. Not watching to the left could be a big problem as there's some dancing going over there from heaven. Arctics left creeps in. He is now inside the safe zone, just a foot in. Opts to go in the reload. Man, he's got near nothing to work with.
Those smokes actually give him some opportunity to make this wrap down this hill. Maybe that's all according to plan for the Freaks. They'd rather fight from the position they're in and force him down into that spot. Maybe them trying to bait it a bit. I'm not too sure, but for Arctics, he'll take that.
Cuban still watching the top of the hill. Heaven as well. Arctics trying to be as sneaky as possible. He is just full on espionage mode right now. This bit of a dip in the hillside does mean that there's a valley on the other side. And the other members for the Freak.
But enough है, दो बंदों को मारने के लिए enough है.
Good sight line on it. Instead, he's going to opt very wide to the east.
This is a huge fight because look at their placements. 5th right now for the Freak. 6 for Orchid. Whoever wins this is going to be sitting pretty for going to that grand finals. And the other one's going to be kicking themselves.
Just what does Arctics even have to work with? 39 bullets is not a lot whenever you just pull the trigger on that gun. Goes for some type of shot. That's going to reveal 2 different spots. At least some information on the other side. Can't connect down 27. Just trapped on point. No good peeks. And you can see now on the other side of it, Guman has that tree to go for a more aggressive peek on Arctic. Still not done. Realizing maybe he can sneak that other angle. Wants to try to go for the hero play. Peeks the top. Gets a lot of damage out.
Doesn't matter though. Heaven can still heal. He's at the edge of the blue. Looking for some opportunity, but there's just not enough ammo for him, and he's done.
I love the heart in the play, though. Tries to go for it until the very end, but it is going to be the Freaks that pick up a big victory for themselves.
No, that is a huge breath of fresh air for the Freaks, who are just clinging to life at that 5th position. and looking to get a much bigger lead. The bad news for them is it's the team right behind them that was in second.
And to Arctics, man. He stole so many points for his squad in that game and kept it really competitive in just what has been a back-and-forth leaderboard that is just neck and neck the whole way through.
Yeah, that was a hero play and so well thought out there to wait as long as he did, to not move a muscle, not give up anything. He had opportunities to get 3 points against the Expendables, but just kept waiting.
Eyes on the prize all the way until the end.
अच्छा हैशटैग टूल ले आया बहुत है
DNF are the real deal as they come away with the big win. Fought desperately by Orchid to try to stand his ground, but with 39 bullets and no secondary weapon, it just was not meant to be.
Yeah, we obviously have to praise Arctics for a salvage game like that. Obviously had to lay low, but still, he took down Tanmu.
Yep.
He waited at the correct time to ensure that his team got a second place and a kill or 2 extra. That's fantastic for them. But yeah,
10 पॉइंट जैसा आया होगा मेरा इस मैच में फिर से
high 90s here. This is going to ensure them a
इसलिए मैं 17 था इसमें शायद
currently. Yeah. But still, it's not done for them.
It's not done for them, but I'll tell you who it might be done for. T1 had another great game. They looked good, constantly finding points every single time. Are you willing to say that you think they're secure at this point?
I think we're looking at a 25 to 30 points down to 6th place, and really,
okay.
6th place is going to have to pass multiple teams, right? So it's looking good right now. Honestly, for me, this is the big one here. Once we get into the, wildcard maps, if you're able to get some points from that you're not kind of expecting to, your average is going high, that's going to be massive. But then again, it's just so lucky that Expendables and Twisted Minds are finding each other, delaying these 2 top massive monsters of teams. And, well, at this time, obviously, Expendables came in and got a good amount of kills, but still, they're delaying each other. Imagine if we had Twisted Minds on one side, Expendables on the other side, just crushing the lobby in a sandwich. That would be
Oh, yeah, there are the defending PUBG Mobile champions. I will say, I thought it was fascinating that they both took the exact same strategy, going to the Southern Island, leaving one sort of flyer to keep an eye on the rest of their team swimming, and it just seems the Expendables are better swimmers than Twisted Minds.
And if it wasn't for the delay on Twisted Minds coming in later, that could have been more kills for Expendables, right? You can just see that angle of approach. That ensured Expendables 14 kills, and I think it's going to be 4 placement points, or 3 or 4 placement points. No, 4 or 5 placement points. So that'll be a huge game for them.
Now, it was an interesting
दोनों game में same strategy लगाया, two shared Expendables, similar strategy लगाया.
Previous game, which for teams like Orchid, who are desperate to find points, really kind of get that top 5, that's pretty tough for them. That was a recovery that was, I think, pretty impressive by Arctics because they had to come all the way from the north side of the map for a second time in a row. That's got to be a little bit frustrating if you're one of those teams that's in the chase. Expendables walks away with 19 points off the back of that one as the rich continue to get richer. Freak's going to get 15. T1 still looking strong with another 15-point get. And Orchid, despite the long rotation, will walk away with 11.
It's rare to see the third-place teams be a team that only got 1 placement point. Look at that, 14 kills with T1. They look amazing. 14 kills. Also, of course, Expendables 14. Those 2 teams together, 28 kills out of the kills available.
64.
Let's take those 2
out of the 64
teams away. That's only going to be 56. So they got half of the points available, not because you're not killing them.
You're not killing each other. I mean, you did some fun math in there that I lost track of, but I think I agree completely with you. I will also say
I agree.
Namika also picked up 5 with no placement points. Here's the overall standing. Expendables going to be in the front with no questions whatsoever. Defending PGC champions. Thank you very much. Looking beautiful at 141. Twisted Minds at 116. T1 feeling good at 112 as they continue to climb that board. Freaks firmly in 4. And Arena off the back of some incredible Jacob plays over the last 2 games are now at 92 total points.
Yeah, so Expendables, Grat, you're into the finals here. Let's see who's are the teams that you're going to be destroying, because you have 4 more games to have fun. and maybe focus on some of the teams that's going to be going on in the bottom.
Now on the bottom, when we talk about that cutoff, 61 right now below goes home. 73 is the 9th place position. So there
61,
is just barely about 13 points. That's not even one game's differential between saving yourself a trip home and possibly risking getting knocked back into that spot. So those teams, Alcocia and 4 in particular, I feel like it's affecting some of those rotations we're seeing from them. They're scared to take those risks because it is just so dangerous at this point.
For sure, and for JDG, like, we're looking at, out of the 4 last games we have here, we're looking at 2 wins for them, otherwise we're going home. DK needs a big game. Genji needs a big game. The teams close to the bottom here. We're looking at 6, 7, or 8
fantasy
teams
देखा guys, fantasy,
trying to stay away from that bottom 3, which is a ticket home directly here after our group stage finish.
It's funny to say Genji needs a big game after having gotten a chicken dinner already here today, but that is just how crazy it has been and will continue to be, because we have 4 games left before we decide which 5 teams go straight to the grand finals and which 3 go straight to the airport. We'll be back after this short break.
5-3-3 था मेरा. As usual, Sirjo हो गया rocket. Sirjo उड़ गया.
Zowie continuously develops
5-6-5 मेरा, 5-6-1. अबे विकी भाई आसपास ही है भाई.
Today we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded Dia2 technology. The new monitor series continues to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Okay है. गट्सी ब्रो का ज़्यादा पॉइंट नहीं आया इसमें, 12 पॉइंट ही आया. रवि भाई का देते हैं 329. भाई इसमें सबसे ज्यादा रवि भाई ने पॉइंट उठाया. 30, 40, 43, 44 पॉइंट्स के आसपास उठाया रवि भाई ने. 197, 156, मतलब 37, 42 पॉइंट्स, 40 के आसपास आयु का. अरे यार अभी मैं बस एक ही उम्मीद कर सकता हूँ मैं. टाइप फोड़ दे पूरा. टाइप और अर्थ वाले फोड़ दे. ठीक है, तो ही कुछ हो पाएगा. और तानू फोड़ दे. तानू फोड़ेंगे तो सिर्फ भी तो आगे जाएगा. तानू के कितने किल्स है अभी? तानू है भाई, वही है जो पॉइंट दिला रहा है मेरे को लग रहा. रुको, मेरे को लग हाँ वही पॉइंट दिला रहा ना, वही दिला रहा भाई पॉइंट. बाकी लोग कुछ नहीं कर रहे भाई. एग्जांपल भी तो ये दोनों तो आपस में भिड़ जा रहे हैं. अर्थ पुलाओ टाइप मारो रे. एग्जांपल मारो भाई.
Just so you know, they're insane. I'm here, baby.
गलत क्या? मैंने बोला था कि मैं ये ले रहा हूँ, इसलिए पहले बता दिया. कल तुम लोगों ने बोल रखा था कि यार तुम जिसको लोगे हम लोग उसको नहीं लेंगे, बोला था. मैंने दे दिया था, इसीलिए सबको दे दिया था. यो राइजन व्हाट्सअप. अरे भाई प्रो प्लेयर्स आ गए चैट पे. राइजन क्या हाल है राइजन? वॉच पार्टी हो रही है. यस, थोड़ा टाइम पास कर रहे हैं. जैसे तुम लोग का परफॉर्मेंस देखा था वैसे ही बाकियों का देख रहे हैं आज. राइजन रिप्लाई नहीं दिया. लोल. अरे अभी तो लिखा है, अभी तो आया कमेंट का. रिप्लाई करने का टाइम तो लगेगा. बढ़िया बढ़िया. अरे वाह, क्या खेल रहे हो आजकल? खेल रहे हो कि नहीं पबजी? देखते नहीं हो कहीं? पुराने लोगों को भूल गए क्या पीजीसी के बाद में? पीजीसी नहीं, पीएनसी होना चाहिए था वहां पे. कभी आओ हमारे साथ खेल ले भाई. गेम प्ले सुधारो विकी भाई पहले. देख रहा है राइजन मैचेस वगैरह देख रहा है। हम सुबह 10 बजे चैट कर रहे थे डिस्कॉर्ड। ओह तो ये सब तो वहाँ का डिस्कॉर्ड का मामला इधर मेरे को नहीं पता ना। यूजी पाथ ऑफ ग्रेवयार्ड या अच्छा पॉग के बाद अच्छा पॉग लिखे हो कि अरे हाँ बे मेरे को थोड़ा जूम करना पड़ेगा। मेरे को लग रहा है चश्मे की जरूरत है मेरे को लिटरली वो पीजीसी दिखाता है। फोकस करना पड़ रहा है। आई चेकअप करवाना पड़ेगा लग रहा है मेरे को सही में विकी ब्रो। मेरे को वो पीजीसी जैसा दिख रहा था। आई चेकअप करवाना पड़ेगा मेरे को। थैंक्स फॉर द मैसेज विकी ब्रो। ये मैसेज जो आया ना इसके वजह से मेरे को लग रहा है आंख में कुछ हुआ है। मेरे को दिखाना पड़ेगा। नहीं मोबाइल नहीं मॉनिटर पे देख रहा हूँ। मतलब कि जरूरत है। पीजीसी स्टेज टारगेट का क्या हुआ राइजन? इंडिया की टीम खेल रही है तो देख रहा था। इंडिया की टीम खेल रही
big games. While the Expendables made it on the stage late last time, we've kind of seen Twisted being pretty quiet so far.
Yeah, Twisted's kind of been on the outside looking in of a lot of these circles, trying to find ways to figure things out. This time, they try a different approach, and they get caught by the Expendables doing something a little bit uncouth.
Oh, no.
As that's pretty credible. But for our two teams that got the chicken dinners, they needed them desperately for very different reasons. For Gen G, it was to try to avoid elimination here at PGC, and for the Freaks, it's to maintain their spot to go directly to that grand finals.
I get big respect to Arctics. That was some really important points that he managed to rally for his squad, just playing so sneaky, holding into a good point. And I mean, the Expendables were playing from a winning position, and he popped up at the exact right moment to really spin this game on its head.
No, you're right. He couldn't have read that situation better. I mean, the poor guy, just if he had a few more bullets.
Like, look at how many teams that they're cheering for. There's no end to it, and that's why I love this audience so much.
Oh, and when the players were coming back in as we get ready to go into Tego for our third game of the day, when the players are coming back in, the crowd's just going nuts. They're chanting for their different teams, like absolutely incredible.
Well, it is time to Tego, ending up around Wolsong up at the start of this one. Ending up around the start. I know, words are good.
Yeah.
And then we go all the way down to the southeast as
मैंने समझा क्वेश्चन कोई जवाब दो इसका राइजन का क्वेश्चन का जवाब दो रे किसको समझ आया तो
United.
So sick.
That was pretty sick.
Just give me that old school PUBG theme.
Yeah, like, I know.
It's just every time I hear it, it's just goosebumps. Love it, love it. Well, a pretty relatively fair plane path. I mean, the airport shipyard a little bit out of reach early, but everything else pretty much good to go. So the normal drops in play. I think, yeah, I was going to say Gen G is backed off of Buksansa, so that should be solely available for QAD. And is there going to be anything else? A lot of teams getting off late on this plane path.
Pochon, Irina.
Hello, Arbaj bro. Welcome to the stream.
Opposite directions. Evan Pochon and Gen G have a member that's pretty close to each other, probably jockeying for a car, if I'm not mistaken.
State 17.
Pretty calm. Outside that is, looks like 4 Angry Men are going to stretch past Al Kadzia like you were talking about. I think it's just really Flame and Star-Lord being close to each other. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about the only thing that might result in some early skirmishes is the ones you mentioned here, Matt, is Star-Lord and Flame being close to each other, but Flame pulled off. Star-Lord looked like he got the better drop, and 4AM being somewhat close to Al Kadzia early, which I assume 4AM wanted to go Kangnu. A pretty fair circle. Southern shifted, so going to be some parts of the map that you and I haven't gotten to see much of here.
सारी टीम्स हैं.
Yeah, okay. So center point of the circle going to kind of be favorable for Al Kadzia, but that's got a high ground position. It's going to get a lot of vision down into the lower section, specifically into the south and to the west. We do have a couple of city locations and points of interest that a couple of squads are playing around and jockeying for positions, but nothing crazy. Actually, Namika and Al Kadzia, I think, were maybe getting close to each other for a car. I don't know who got it.
सर्वर होना चाहिए था इधर सर्वर रहता तो शायद हम लोग का गेम प्ले भी थोड़ा सा रहता
I
वैसे
didn't even see that.
And that's going to leave Gedrox all by
अचानक से
himself. But
लोअर
I
पिंग में
don't think
खेलने
that
जाओगे
he has any guns, so Cowboy is going to be running away while he's getting shot at. But
फाइनल में एफएस
Gedrox
बैठे
probably
हैं
doesn't have too much ammo to work with.
एफएस
Yeah,
बोले तो
I mean,
अच्छा
usually
वो
if you're able to get that
वो
car
wildcard
early,
team
you're pretty good to go. Heaven going to be the man of the match there. Just 3 kills, but was part of that duo that secured the win. Him and Gumin doing a good job. A lot of grenades being used here by Evan. Not to decent effect, not quite 700 damage. So I gotta call that great for 32 grenades.
Look, sometimes you just throw names to move.
That's true.
So I'll give you some respect on that one. That said, the throw to damage ratio.
Full sense, full sense.
Yeah, that's okay though. You're still doing pretty well here as the Freaks. You're up into 4th. You're actually 2 points ahead of E-Arena now. So it's not comfortable at all for the Freaks. They have to continue to frag out. I think T1 probably getting pretty close to being okay. They're at 112 points. Let's hear from our Game 1 winners. Orca's got something to say.
नहीं होस्ट कंट्री है थाईलैंड तो ठीक है विद इन द कंट्री में कैसे डिसाइड हुआ वो मेरे को नहीं मालूम
So congratulations on your first chicken dinner, but you guys were in such a really risky spot, but now things
home team audience
seems to get better
इसके
now.
लिए
But I would like to ask about
वो सब ठीक है मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि लोग आएंगे ज़्यादा देखने के लिए वो सब चीज़ें हैं बट कैसे अच्छा सीरीज में नंबर 1 थे अच्छा थाईलैंड सीरीज में नंबर 1 थे ये सब चीज़ें नहीं देखता ना मैं तो सब पता ही नहीं रहता है रीजन के बेस्ट टीम को मिलता है
쉽게 풀어 나가려고 하는 것 같고 형들이 많이 도와주고 있어서 쉬운 것 같아.
We're finding ways to make our gameplays more easier, and my teammates, my brothers, are helping me a lot.
Wow! All right, so let's cheer them up, Genji.
Easier. I mean, you know, there's that first game, yeah, looked pretty good. They're 3 points away from Alcazia.
डेल्टा को मैं बोला डेल्टा तेरी वाली मिल गई है इसी में है
That's exactly it.
तो हंस दिया भाई
You know, kind of saying, yeah, we just need
कुछ
to
बोला
kind
नहीं
of play relaxed. I think maybe part of the
वो
idea here for Gen G, you know, even though you're in a tense situation as far as the leaderboard goes, sometimes you can't let that, you can't really think about that too much.
So we're in a weird spot whenever we look at the Expendables at 141. The question for this lobby is really how many points does the Expendables take away from everybody else at the end?
मेरे को लग रहा है आपकी जेडीजी तो बाहर हो गई है
big and really just
अगर ये बहुत अच्छा खेले तभी हो पाएगा कुछ इनसे
if we keep seeing them sponge up at the top, Twisted started off a bit slow. That's allowed T1 to get a lot closer, but we still have the drop off down to the Freaks, making 4th and 5th just that much more vital and bouncing between the two. E-Arena off of their games have at least managed to get 7 points of separation away from Orchid, but then it's just back into the
PUBG World का बाद में देखना पड़ेगा बट फिलहाल तो
I mean it's getting to the point where
कितना स्क्रीन टियर होता है इनका कैसे वो कर रहे हैं यार
hopes of being into that top 5. Orchid, Furia, Namiga, maybe Sharper, maybe FN if they have some explosive games here in our middle maps, but it's going to take some work for sure. The consistency of some of those squads and with how hot especially E-Arena has looked so far, their mechanics look really on point, decision making looks pretty strong, so it's a lot to ask for these teams that are outside of that top 5.
I've been getting a bit more nervous for 17 and Alcazia. They're not finding success in those first 2 games. They know that they're in a cusp position. It's just going to get more dangerous, especially when you have the bottom starting to pop off, find points. Now getting in like touching distance of finding you on the leaderboard. Alcazia knows that they've got 3 points of separation. That's nothing in this game.
No, I know, and I think Alcazia there, just their eyes got a little too big in that previous game when they saw those knocks that were close to their compound when they reached out to go for them, weren't thinking about the possible angles that other teams were going to have into them, and they paid the price for it. So it just kind of an odd mistake for Alcazia. I mean, I get the idea. I totally do.
Side, they have to go for this.
I totally get it.
2 different teams that are going to be collapsing on them if they don't.
No, you're absolutely right. Just flipping a car there, pretty funny. But no, I totally agree that you have to go for that. I think just maybe thinking about the approach a little bit more before you kind of fully commit to it, maybe. But at the end of the day, you know, there's still plenty of opportunities for Alcazia. As you have a glider up in the air. I think that's Orchid, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, indeed. Flame just looking for something. I don't suspect that he's going to be able to connect much. It's pretty hard to hit those gliders, and sure, you can soften the glider itself up, but getting hits on the pilot, that's pretty tricky.
Just driving barefoot up in the sky. You know his feet have to be so cold.
Yes.
Kraken?
It would be freezing.
So Kraken's in the hunt for trying to get the top 5, while Alcadzia is just trying to survive, and this could spell doom for Alcadzia if they're not careful. Look at Furia starting to set up. Remember, Alcadzia, this is kind of their home where they dropped at. Well, taking some damage, but it's going to be from Namiga.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward for Alcadzia. They've revealed their position to a couple different teams, and there's no compounds for them to work with here. It's all open space. Rocks, yes, you're top of the hill, but rocks and trees is what you get to play with. So a little bit of a reposition from Rello. Roth is currently holding on his own. That seems to be kind of the general direction that Rello is drifting, but looks like they're going to commit to more of a 2-2. Leave the two young guns up on the north to lock down Furia.
Well, this is peeking around, and JDG flips a car, bad time. Cold, what you got? That is just JDG in a nutshell.
Just not their day. Just not their day, and they have to be pretty careful here because FN is still sitting inside of Songam, and they're getting a little close, but I think they're just going to drive around the coast and avoid the city if possible. Sharper is one of our later teams because they drop by Haemusa and Wolsan, so they're going to be coming in, but T1 also coming in late by them. Now Thunders gets a view of this, so he's going to be able to relay that over. Good news, I guess, for both teams, you could say, is that T1 seems to be peeling away.
Where does T1 go? Twisted's going to be on the other side. Some shots coming out just to secure territory. T1, though, we often see them do this more, I guess, aggressive run between two squads pretty early. And oh no, that's a very nice crate, very close to Twisted. That could start finding them a lot more points on the day.
Ooh, Heather taking a couple points of damage, but actually going to be A-OK. Perfectic's going to be the one to look over. Who's going to grab the Lynx if I mean, it's so early in the game for a Lynx because you have such limited ammo with it. But maybe Perfectic just says, yep, screw it. This gun's too good. Can't pass it up.
Lynx those short for knock.
A couple of moving factors here. T1 stop off point. They're about the only moving factor other than Sharper, just to the other side of Ouyang. We do see 17 opted to an emergency pickup. Circle does go south, and rolls right next to Zakraken, who's been just in cover for so long. Now Zakraken out.
Every one of these points so valuable, but the angle here is so good. Oh, they're fighting on a couple different fronts. A little bit tough here for Alcadzia. They need these points.
Roth just has to jump out. This is the second time now today that we've actually seen Alcadzia get the first kill of the day.
Twisted. Batulins is driving close to this. Roth.
T1, they're also approaching from the other side. It's everybody just chasing down into Alcadzia's position right now, and this is going to be really bad. They're just entirely contained. Roth's going to go down. Ian spots him easy. D now down as well. Alcadzia in tatters, just down to 1, sitting in 12th place.
Oh, that's brutal for Alcadzia. They only get 2 points out of it. Get ahead at 4 a.m. Now Perfectix getting lit up as they're taking a fight against T1. EN down. It's been the danger man for T1 here today. Type has to worry about that Lynx, that grenade right in front of Perfectix, or excuse me, Example.
Hell of my bad taking shots at Furia, who wants nothing to do with this firefight. They are just running away from the point, and I don't blame them. T1 Twisted up on top. It's going to be second and third respectively. Just 3 points difference between them. Good shots come out from Perfectix, and he gets raining down.
Oh, he was so ready for that. Type not going to get there. Just sprays his teammate down. Not sure what happened there, but that's probably what it was. I think you're absolutely right.
They didn't want to stay there for long enough to go for the res or even the pickup. Just grab the blue chip, get out of dodge. They're actually leaving the circle. Lou's chasing after. I don't think too much is going to be presented. This has also gotten really weird because the red zone's going to be on top of T1 in their retreat. And now T1's going to have to go way wider than they wanted to.
Yeah, there is a res station not too far away, though, from T1, so they can angle the one that's kind of out in its own little compound there. Should be free. Twisted Minds takes 2 points. Looks solid in all of their exchanges and decision-making there.
Next month next month वाला बाद में discuss करेंगे. अभी मत डालो.
The 2 kills.
अभी इस पे focus करो इस पे.
Should be able to go for the revive, and indeed, well open. I don't see anybody on the map, so I think they are pretty safe to make this happen.
Just phase 2, and you know, sometimes I do like how fast they executed off of that. Like, the moment that they saw him go down, they were like, nope, just go for the kill, finish it off. We'll finish it ourselves, just so that way he's not bait and throws off the timing. I mean, beautifully done. Now they're going to be coming into the circle pretty late, but if they come south of Oyeon, there's a couple of compounds that they can play from. It's just going to be really hard to scout this out.
सब एक साथ ट्वीट कर दो ना, बता दो 2 साल का डिटेल प्लान नहीं बता दो भाई. They're falling comrades when they get back in. It's going to be a little bit tricky too for T1. There's not going to be much that's inside of the circle that's available to drop on and scoop stuff up, and Twisted still hanging around those corpses on the hillside. So a lot of work to do for T1. Not going to be as easy, I think, as the previous games Revive. But they've shown that they're really adept at adapting.
Fury having a similar idea on the, I guess, far west, going to Hosan. Well, actually, no. This is going to be down next to Vision.
They have players in Hosan, too. You're not wrong.
Yeah. I just glanced up and saw Gizera is right next to a Revive station. Thought it was him.
Well, that's interesting for Fury. Yeah, they're going to be in a similar predicament, though. Circle closes in right on top of the Expendables, who've got crates galore on top of them, too. They're just feasting.
Expendables with a ton of crates. This is also interestingly timed. I'm curious if they did this as maybe if they thought that they needed to get out of the point, or if they also just wanted to throw off the timing for the other emergency pickups.
That's a good question. You know, that very well could be it.
They're so centered. I mean, I guess in case it did a hard shift, you'd be fine, but
yeah. I mean, in case you want to go like way west or something, like
go coastal and come your way back in. But
yeah,
17 has a lot of friends, and Twisted Xiaowu does not want that to happen. This hillside going to be surrendered quite quickly. Well, I guess Xiaowu's at least going to retreat somewhat. Not going to go too far, too fast just quite yet.
Yeah, fortunately for 17, able to get Xiaowu out of there. 17 is not safe from that bottom 3. So you need to play it smart, keep Twisted from their backside.
Well, that using rain.
पैच देखा हाँ मोले ब्रो पैच देखा स्ट्रीम के स्टार्टिंग में देखा.
Freaks down to the southwest around Songam.
बहुत अच्छा है. मेरे को अच्छा लगा.
Close.
ऑग ऐसे में चलाता नहीं था. अब ऑग का हॉरिजॉन्टल और बढ़ा दिया तो और नहीं चलाना है.
Songam's kind of focal point for a lot of our teams, as we do have FN Pochon on the outskirts of it. JDG is going to be just to the north of them. Orchid going to be to the north of the Freaks. And then right on the edge to the north, we've got Gen.G Duo as well as Geeke.
Yeah, just outside of grenade range here are JDG from Orchid, but under their gun sights. But now the Freaks, like you just mentioned, were in the vicinity, and they put a little bit of damage into Orchid, so that should give JDG an opportunity here to fortify their position. Yep, they're going to drop in the cover and kind of start using this a little bit to cut off Orchid's angles as best as they can. Had to use some smokes, though. So that's
same.
A little bit of util down, and Clory's just dusts Xiaowu at range.
The Expendables do have that high ground with a ton of vision, and with 17 having to retreat down the hillside, it just opened it up for the Expendables to start raining in damage. Territory control on high point for the Expendables is very scary for the rest of this lobby, man. I don't know how you come off that hillside.
Oh, no. That is the absolute last thing anybody wants to see in this lobby. I was kind of curious if Twisted was going to maybe try to punish that knock, if they kind of suss out what had happened over there, but not going to happen. T1 has to make a move against Namiga. Oh, God, Clory's.
This is after 17, I'm assuming?
Has to be.
So they've got the duo down low.
17.
I think they're just trying to get out. That's going to be pretty close to where they were, but it's enough to now force them back to the north. T1 right up next to Namiga with the knocks between the two. It looks like Heather was trying to see if he could get a flanked angle, but Leash on top of the building spots it.
Yeah, this is a very difficult breach to make, and oh my God, that circle shift right towards FN. Namiga has to get off the top of the house. Took some grenade damage, nothing serious. T1 at least able to breach.
But this is a problem. Namiga wants to try to retreat from position. Looks like they wanted to try to secure up their defenses before they had to go, but Twisted is going to cut off any escape path. They've got multiple members lined into position. EN continuing to rain in damage onto Namiga, but I don't think either one is expecting all of Twisted just to be waiting to pounce.
Yeah, love this from Twisted. They can just do a little bit of oversight of this fight. They know it kind of has to happen, especially with the hard shift. Both teams are just going to be hungry for these points. T1.
Here's the angle. Good read by Leosh. Gets Ian down.
That was a
really nice read.
Leosh मेरा वो है.
It's gonna slow T1's roll just a bit. Grenades are looking really good. Ian in trouble. T1 starting to falter.
Type is wrapped down to the south. He hasn't gotten an angle into any of this yet, but look at Twisted just encroaching everywhere, funneling everybody into the points that they want to go for, waiting for the moment. Type tries to line it, perfectix. Gets some good damage on one side of it. Type just can't get the damage he wants to protect his teammates. Now the last one up. Other side of this, you can see it's going to be GK and Furia in a firefight.
This is huge. This has a ton of implications for both of these teams. Furia still in the hunt, maybe. Type down, T1 gone. Not able to fully recover there. Namiga being pounced on by Twisted. DK and Furia both need these. It's a Panzer there that hits.
And 17 did an emergency pickup. They're going to be landing right on the other side of this if they opt into playing it aggressive. Already getting some vision. 7-7 managed to get the knock onto Zakraken.
Yeah, Furia down to their last couple of players here. PWD, the only one alive. He's got a shotgun. Thinking about sticking the res there. As Molly's going to the house, they do connect on a Quizzy, so he'll be flushed.
You can see on the north, we've got 4 Angry Men going for the Expendables high ground position on one side, Gen.G on the other. Expendables having to make sure that they defend over into the east. That's opening up a new path for Twisted to run in right back behind 4 Angry Men.
Yeah, 4 Angry Men taking such a good fight here against the top team in the lobby. They've already got one down, one on their knees, looking for more. They're just going to keep pressing forward. They have to with Twisted on their backside.
Aid goes out, wasn't underhanded, so just going for a peek around the smokes. Can we see at range Delwyn provide the support that he needs to? At least some utility. Duck Juice just peeking around the smokes. He's going to go down. Delwyn the last one up and on the hunt. Twisted back behind this. Longs has to defend. Takes a nade. He's going to go down. 4 Angry Men managed to take down the Expendables, but now are just getting piecemeal from behind.
I love this from Twisted. Just ruin everybody's round. They are equal opportunity offenders. Shen will find Clories. That's big points for 4 AM. Puts them one ahead of Alcut. Zia, 17 losing players to shotguns. PWD looking for more.
He doesn't want to go for the peak against that. Now he's just holding this angle, waiting for reinforcement, seeing if maybe 7-7 on the other side can reinforce something to work from. Xiao Bei's just kind of trapped here. The circle has left this point, and the Freaks are already rallying to gatekeep.
Yeah, this is, no matter what happens here, probably death for either 17 or GK. Diffix still not fully out of this. They're looking for a res. Delwyn, hello?
He's just joining the party. He wants more points. Nurins is actually going to be the one that gets knocked onto Shin. Finally, we do see Delwyn go down, but it is just everybody stacking bodies in that spot.
And Amiga goes down, the Expendables go down. GK maybe going down here shortly. That shotgun can do more. Only got about half. PWD, though, takes a bunch of bullets in response. 7-7 just holds it down, finishes the job.
17 finding some very needed points, reaching up after Sharper. Sharper on a roll of their own. They're sending it very close to the Freaks, actually just right up into the face. They're trying to take this position right next to Heaven. They're rolling in, but it's going to be Salute that gets the knock onto Thunders.
Yeah. Getting ready with the grenades here as well. Have to throw some smokes to offer an opportunity for the rest of the Freaks to get into this fight. Grenades deep, cars gonna explode. Players are falling for Sharper left and right. Earth trying to rotate into the corner to heal.
But now 17 can use this and sneak up back behind the Freaks. Salute knows this. He's trying to keep an eye out for any tail-end members of that firefight. And so this puts Freaks kind of pinched between the two different firefights entirely unexpectedly.
Oh, but somehow they turn on it. DL is ready. He's watching their backside. He's got a safe pair of hands here for the Freaks. They might be able to get this res on a human right before he bleeds out.
That's allowed Salute to also regroup. Sharper has a moment of reprieve to work with as well. Over into the north, it's going to be Twisted continuing their rampage over their 6 kills. Eyes on Gen.G's high ground position just to their west.
Yeah, being diligent now are the Freaks to make sure that 17 is clear behind them so they can continue their assault on towards Sharper. Xiao Bei stunned up. They're going to go right through the window. Heaven, oh my God.
I love it. Freaks are playing with absolutely no fear right now. They feel like they've got all the money in the world to work with, and now it is eyes on to Sharper, who is still just trying to rally, and the Freaks will not let it happen.
The Freaks are getting a little help from Gen G towards Orchid. That's backed Orchid off of these angles they had to put damage into the Freaks while they were trying to assault this compound, but Sharper back up to 3 players.
Salute playing the outside, playing it slow. Jedi on the other side. Peeks along the smokes, no clear vision yet. Twisted on their push after Gen G. eArena hears this firefight. Looks like they're trying to get closer to it. Orchid also has to use this moment to rally. Salute lines in and just demolishes Sharper.
Oh, Sharper, only one player. They're trying to figure out where the hell he went. He just runs past them. They jump by. He's got the shotgun, but only 2 shells.
No vision, walks right back out of the smokes into the waiting arms of the Freaks. New circle pops, and the Freaks got to continue, and it's going to be right next to FN Ponchon.
Oh, man, the Freaks here are giving themselves a really nice chance to go directly to that grand finals. They're coming alive. Gen G doing some damage to Twisted. They've lost a player. And Twisted has only one knocked. Perfectix there. And they're looking to do some damage. Oh, here comes eArena right on the backside.
Oh, can they? Does he know? He's trying to play around it. Does he know how aggressively they're coming after him? Opan's right up next to him, playing along the blue. Oh, it is all eArena reading it perfectly. Twisted in some trouble on the outside. Twisted is eliminated. eArena nigh unstoppable.
What a decisive strike here from eArena. They are going blow for blow with the Freaks, getting kills all over the maps. Absolutely brilliant stuff from them on that timing. And now Gen G has to play defense again.
Orchid just has to sit and watch as the lead just gets bigger and bigger into 5th. 87 into 100 into 103. Gen G in the meat grinder right next to eArena. JDG in the center of the circle. Freaks managing to get a bit of a foothold. Now you just got to fight your way out, and Opan's leading the way.
Yeah, they're in trouble now. They lost a player to Orchid too. Boostic able to find one. And Opan's actually going to skirt through the blue to try to catch somebody off guard. Flame just hiding in a smoke, praying, throwing out prayer grenades. Try to do some kind of damage, but he is in a world of trouble.
Orchid at least starts to get some vision on eArena, realizing where the firefight probably has been going on. See if they can rally, take down eArena, find some points of their own to make sure that that leaderboard doesn't get too desperate ahead of them. Flame just trying to survive, can't even find anything. He's just still taking more and more shots to the chest and can't even find any way to get anything back.
He's got a chance to do some damage, but yeah, no hope there. Was getting lit up by Artix from Orchid as well when he was on the ground, and eArena needs to stabilize. They're outside of this next circle.
104 to 103, Orchid eyes on eArena right now. Salute actually the one that puts down Nurins. Everybody's starting to rally after eArena, and the troubles are continuing to mount.
This might be the end of it for eArena. With all those players down, that opens up the window here for Lurix to let loose with the frag. He only had 2. There's going to be a flush, and there's the finish.
Orchid back in the hunt, moving to 93. Eyes have to shift over now to FN Pochon, making the push onto the Freaks. Freaks been loud and proud going after eArena a moment ago, but that's not going to be enough. Freaks go down, and it's going to be FN finding more points.
Yeah, Rex gets involved big time here, comes alive when FN needs him the most. Finds 3 kills in that fight, breakers for another. Team Orchid still doing their damnedest to put damage down, and they have been very good at it here in this game. They've only got 4 kills, but man, they have been just making everybody's life around them a nightmare.
JDG has a big opportunity, but Orchid wants to deny anything right now. Cold in the shack. Nade comes out. Orchid steps away from the nade, doesn't want to run into it too desperately. Follow-up nade. It's going to be Boostic that gets the knock on to Cold, so open path for Orchid to the north. JDG's defensive line just doesn't have the way to handle with all these different variables that are approaching from 2 different angles.
I like this, though, from FN. Get a player out there to harass Orchid. If you can get an extra player or 2 down, you're going to give yourselves a really good chance to get the chicken dinner here. JDG crumbling, falling apart at the seams. Not much that they can really do here, but is Orchid going to read? There's a couple players right near them.
Last one up, just eyes watching all of his players dying in front of him, but can't even really get into the circle. FN, Rex, high ground, so much vision onto Orchid. Orchid got into the circle, but they're going to have to deal with breakers, close range on one side. Spaceman now seeing if he can get into the circle, maybe get Susei back up.
Grenades are going to go just a bit too far. Arctics again, so sneaky with his position. He's going to avoid any serious damage. Takes a headshot from God only knows where. I guess that must be JDG. But man, oh man, you're looking good here for FN. You've got 4. If you could do some more damage to Orchid, you are going to be in a very good spot. Smokes are going to dissipate here eventually for JDG, and they're going to be in trouble.
Okay, shots onto Orchid from 2-3 different angles.
Hello, Mayur bhai,
swagat hai stream mein. Right up against the blue zone. Too many problems. Spaceman's going to get the knock onto Lyrics. Here comes Rex, playing it aggressive, starting to drop nades pretty close to them well. It's all going to be onto Arctics. He's got to defend on one side while the other members try to see if they can rally and stop JDG on their push. Arctics have to deal with breakers right on the other side of this rock. Is he going to read the angle it's going to come from? Breakers just runs over the top, no fear. He's just trying to see if he can spot out anybody on the other side. Does spot out Boostic, gets some damage. Boostic goes down. Arctic still holding the angle, but doesn't bite just yet. Finally steps around.
Man, Arctics could not be better with his timing. It doesn't matter though. Zenith was there to finish him off. JDG 1 player versus FN 3.
FN has control of the circle. JDG has to run in. Just 1 member up in Spaceman, no cover in front of him. This is going to be hard. Star-Lord to the south, Zenith in the middle, and Rex on top.
I don't think there's much hope for Spaceman. I don't know, he doesn't have any smokes. He's got a bunch of stuns, but there's nobody that he can even use him against, really. A little bit of smoke coverage for Star-Lord. Zenith tries to make a wrap. Got to get prone there, get behind that little hill.
That's just a distraction, so Star-Lord can move forward along the smoke wall and get closer. Spaceman does get the knock onto Zenith. Is the cost going to be big enough? Spaceman takes a lot of damage now, just down to a 2v1. Throwables raining so close to Spaceman, but doesn't connect just yet. Couple of peeks, Star-Lord taking some damage. Spaceman trying to rally this together, but it's so hard. 2 different angles. Rex on top, now moving outside the safe zone just to get on top of him from a new angle. Spaceman has nowhere to go. He has to take down Rex just to get into the circle.
FN can just hold. They've got the circle. They've got the advantage. Eventually, the blue is going to do the job. They want the point. He's on his last legs.
Just trying to juke through, but FN Ochan does take it in the end. Big game for them.
Our team that came through big on day 1 gets a much-needed win here. And it's been all Korea all day.
JDG made it into the later stages, found some points. That's big for them. Is it going to give them enough? As you can see, they know so close, but so far.
The stress has to be mounting. I mean, they are a team that won the PCL in the last stage of the season. And now they are on the precipice of being eliminated here today. Only 3 more games to find a way out of that bottom spot.
This is
Fight Comfort 20,
bigger and bigger problems.
QC 20.
Managing to outsurvive the guys that were on top of them. Still has a bit of a jump just so that way they can try to be more comfortable, get into that top 5, try to get into the grand finals, get some more space. It's just so back and forth, and there's so many variables on this leaderboard. Top 5, bottom 3, everybody looking at last chance. This is just nuts.
Every fight matters.
Yeah,
every fight matters.
Everything just continues to come to a head over and over, and we still have 3 more to go.
In game खत्म. बोस के लाउड स्पीकर बेस्ट है. नहीं, बोस तो अच्छे पेरिफेरल्स बनाता है, स्पीकर्स अच्छे बनाता है, बट वो एक ईयरफोन्स एंड नॉइज कैंसिलेशन इज मैंडेटरी आई गेस. हाँ, ऐसी जगह पे जरूरत बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल होता है. अब बाहर लोग चिल्ला रहे हूँ हाँ कर रहे हैं, घंटा सुनाई देगा. कितना क्रैंक करोगे साउंड? ये वाला मॉडल है, दिखाता हूँ कौन सा है. ठीक है.
We started the day and Korea has been fighting as FN Pochan comes out with a big victory. Maybe it's because D plus Kia, the defending PTMC champions, are here watching and their countrymen are fired up because 3 games played, 3 Korean winners.
Yeah, huge step up here for them, obviously. And on top of that,
ये वाला मॉडल इंडिया में नहीं मिलता भाई. ये इसमें वो रहता है, इसको चार्ज करना पड़ता है. यहाँ पे एक बैटरी रहता है, इसमें है वो जो भी है फीचर. ये वाला 25,000 का मिलता था, अब नहीं मिलता है. है क्या इंडिया में? प्री ओन्ड मिल रहा है. फ्लिपकार्ट में दिखा रहा है. नहीं, ये अभी ये हेडफोन आने लग गया उसका.
through the day, though,
नहीं है कहीं
3 more games.
कि मैं यही यूज करता है स्ट्रीम में हाँ बहुत अच्छा चीज़ है ये मैंने बहुत ट्राई किया था जब अवेलेबल था तब पैसे नहीं थे जब पैसे आए तब से गायब है
maybe consider dropping in the south in the next game because these circles to be layered up right on top of each other as we head to the south of the map every time. Then we get FN versus Orchid versus JDG. JDG
चाइना में अवेलेबल होगा ये
as they possibly can get to second
ओपन बॉक्स
place.
लेना चाहिए क्या 10,000 का मिल रहा है अच्छा डिवाइस अच्छा चीज
है to get them out of that 16th place spot.
I doubt it, man. They are so far from 13th place that it's unbelievable, right? And it, again, I said it, you need 2 wins to get on par with where your survival line is, right? And even though second place with a few kills here, still not enough. You need to have massive games. We're talking double-digit games every single next game.
You've got to get aggressive. In fact, I would argue that in that moment where you saw Orchid sort of with their backs turned, dealing with the push on the other side, that's just Zeus, go for it. Just push out there and see if you can't kill them, because sitting behind the hay bale for 1 placement point is not going to make a major difference in the long run. So I do think JDG is showing more signs of life. They're getting to end games more consistently today, but when there's that word too little too late, it's starting to feel that way. Now, on the opposite side of that, Korea showed up and has been playing out of their minds. Now, it's not unexpected. DNF is one of those teams that usually we say they don't show up on day 1. They show up on day 2. 18-game series really work well for them. And it's looking like that right now as these teams have been absolutely dominant.
Yeah, and you know what? Even for Freaks, it could be good for them to go into the last chance just to get some more reps.
I agree.
You know, that'd be insane for the final. But here, FN Pocheon, 18 points go their way. Orchid, another
आज कैसे मारा भाई 8 में से तो 5 किल तो रेक्स के हैं इस 8 में से 5 तो रेक्स के हैं भाई पता नहीं ज्यादा भी हो सकता है मैंने 5 देखे थे लास्ट
we've seen, as we pointed out, he's been 2,700 damage, the second most damage done in this lobby here. 2,700 in just one day.
Last 3 match.
Insane, and that's gonna keep.
Last 3 match होना चाहिए ना रोंडो है अभी एक हो गया हाँ last 3 match.
There too. Another E-Arena situation where it's like, okay, these guys have been pushing. They've been playing well. Lyrics, Jacob, been really farming today. Twisted Minds with 8 kills too here, Steve. It's been looking fantastic.
All right, let's talk overall leaderboard. As a reminder for you at home, if you are in gold, you advance straight to the grand finals of PGC 2025. If you are in blue, you advance straight to the airport, and your
straight to the airport.
PGC championship
straight to the airport
over, and that is where the battle is beginning to really develop. Team Orchid, Pochon still looking to make that push up onto the left side, but over on the right, it's becoming very stressful for me, Martin. Genji has climbed. One more good game puts him out of it. Al-Qadsiya, a team that I did not expect to be battling to stay out of the third, in a very tough situation, as nothing seems to be going their way.
It looked good in the game with the Miramar, especially with D
getting
that 6 points in the salvage game here.
हो गया स्कोर चलो गाइस स्कोर दिखाता हूँ मैं अपना मेरा पॉइंट कितना है 565 अब होगा 570 क्या हो पाएगा 570 577
currently 3-4 teams
भाई कहाँ फेंक दिया यार
to get close with one more good game for them. They could get in there. We need to break the triple digit though, and that needs to happen in the next game for Orchid. Fury as well.
देख के भाई मैं लटके में हैं.
For the last chance, but get into the direct.
Yeah, it feels like Orchid and Fury both have been sort of just waiting for their moment. Well, it's time for that moment to kick off. We have 3 games
को ज़्यादा पॉइंट नहीं मिला 497 से 507 हुआ. गट्सी ब्रो को मिला होगा 434 दिखा रहा है ना. गट्सी ब्रो का था. गट्सी ब्रो को मिला 35 पॉइंट्स मिले हैं.
Now, as we get ready to go to our 4th map of the day, there's no more chances for mistakes. It's time to answer the questions. Do you have what it takes to set a path to the championship? It is very exciting, and it is time for us to send it over to our casters. Paper thin matchup. Take us in to Rondo.
Let's get ready to Rondo as everything is up for grabs. Great job on top. He's getting everything hyped moving into this game because he is right. This is one of those situations. We have so many things that are variables moving around. Just 5 points here, 2 points here. Squads that are just trying to fight for survival at the bottom. You cannot wait until the last game. Something has to rally now.
You're absolutely right, Matt.
रुको यहाँ पे नहीं.
There is so much on the line.
यहाँ use होता है.
And it's just so exciting here. We're only in the group stage.
पता नहीं कहाँ होता है इधर ही कहीं होता है.
Crazy intense.
आप कुछ कर सकते हो.
Love it. I mean, we're seeing squads run up against what we're considering best in the world. No,
ये रेक्स को देखो कहाँ घूम रहा है. बाकी 3 इधर है.
That's how you have to play this game. I think that's what I hope a lot of these teams are learning. from watching this or from playing this is that it doesn't matter if it's Twisted Minds, doesn't matter if it's the Expendables. When you need to make the right play, when you need to make that aggressive play, you got to take your opportunities and you got to capitalize.
Something, Mom Spaghetti. It's that time. And to the north, we have a lot of squads dropping over there. Furia, E-Arena, DK. Circle goes pretty far down to the south.
अब नहीं चला है. Circle बन गया तो.
All right, okay.
So while we're here, let's also always talk about it. When we see this circle, we've got that river that's kind of cutting in. Makes the hook around where we can see Orchid playing from. That's kind of water that we need to keep eyes on for later.
PUBG Esports वाले कुछ देते नहीं
also has that little lake that's pretty close to it, so often the circle tends to push more in the Al-Qadsiya T1 direction.
Yeah, for sure. It just
which is an open circle.
It is. It is very. It all just kind of depends, but yeah, I mean, there's actually quite a bit inside of this circle that is where circles can end up.
Fourth match में आएगा code.
So we're not too sure how it's going to look just yet. I wouldn't be too surprised if you see a lot of teams lean pretty central, pretty near where Al-Qadsiya is, because like you said, if it ends in that vicinity, there's not much to work with. So the sooner you can get there, like the better. Just lock something down and cross your fingers.
Look, that center area moving up to the northeast is just a bloodbath.
6 kill करा Rex ने. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
There's a couple of contained areas that teams can play from, most notably T1's compound position that they're playing next to Yulin. There's some strength to be had over there. Over into the west and specifically to the northwest of the circle.
Fifth match
there's a
top
hillside
4
that's pretty strong, leading into a couple of shacks, compounds, kind of footpaths.
Fifth match में जब top 14 बचेंगे तब right side में आएगा.
It is very wide out and contained.
मैं बताऊंगा. इस मैच के बाद बताऊंगा जब break time होगा ना तब बताऊंगा क्या करना होता है.
Lots of cars, but we could still see it go hard west, maybe going Fongtun. We could see this just go south and just force an option. Who cares where that river is going?
There are times where the circle does end by Long Ho. I don't think it's going to be in this one. Usually it has to be a little more shifted down earlier.
You've always talked about how much you like Long Ho.
I do. But we have Xiao Bei. We want to hear what the 17 Gaming veteran has to say.
最近我们状态也不是很好，然后圈型也不是很好。我觉得我们会有机会的，只是在等一个机会。然后这次肯定也奔着前5打，然后后3我觉得我们不会掉下去的，因为我们每次 PGC 都进了，所以说对我们很有信心。小组赛第3天
points का 17 का
我并不会觉得我们会被淘汰后3，我们会奔着前5去打，就算没进前5，后3也是不可能的。大伙相信我们吧，淘汰组我们也能打进的。
Xiao Bei mentally manifesting not bottom 3 different times inside that interview. Hey, maybe top 5 for us, but definitely not bottom 3.
Hey,
definitely not bottom 3. Yeah. Definitely not bottom 3.
It certainly won't happen. We won't get bottom 3. But yeah, I don't think he's necessarily wrong. I think the team is just too solid. Like he said, they've made every PGC, so like they're 2-time PGS winners. You have to have the confidence that a team of their pedigree can make a run if they need to, and now they kind of do. I mean, again, one good game from them, just a 10-point, 12-point game. Doesn't even need to be a chicken dinner. Totally fine. They will be situated nicely.
I have to admit, Al-Qadsiya, your commitment to strategy is strong. You are in 13th right now with Genji 3 points behind you. You get center control of a circle. Early, go wherever you want. What do they do? 2-2 split, man. They love this information gathering style, and they aren't going to rest on surrendering control. The Expendables, Delwyn, though, trying to ruin the chances for JDG.
Well, they respond in kind. They're going to crash this. Suze's driving right at him.
I mean, you got to get whatever you can get right now. Somebody shot at you, so what can you do in this firefight? Delwyn's got the nade prepped. Lots of damage he takes. Just juking around. Are the rest of the Expendables coming? Oh, yeah, Duck Juice. He wants a piece of this one. Can he get to the angles fast enough to deny? Clory's on the other side. Spaceman's going to take the shots. Does get the knock on a Duck Juice.
Oh, they just weren't ready for that position. You need a little bit of help, but at least you got the first aid off for Delwyn. He springs to life. The grenade from Clory's Gonna be right there on top of Spaceman.
JDG's playing for their lives right now. Can they rally when they need to? Tanfu runs in, ruining the dreams of JDG where they stand last one up. This is a 1v1, December 12th on one side, and it's going to be Tanfu on the other. Reads it incorrectly. Does he even know where the reposition comes from? Doesn't matter. Tanfu finishes it.
Good God, he is so clean. That was an immediate pivot to December the 12th's head. He was throwing the stun on the other side, didn't think he would re-peek over to that angle, and he just flicks right over. That was ridiculous, but they're in trouble. It's a glider from Thunders.
Tanfu, the
he got it.
Killer, in trouble right now. See if he rallies at all. Got to be careful. Thunders can't really lean on this too long, but it's going to be the rest of Sharper coming in back behind. Actually, the Freaks are getting pretty close to this as well.
But he got the flush on the duck juice, so that's a hell of an effort from that glider. And now he's taking some fire, so has to turn belly up. Trying to protect himself a little bit. Should be okay there to fly. No big issue for him. And it's the rest of Sharper making their moves in the general vicinity.
Quick shout out, though, to JDG. I appreciate the fact that they tried to make a hero play for themselves.
It almost worked.
When you make the hero play and it's up against the Expendables, it's just going to be that much harder, and took him down into a 1v1.
Well, when you go for the king, best not miss. And unfortunately for them, Tanfu is, I keep saying it, I think the best player in the world right now.
Can't even miss from a glider. You got to make sure you hit at the glider shots. Otherwise, you never know. Somehow Tanfu will magically teleport behind you inside the chair. And just
the dude's just on another level. The chair. Oh, look at this. They found a flare gun, too. Why not?
Down to 2? Who cares? We'll figure out something here. Freak's pretty close to this position. Salute pretty far away, though. I think he's just trying to be a tail anchor, make sure nobody wraps in behind them. Long rotates pretty far to the north and to the west. Going to be coming up from Namiga as well as Furia.
Okay. Hear me out.
Res time?
Yes. Plus, they have a flare gun, so I think they're going to get a BRDM.
Res BRDM. You don't need, one guy doesn't even need loot. Just getting the BRDM be a problem.
Yeah, they can go all the way down to Long Ho. Nobody's there. There's a res station there. They can wait for Circle 2.
They've got eyes on the one to the west of them.
Oh, there is that one, yeah.
It's going to be pretty close to the
That works, too.
Yeah, it's not as comfy.
It's not.
They have to assume that somebody's probably very far to the south, but nobody is. This is a pretty open circle to the south. I think they might have realized they don't want to go for that res beacon. Too many freaks around, and they might be going Long Ho now.
Seems that way. I think that's very much the wiser move for the Expendables. And it gives them a lot more to work with. If it's free, then you're going to be able to get in there and get some loot. I think it is the better of not great options no matter how you slice it. But if you get that BRDM, who the hell knows? They are just the most creative team on the planet. So
look, I'll be honest. We got to get away from Long Ho in the circle. There's just too many jokes that are going through my brain, and it's shutting down everything else. So as the Expendables make their way down to Long Ho, I have to see how that continues for them. They should be fine. There is an EMP that's going to land next to them. The Freaks also do have Zakraken and Furia roaming pretty close. Namiga inside the circle, going around the EMP to the northeast. Could put them pretty close to E-Arena, T1, and 17.
Well, this next circle dictates, I think, a lot of what this game is going to look like. You know, everybody just kind of gathering that it'll be near the field, so that's where they find themselves mostly. But, again, there are some options here for some hard shifts, so we're still not guaranteed to be in that area just yet. We'll have to wait and see. Namiga's driving right by T1.
You can see the tail end of the 3 marker that they've got with this is like a shack. That's pretty much the center of the circle. If they can get past all of this, it'll be pretty good.
God.
But another very hard southern
Oh my God. It's happening.
We are going there, and I'm going to have to just mind my P's and Q's. I'll be good. I won't make any more jokes.
Yes, we need to lock in. Because this is going to be one of these weird circles potentially. So likely this is going to end northeast of Long Ho, in case anybody's curious.
Yeah, and it should be noted coming out of Hungshan as well as Renjiang, there's that hillside that's got like the footpaths that come down. There's the river that cuts around and curves through in the hook. There's a couple of different ways you can walk that. And it's going to be FN that they're kind of holding around that area right now. They've actually opted to go to the other side and instead we'll get a very strong compound in the circle. 17 is called an emergency pickup. We also have 4 angry men doing an emergency pickup.
Yeah, you need to. So this is very likely to end somewhere near the river, actually, because there's a space in between that mountain over there to where the river goes that a lot of these circles are going to want to go to. Could end pretty far north, too. It could hard shift up there. That's still a possibility. Just have to wait and see. But, we're going to be really close to a very, very fun circle.
T1 running up back behind Al-Qadsia right now. Al-Qadsia going to have to be very, very cautious, as I don't even know if they have an idea that this is coming after him yet. They have to know that somebody's going to probably be encroaching on them. We've got Jedi that's having to deal with the problems and the freaks right on top of him. Everybody else from Sharper's trying to regroup, but Furia actually also spotting this in some fashions. The Kraken's going to be on top in the glider, see if he can kind of harass anything out.
What is going on here? This is
no.
Sharper and the Freaks. The Freaks need to win this very nicely. Don't give any hope for E-Arena to get ahead of them, to put them back into that 5th spot. Got those Panzers. Freaks love the Panzers.
Sharper managed to get their Orchid in some trouble. 4 angry men. Not a lot of options, just going after whatever they can, and that's going to be Orchid's position. It's going to be pretty good as long as they can hold it for long enough. But exchanges between Salute as well as Human on to 2 members.
Oh, but that Panzer hit in front of Earth, and he's able to back off just enough after getting tagged up. Thunders, as a player out there, had an opportunity, couldn't get the headshot.
Can he hit the miracle nade? 17 landing right on top of Orchid and 4 angry men both. This has just gone completely wild. Orchid in so much trouble. They're in 6th place right now, 99 points. They need to mop this up quick. Just 2 members up. 17 makes their crash landing on the hunt to avoid going down into that bottom 3, seeing if maybe they can keep eyes on the top 5 that they want so bad, but Boostic wants to ruin it all.
He's the last player alive, and he's got an AK, a phenomenal gun to have in this spot. 17 doing some damage, but they're taking some in return. Longs is going to flush Xiaowu real quick. Longs trying to get the hell out of there. Smokes are here to protect him, but the grenade from Boostic gets him.
Boostic just won't go down. Everybody getting involved in this firefight. Back over to the other side, we can still see that Sharper and where we can see the Freaks on the other side trying to go for a res, while we also have Furia still eyeing this position, seeing if maybe they can gatekeep anything that's going to go on in the firefight.
Yeah, the Freaks there in a 2v2. Here's the finish onto Arctic, so 7-7. Needs a few more valuable points out of this fight. A shotgun here for Human. Doesn't connect at all. Able to do the follow-up, though. 9 HP left on that. Earth.
Last one up. And pressure is mounting. The Freaks want this really bad. It's good position. New circle pops, and it goes exactly where you were talking about just 1 moment ago. Peeks between 2. Sharper now down. But the Freaks still have to be cautious because guess what? Here comes Furia from up above.
Oh, man. Kraken laying it down there. Him and Kawazine and Posa all combining those 5.56 DMRs to sit some Freaks players down. 7-7. 1v1 here against Boostic. Man, that AK so scary.
Just peeks between Boostic. Very little fear, just continuing to go for the shots boldly into the face of 7-7. 7-7 just having to surrender point after the aggressive play coming up from Boostic. He's not giving him time to, he knows he's got the meds favorable right now, and he wanted to try to chase, and he just couldn't get it.
Exactly. He just trying to suss out where 7-7 went to hide to try to heal.
Here's the problem, though. Furia needs to get in the circle. They have eyes on this compound. We also have DL. I guess might be eyeing a similar position. This is still going to be very hot.
Yeah, DL is kind of in a tough position to think about. Does he go for reses, revives? Does he just try to snake it out?
Just runs in with the shotty, but 7-7 shotty comes up faster. Boostic out. Orchid is eliminated. At 102, the Arena's 103.
Oh my God. It is just neck and neck there around that 5th position. Man, if Boostic had won that, I think we'd be looking at a very different scenario here. Twisted back in the water. Didn't learn their lesson the first time.
Hey, look, it's going to work this time. Everything's fine. Don't worry about the fact that FN has like a Panzerfaust just waiting for whoever's coming out of the water.
Could go wrong.
Everything's going to be good, and Freaks, light at the end of the tunnel, getting some reses.
Yeah, what are you going to do with these revives, though? Where are you going to land?
Anywhere. I guess just anything can try to make the dream happen, right? Just summon your inner Batulans.
There you go. That's about actually one of your hopes there. This is just such a bizarre circle that teams might just be fighting enough that you find something while everybody's mixing it up. As still trying to get underneath FN's nose are Twisted. T1 slides in close to Alcadzia, but across the street. So vehicle's going to take some damage here. Rainy going to want to reposition that if possible. A bolt for Heather.
Note Alcadzia still in their 2-2 split, so the other members for Alcadzia are trying to support, and that is stalling out T1, make it very hard to cross this road, but also has made it pretty awkward up into the north because Ian is separated away from the rest of his squad, and he's being pinned down by the other 2 members from Alcadzia.
I'm not sure T1 has a great spot to park those cars. It feels like they're struggling to really figure that out. Batulins close to Rex. Over on the rocks. I mean, I have to assume Twisted knows somewhat that FN is here because they were looking at him from across the way.
Glad we got the map. Look where Gen G and GK both are at right now. Orca's trying to keep anybody from coming up from back behind them, but these are 2 squads that need some big points, and they do have a path into the circle. Gen G, of course, already inside of it, but GK is going to be the one that has to fight Gen G to get in.
Does Rex know? Batulins has gotten oh so close, but it might just be a timing thing here for Batu. Not sure if he's going to see Rex in time. Rex might see him first. Rex did.
Yeah.
He's trying to hide himself now. Doesn't want to give it away. Then he knows that Batulins has gotten close.
And Lou isn't over here. He's actually still on the other coast watching what's going on. Here come the freaks. I guess you get a rock?
Yep, he's going to prone there. That's all he can do.
Yeah.
He's literally doing what you were just talking about. Batulinsing it.
The other 2 members, I guess, can maybe go to the compounds just to the north. Batulins finally goes down. That was only a matter of time. Zenith on the other side of it. Perfectix down. Poor example by himself.
Yeah, and Lou trying to provide some kind of cover, but I don't know if there's really much he can do here. Oh, my God. Clean from FN.
That just made it look easy. Information was just so strong coming in from FN. This does put them a little bit behind getting into the circle, though. Lou's still alive for Twisted, but FN, you've got some issues. It's not as big as the issues that 7-7 is facing, though.
Man's got a shotgun at a Dream, but the Dream ends as Furia making it work, getting some big points there on the edge. Yep, you're chilling, and that is not a great place to be. That's for sure.
Just looking up that hillside. Please, no one peek the hill. Please, no one peek the hill.
The other 2 players dropped on the other side of the river.
Yeah, I mean they're actually getting loot though.
That's true. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get.
GK, this is big. They're making their rotate in after Gen G. These guys right next to each other on the leaderboard. 8 points separating out. 1 member for Gen G already down, but this position that Gen G is playing is very strong in this circle. It gives them a lot of different options and angles to play where a lot of other squads don't have anything.
Yeah, there's some mountains in here, some pretty decent cover for Gen G to utilize. Tosi, a 2x bolt. Give the man at least a 3. 2's a little tricky to utilize there. And he's trying to keep DK pinned, but yeah, they're just like, okay, you've got a bolt, we've got the DMRs, so, and we've got numbers on you there, buddy.
The other 2 members of the Freaks are in the water, and guess who they're going to be rolling right up next to?
Salute doesn't even have a helmet.
Of course, it's FN, who still eyes on the river after the weird stuff that just happened with Twisted. Why not? But I don't know where the other 2 members for the Freaks can even make landfall. GK had to come south, so they're going to spot them from the north, and FN's going to spot them if they opt into the south.
Yeah, they're in trouble. I mean, you would have loved it if GK had gotten a little more aggressive on Gen G or something, or if they gotten a knock. But you have no armor, you have no helmet, you're dead.
So Loot doesn't need a helmet. He just needs to headshot first.
Well, you're not wrong. Just shoot them first before they shoot you. Oh my God, Heaven has
this is
5 bandages.
Yeah, and here it comes.
There it goes.
I mean, FN, just easy kills, take them. GK, did you manage to steal? Oh, does manage to steal one of them away at least.
Oh, T1 though, trying to get close to Gen G, and they're not having any of it. I think EN there might be flushed pretty quick. He's going to take a little bit of damage from that grenade, but he's still holding on.
Teams that
need to get in the circle are going to be pretty weird. Alcadzia let T1 get ahead of them. Furia still needs to get in the circle. Delwyn's going to be back behind for the Expendables. The arena from the west, just kind of southwest of where we'll see Alcadzia at.
This works.
Kanvu कुछ ज़्यादा ही overpowered है, तो आज perform नहीं कर रहा, but मार दे रहा थोड़ा
थोड़ा. That was pretty damn close.
That was great shot.
That was really well judged. That was.
Respect.
I mean, yeah.
I'm
they had
not
to
going to
move.
be mad about that.
No, they had to move to dodge it.
Oh, Furia, you're in some trouble. Run right in front of the Expendables. Lost one of their members early.
Well, Flame finally going to claim EN's life for Gen G, as they can just play a little bit of guard here. Again, they have a lot to work with in terms of cover, high ground, and just about everything they could want. Just don't want to give up any free knocks.
FN rolls right next to Geeky. Geeky has an open sight line on one of them, just murders them as they roll down the hill. Geeky needs these points bad. FN is eliminated, and Geeky finding big points when it is needed. Up to 60, right back behind Gen G now.
Yeah, that's massive for them, and if they can take a good fight against Gen G here and knock them down, all of a sudden they're caught up to that 14th place position that is oh so pivotal. And only a couple away from Al-Qadzia, who has some work to do in this circle.
They've got to get in the circle.
Please.
They know it, and it is scary. Furia on the hunt to get to the circle themselves. They're just going to have to run right next to E-Arena, who's not inside the zone yet. They roll right in, but the timing on it's going to be pretty bad. The Expendables are already inside of vehicles right in front of them. Jacob, though, cannot be stopped.
Al-Qadzia taking a bunch of damage, trying to scoot into this circle. They're getting lit up by a couple different teams. It's actually going to be Levante who finds the knock on a Cowboy there. And that should be claimed. Actually, Heather steals it with the bolt, but they're getting lit up every angle. They have no safety in that rock.
People are just rolling right next to Guman. And it's going to be Delwyn after Posa. He has goals. He doesn't even care about the BRDM being down. It's just full turtle mode right now.
That is hilarious. I love the Expendables so much. Just drive at him with the BRDM. Then it flips. Oh well, we got the knock anyway.
We got where we wanted to go. We're center circle, guys. Everything's fine. I just need the rest of you guys to take care of the arena behind us.
All right. Namiga sitting in a nice compound, but yeah, Furia's like, we can at least be safe in it.
It's something, man. Okay, new circle goes a bit Gen G favored. That means the Expendables, E-Arena, Pearl, Guman, Al-Qadzia, and T1 all got to move.
Top 500 को मिलेगा.
Good grenade there from Levante.
मैं तो चाहता हूँ कि आप लोग को भी वो हो जाए, आदत हो जाए.
Hangover. Gizera trying to repair the vehicle, I assume there. And
going forward, सारे टूर्नामेंट में सबको याद दिलाऊंगा मैं.
I don't know what they can do. They have to try to crash Namiga or something, but then you got T1 right out there. No good options.
And with Gen G still having those like couple of hills to work with, they're gonna out-survive them unless some miracle happens.
Yep.
GK just to the south of that, 60 points. They just have to fight up against the Expendables in the zone and then have to maybe take a fight against Gen G. One of the two of those options. They are inside the circle, but doesn't feel good. And Quizzy gets the knock on a bean. Is that the ghost signal? They now know they are right next to Gen G.
Gen G's got to turn the hell around and get everybody on point to shut down this GK push. Is the most important thing, not only in this game, but in the entirety of this event for them right now. They can't get the res. Quizzy actually gets bean. He bleeds out.
Flame has eyes on T1, but has to turn back around. He can't stay focused in. T1 keeps getting closer and closer. Roth for Al-Qadzia also very close to the zone, other side of Namiga, but that puts him pretty close to Guman as well as E-Arena.
GK making some moves. E-Arena wants the end. Guman just chilling.
GK, they did go Gen G sided. This is the play. If they can take down Gen G, they will usurp them on the leaderboard. Issue is, Gen G, do you even know how big of a catastrophe is waiting for you on the other side of that rock?
They know at least that they're close-ish because of those gunshots that just came through. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to do anything about it? That grenade really heavily cooked.
Working with the M249 opens up. He's got the gun that can ruin them right now. Gen G looking around. They can't really get too much vision, though, because the Expendables at range just keep funneling them back down the hill.
T1 shows up right next to Flame. They're trying to figure out where he went. He had to hide to heal. Type kind of suspects that he might have dropped down behind this rock, but he's got a tucked-in position. Going to be tough to find him.
Just Tosi lined up against the other guys from GK right now. He's in a ton of trouble. Just these two members taking on squads all by themselves. Heather takes down Flame. Big problems for Gen G as now GK has the capabilities to stab them. Al-Qadzia goes out. That is big. 66 points, 65, 63. Tosi peaks. He needs to finish them off, but there's just so many people over there.
He just can't quite get the head to reveal itself enough to find the shots. He is so weak, he needs to find somewhere to go. Wow, he dodges a barrage as the Expendables are going to handily deal with E-Arena over on the other side. Keeps the Brits in forth.
Hey, Expendables eyes on Namiga, but it's all on to GK. They look over into the expendables right now. They want more points. Tosi's in trouble, taking more damage. He has nowhere to go. Luckily, the expendables are caught up, looking at what's going on with Namiga, but T1 runs right up on top of him. Heather hits the shot onto Tosi, and Gen G is down.
Well, that is heartbreaking for Gen G. They do take over that 13th spot, so they're ahead of Al-Qadsia on the cut to be removed from PGC. Now GK wants to continue their climb. They've still got 4 players up. It's going to be T1. That's the closest. Everybody else fighting on that other side.
Look, Furia knows. Furia knows. He's got the M249 to pop out with. But that's the only cover that he has to work with. He's got Namiga and the expendables next to him. What do you want from him?
He's just hoping that people forget that you can do that. He's like, you guys fight around me and I'll pull an Arctics here.
65, 7 kills. T1 pretty vulnerable right next to you, but they have to pull away from the angle. They see the expendables make the cross, seeing if maybe they can take down the expendables before they roam over, but that's going to give T1 time for res.
Yeah, T1 there finds a decent grenade to do enough damage to open up that res. Heather needs to hit a banger here. Those are a little bit low. He can't quite get that bolt to connect. Now he's getting pressured by the DMRs of Geekay. Tough spot to be in.
They got to win this fight, and they got to win it fast. Heather at range can provide defense. Raining spots out. Beautiful angle on PWD. That's bad for Geekay off the start. Lots of damage coming out. Diffix at least managed to get a knock in return, but he is the last one up.
What a reposition there from Heather. Type trying to stick the first aid. They're coming right around the corner. He's done. He's dusted.
Finds another point. Every single one matters. Jumps up into 13th. Big plays coming up. Namiga on the other side, though. They're trying to get control of the circle.
There's only one player up for each team right now. There's 3 down for Geekay if they could somehow get these reses. Here comes Gizera.
This is the moment. Big spray goes down. Hello, my bad. Holds it in the end. It's all on Heather. He has to run after Geekay. He gets spotted. Diffx, he's going to go down, but at least managed to get the res on Spyro, who's trying to get his meds back up. Gets on top of the rock. Diffx feeding information. Spyro peeks down, takes him down.
That's huge. Geekay now up to 70 points, up to 13th place. They've climbed out of the basement, and they're looking to get the chicken dinner.
They ain't done yet. Namiga on the other side gets the res. It is tons of GK members all just rolling in, trying to get their reses up. They want the numbers advantage in this firefight, but they are walking in blind to a circle.
There's literally no utility that I can see. Okay, a couple frags here for Hello My Bad. Our graphic up at the top does not. It's just too flustered from the chaos. So a few frags there. The level 3. Yes, an AWM too.
Oh, with high ground. GK, they've managed to rally, but they are weakened. They did hear the car. Gedrock's position so sneaky in the rocks. Hello, my bad on the other side. They have a crossfire, but GK on a absolute rampage right now. And at the time that they needed it, of all times, GK just surging up the leaderboard.
Just hanging on by a thread. Some big plays from everybody on that team to keep themselves in this. They're in a tricky spot, though. PUBG Global Championship. A little bit of the circle for themselves still, so they can be slow, they can be methodical, and that's what they're doing. They're throwing out all the util that they have in terms of those emergency covers to make sure that they're going to be as safe as possible.
But the issue is they're running into a funnel with Gedrox behind them. Hello, my bad just has to stay alive. He just has to keep moving around, being a distraction, forcing GK to look. But GK, remember, they heard the car a moment ago. They know that somebody is very, very close to them.
Yeah, he's got to move, though. Circle's going to be closing on him relatively soon, so that angled position that he was going to have is going to not be there anymore. He did at least get the crate, get that level 3 helmet and vest. Quizzy knows Hello My Bad is out there. Might have just seen him. Hello My Bad just moving around, looking for some opportunities. A little bit of damage, or no damage, but just some shots.
Spyro does peek the top section of this, knows where Gedrox is. Focus for GK. They have to send up the hill. Gedrox trying to ruin this. Instant flush. Tries to see if he can open up some angles. Hello, my bad on the other side. Gets a knock. Back down into a 2v2. PWD throws something after Gedrox. But can we see GK fight their way out? They have at least got out of the funnel.
This is such a tough position to be in. There's a tremendous crossfire here. Just a great push and pull from Hello My Bad and Gedrox. The grenade is there. It's close to Quizzy. The blue zone's right on top of him.
Everything just being thrown down onto Quizzy. Good read, steps away from it. PWD, they know that they need to take down Gedrox. That is the danger close threat. Other side of the rock. See if they can get a flash to connect, but you can see no smokes available really to work with on that angle. Hello My Bad has vision for days to defend Gedrox. Gedrox just has to wait, be able to backstab, but GK wants to make this climb so badly. Hello My Bad just throwing anything he's got into the smoke.
You need that smoke to
Gedrox.
go. He's going in.
He runs in. I love this. Take control over the firefight. Deny them out. Gatekeep them as hard as you can.
You need Hello My Bad to hit some good shots on the cover. Smoke's not going to last too much longer. Out in the open, though, that's a one.
Dancing around. Quizzy. He's got to make it. Gets it back to a 1v1. Using the shield for cover. But as come the peaks, in the end, it is going to be Namiga that takes it.
A fantastic 2v4 to take the chicken dinner on Rondo. EMEA versus EMEA. And there you go. Flex those muscles. What a play.
Namiga, massive plays. I love the send across, the cutoff, set up a crossfire, but GK, big game for them when they needed it.
Huge, huge that they win that 4v3 against T1. T1 almost stole that round away from them.
I think that we saw Alcancia move into our bottom three.
You're right.
This is just not stopping today.
Nail biting.
This is wild. I am loving every single second of it, but the stress continues to mount for all of our players.
I mean, I'm loving this format. Just absolutely loving it. The games that we're getting here today are just so spectacular.
Good game.
What do we have left in store for Erangel? It has been back and forth. Top five go on to the grand finals. Bottom three go home. Everybody else, last chance. Erangel to decide it all.
Match 4 नहीं, match 5 आने वाला है Erangel का. उसमें जब टॉप फ्लोर टीम बचेगी तो वोट डालना होगा. सो तैयार रहना. PUBG स्पोर्ट्स में लॉगिन कर लो. ठीक है, न्यूज़ पे क्लिक कर लो. न्यूज़ पे जाके ये रहा स्टेज है डे 3. इस पे पहले तो लॉगिन कर लो. ठीक है, लॉगिन उसी आईडी से करना जिससे तुम्हारा क्राफ्टन अकाउंट लिंक्ड है. लॉगिन करने के बाद यहाँ पे कोड एंटर करना होगा. जब टॉप 4 टीम बची होगी ना तो यहाँ पे कोड एंटर करना है. स्ट्रीम पे आएगा, डाल लेना. तुम्हारी टीम ने ट्राई नहीं किया इस क्वालिफाई करने को. नहीं, हमने ट्राई ही नहीं किया इसमें. भाई बहुत टफ होता है ये लॉबी. यहाँ पे इंडिया की टीम तो हमारे इंडिया की जो टॉप टीम्स है वो खुद क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए. हम लोग कहाँ हैं?
International experience on this team is a 24th place finish at EWC for Levante. Everyone else here for the first time at this level.
स्कोर दिखाएगा और वो दिखाएगा. मैं कुछ खा के आता हूँ, है ना गाइस? टाइम लगेगा. 5 मिनट का ब्रेक होगा इसके बाद.
For a top 5 spot here, top.
Big time.
Wouldn't that was something? Especially now, the wildcard games are all right. You can focus on your true and tested Erangel.
ठीक है गाइस, मैं आता हूँ कुछ खा के.
They were not supposed to win this.
No, they were not.
They were in a 2 versus 1.
आप लोग भी थोड़ा सा ब्रेक लेना तो ले लो क्योंकि Erangel होगा 2 मैच.
Kind of worst timing couldn't have been for both Diffix and Spyro. They pushed 1 by 1.
Yep.
Gedrox had the upper angle advantage with the terrain as well, and they took that 2 versus 4 home. What a fantastic game. I'll say this though, GK also, the amount of kills they're able to take both T1 down. They got 16 points this one here, that's huge. But look at this, this is what I'm talking about. Gedrox, Spyro getting the push first, then Hello My Bad is able to help on Diffix too. So, and then that headshot right there with Hello My Bad getting a 1K clopper here at PGC 2025 for them to put themselves even closer to the top 5 and a direct bid into the grand finals.
Big moves for Namiga, huge game, but again, this also felt like when GK got back up to 4 there, this should have been their game, and if nothing, it shows a symptom of what we've been seeing coming from them this entire event. When they get to that moment where the communication and the perfection is necessary, they're executing as a single person team, or they're making these sort of rushed mistakes and it's just not working out for them. So they get knocked down the 2v2 and it ends up being a very fun end game. But another difficult, challenging match for a lot of our teams out there. Heartbreaking for me to see QAD go out in a rough spot again, and because of this climb by Geeke, possibly out of the bottom 3, this puts QAD in a really dangerous situation.
It does. I mean, they're going to be out of the bottom 3 right now, Geeke with that, and it's going to be even closer. It's going to be close to 4AM as well. 4AM needs to step up. You can see it's going to need to step up here, and Namiga now celebrating. And that's what I love about this format here. When we're walking, talking, with the players walking next to them. You could see smiles, laughs, and the potential hope of a top 5 placement. And then the nerves, the excitement of potentially getting out of that bottom 3 here. 2 tournaments running side by side, potentially here. And with the 22 points for Nemiga, that puts them ever closer and ever deeper into the triple digits total points.
They have to be very, very excited about that. Again, it's one of those things when you come in as a team that's sort of, I think, written off by a lot of people and unexpected to do so well, to have this appearance in the very first group stage is huge.
And remember this. This was 2 more points for kills and 4 more points for placements. A total 6 points that GK lost out on. So let's remember that at the end of the day, if those 6 points difference for a clutch in a 4 versus 2 situation where they potentially should have won it, sure, they didn't have the terrain advantage, but we got to remember those 6 points when we're done with the day.
Also, Expendables walking away with 14 points. Calm down, guys. You've qualified. You don't have to keep doing this to the lobby as they extend their lead to a good 155. Now let's take a look at the bubbles, though, because that's what matters most. E-Arena, DN Freaks at 105-110. Orchid and now Nemiga at 1-0-2. So 2 teams both barking at E-Arena, looking to get that takeover.
All right, question here for you, Steve. Freaks 110, E-Arena 1-5, Orchid and Nemiga 1-2-1. Are we talking, is it 4 teams, or are we still counting FN Pocheon and Furia in as well? They're in a, it's 14
Okay, so
points
I'll
for
answer your
Furia
question.
only.
Furia, no. FN Pocheon, yes. Here's why. Furia is a consistent team that gets average numbers per game. I don't think they hit that big one.
Yes.
If FN Pocheon catches a good circle grouping and Rex is feeling good, they could have a massive pop-off here on a Wrangle and make that push-up. The bottom is my big worry right now. Gen G at 66. Alcatsia at 66. JDG, I'm sorry, you're pretty much done unless something crazy happens. 4 Angry Men at 71 and Geeke now at 72. Those points you brought up, that 6-point swing for Geeke is still a very scary moment as we get ready to head to a Wrangle. And what worries me more is of those 4 teams, it's hunting season. If anybody else does not want them in the grand finals lobby, i.e. possibly 4 a.m., look for T1 to cause some trouble for them in that Yasnaya drop, and others could be at risk as well.
With 2 bad games for anyone on the 76 points or below, you could be caught. You just saw Geeke have a massive game. You just saw Gen G have a pretty good day. You just saw T1 have a fantastic day here. So yes, if you're 76 and below, you gotta step up. You gotta have your averages, or you gotta salvage your bad games, or you gotta go out and win one.
You gotta go out and make it happen. When we come back in a few minutes, it's time for the grassy pastures in the last 2 games of the day. 5 go to the grand finals, 3 go home, so don't go anywhere. This is PUBG.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
And at long last, I got the one I've been waiting for. With steady hands, I crafted amazing furniture in no time. Down the wide, open road, I raced faster than everyone else. For the very first time, I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. and adventure in every direction.
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale, we are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage. Starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale, each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions, coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
Whoa, hello. We're here.
You ready, my friend? Because man, oh man, this is going to be crazy. Everything's still on the table. This is Battle Royale at its peak. People playing for survival and also playing for that beautiful chicken dinner.
It's crazy. I mean, there are so many different worlds that are going to be unfolding in front of us on these next two maps on Erangel to close out Group A. It's still wild, like the desk was talking about. 76 points. There are teams at 76. Right now, the cutoff is 66. So that's 10 points. There's a crazy amount of different ways that can shake out down on the bottom. And at the top, it's just as wild. There's a couple teams at 102 compared to eArena's 105. I mean,
it's just neck and neck everywhere. And it's unrelenting. While we have these two behemoths in the Expendables and Twisted up on top, just waiting to pounce and find their home, because Erangel is just where we see so many big plays come out from both of those teams. Anything that they manage to steal away from everybody that's in the hunt just makes it that much tighter.
Guys.
All right, let's get into it. Erangel.
Hot drop time?
I have no idea. Maybe. Can
4
AM afford to?
I don't know.
T1's in. They're good to go. I'm pretty sure.
This is just so many different moving factors right now to stay on top of keep consistently letting you know what's going on, who's popping off, who has the moment, who has the momentum.
I have no idea.
Right now, the Expendables on Erangel feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good on this map. Well, they're pretty good on every map, as it turns out. And yeah, Perfectic's doing a good job. Heather, he's been devastating in those hot drop fights at Yaz. So that's kind of where I'm looking. 4AM still in the plane. So T1 is going to have Yaz to themselves. I think that is 100% the right play here for 4AM.
I mean, I don't blame them. They're playing for their livelihood right now. Surrender Yaz.
Scoreboard क्या था मैं देखा नहीं.
Another day.
मैं देख नहीं पाया. Overall score अच्छा दिखाएगा तो अभी.
They're so dominant, these hot drops.
Yeah. I mean, they're one of the best hot dropping teams we've ever seen. You know, 17 used to be the kings of hot drops.
Respect to Kowsey. I mean, dude is popping off on Aaron Go.
He's pretty good. He's having a tremendous event. Him and all of Furia are.
I mean, Furia is, I feel bad because they're really having some big moments, but they're just getting lost in the sauce of all of this craziness that's happening inside of this lobby.
Well, they're finding their moments to get their points. Like, they're always out there on the edge having good opportunities, and we're going north.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. This is kind of a 50-50 circle, right?
Yep, it is.
So now you've got to make a gamble in the second to last game on what you think.
Well, with the way the circles have been today,
River,
I don't know if anything's safe. I mean, it could be 50-50 all the way to phase 3. And
the way these circles are going, it's just going to end at Yaz Lake.
There we go.
I mean, sure, why not? Yeah.
It's made for unbelievably entertaining games because obviously the points are just so precious. And when you have those hard shifts and you have to take those fights, it's all coming down to that individual skill. That
LMG ने जो chicken निकाला, जिसके वजह से they can reach top 5 directly. अगर वो दोनों मैच में अच्छा खेलते हैं तो.
Performance. Namiga
Good.
is looking so
GK को कंटिन्यू करना अच्छा खेलना ताकि वो
top go directly to the grand finals.
They could.
मतलब bottom 3 में ना जाए.
One of those moments where, except for the Expendables, nobody can risk dying early. Twisted still having to fight up against, because you know Twisted and their pride does not want to let T1 ahead of them. Then you still have the Freaks. Yeah, they're at 110, but there's still 2 squads at 102 that aren't in the top 5 yet.
It's bonkers. That's absolutely insane. I mean, this is why we were so stoked about this group. There were so many heavy hitters in here, and a couple of teams are surprising with how good they've been. You know, Namiga and Orchid in particular, you know, we had hopes for them, but not this high.
I mean, 4 Angry Men at 71 points right now. GK, after that last big rally coming up from them, just 1 point ahead. FN Ponchon, they have this idea, and this idea is, Men, we don't want to deal with you. We want to send you out of here. We want you on the end of the day.
Oh, it's brutal. They go for something a little bit different. They go for a spread drop, and FN is like, yeah, cool. We need these points too, because who knows? FN gets another chicken dinner, and they could find themselves in that conversation for that top 5. So every point so precious from the rest of this way, you know, from this moment on.
I know it sounds dumb, but it's just 2 squad wipes, and they're suddenly just right back in with Namiga and Orchid. This has just been so nuts to look at. And the looming threat of the Expendables already in a good position inside the circle. They've got eyes pretty close to JDG. Namiga's going to be pretty close to JDG as well. Al-Qadsia, who opted into going to Zarki, they're going to be wrapping into the circle into the north. A lot of our teams are positioning to play in the north, but the Freaks actually doing a 2-2 split, a 2-1-1 north and south of the river.
Yeah, the Freaks here in a decent position to kind of weather the craziness of a potential hard shift or something. But let's hear from Rex from FN on their win.
FN Paushan with Rex over here. So I would like to congrats to you with your chicken there once again. But your performance haven't been ideal on day 1 and day 2 as well. So I would like to ask you what went wrong. And you think today you believe you can climb back to top 5?
네, 일단 세 번째 매치 치킨 너무 축하드립니다. 1일차 이후로 조금 아쉬운 모습을 보여주셨는데 무엇이 잘못됐다고 생각하시나요? 그리고 오늘 다시 탑5 안에 들어갈 수 있다고 생각하시나요?
일단 1일차 때 잘했던 생각을 잊고 2일차에 임했어야 됐는데 그러지 못한 게 좀 아쉽고 3일차에는 좀 새롭게 리마인드하고 잘해야겠다는 생각하면서 오늘 탑5 안에 들 생각하고 게임하고 있습니다.
I can say we can definitely get back into top 5, and we were supposed to fresh our mindset again, like after day 1. So I think that's the point. So we're refixing our mindset today.
All right, so there's still time. Let's cheer for FN Paushan.
Rex taking out his frustration on this US.
अबे नहीं.
The blue chip.
Blue chip उड़ा रहे हैं.
Deny 4 AM. That's
a message.
That is a message.
They're
not playing around.
No opportunity for you. And I mean, 4 angry men so close, yet so far.
Blue chip गया उसका बेचारे का. अरे मैंने sound नहीं दिया है. Sorry, my bad.
For them, and they're all the way down to the south, man. All the way away from the circle.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where you hope you find the emergency pickup. Maybe depends on how you want to play it, I suppose.
Well, it looks like they're trying to position to go on the ferry.
P90.
Take the ferry across and then take that into the circle. I don't know.
They should have plenty of vehicles. I think that would be the thought. My assumption is that they're just going to wait and they're going to loot and then make a late maneuver. Speaking of emergency pickups, T1 has an extra, but they are going to grab a P90 here for Ian, who has been just unbelievable for T1 throughout this group stage. He's the biggest part in terms of their kills, of why they're here. He's got a P90 to back it up. But, oh, by the way, he's the IGL.
Oh, yeah. No big deal.
Yeah.
Just calling all the shots. Well, hey, look, it's easy to get kills when you make everybody else set you up for the kills, right?
That's what it is, yeah. Gen G and a glider. Do not see that every day. Orca likes to be the scout for Gen G.
When you're in that spot, whatever. I don't necessarily fault anybody for doing some change-ups to try to find something to work at this stage, because this is scary, scary business for Gen G. Tied with Alcadzia right now. Alcadzia more comfortable in the circle for now, but again, this could go so many different ways.
Yeah, I like this for Gen G because they know that they're going to be in a position where there's going to be a lot of teams clustered around the river, and if they need to make a move to get north, if there is that shift up in that direction, they need to know where their opportunities are going to be. They're going to need to keep track of when the other teams are moving in front of them so they can make their moves. So I really like the glider in this scenario for them.
You're in a wide wrap around Yasnaya, pretty open the whole way. Even if they end up in the Stalber foothills, no lanes open, all the warehouses just to the north of that, A-OK. Orchid feeling pretty good. Got themselves some toys to play with, as maybe 5th might not be so far away with a BRDM.
Yeah, that's a huge early pickup. I mean, this is absolutely one of those things that could make a difference. You have to be very careful with how you use the BRDM, as we've seen. Like, teams are starting to figure things out. One of the other adjustments you have, obviously, you have the Panzers, but M249s are actually pretty good about dealing with BRDMs. And normally you think you can drive around a bit and you can expose yourself briefly and they dump a clip in you, but an M249 is like 3 clips of a gun.
In competitive, most of our teams are using them in the mid circles to kind of scout, right? That means that they're pretty much done by the time we get into the later stages of the game. If you can keep a BRDM healthy and manage to make it in those last couple of circles, oh boy, yeah, it's super oppressive there, because most of the Panzerfaust, the nades, all that other stuff's gone. People don't have really the ammo even with the M249. The issue is getting it to that stage, because I've never seen a lobby turn as fast as whenever a BRDM shows up, because everybody is suddenly friends to take it out.
Yeah, it's become kind of a mutually assured destruction agreement that if there's a BRDM there, you shoot it, because most likely they're going to have a repair kit as well, but there's only 3 charges in that, so there's only so many times they can keep that BRDM alive, and if you just keep lighting it up, eventually you're just going to nullify the difficulties and the problems that creates.
In a vulnerable spot outside. Oh,
he's okay. He can pull the shoot.
Okay.
No problem.
It's fine.
It's fine. It looks dangerous, as it always does when you're dropping from the air, but no problems at all here for Gen G. But it sucks a bit that they're going to lose that glider, I think, right now, because Phase 1 hasn't even collapsed. So they're not going to have that ability, like I was talking about earlier, to figure out what's going on if there is hard shifts.
I don't necessarily fault that, right? They're not necessarily a glider squad. Use it early to get an idea of what's going on around them. Now they're going to go ahead and go back to their tried and true style of rotation. So
it's still right on the river.
50-50 river.
Buckle up.
I guess this is the way we're looking at it. These little mini bridges could be a catalyst for a couple of firefights, but not at this stage. The Expendables thinks it's going north, so they're going to wrap closer to Everest. They were playing that a moment ago. FN making their rotate pretty close to Furia. This is going to be outside in the blue zone, so FN should be fine. They'll probably go for a northern wrap as well. T1's holding the bridge coming out of Yasnaya. Sharper has gotten closer to Twisted. Twisted's going to go for a regroup closer to Rajat.
I really like what Al-Qadsia did there. Just put one up in their emergency pickup to see what was going on, find something a little bit closer to the edge, or away from the edge, I should say, that they can move towards. This circle's still very likely to end up going north. Doesn't have to, but that seems to be the direction it wants to go. 4 Angry Men is taking a ferry of their own, as FN had opted for vehicles, but as Al-Qadsia, the one team you don't want to see roaming around your flanks.
This is hard to push into, though, even for the Expendables, right? Whenever we look at the wreckage for the plane, there's so many sneaky little angles that people can be at. The Expendables have multiple people that have jumped out of the vehicle, so they're thinking about going for it, but this feels not good on either side.
I mean, they're playing with house money here, Matt. Like,
yeah.
They're into the grand finals. They can do whatever the heck they want. If they just want to go for fights, just kind of practice some things. Maybe, this isn't a situation that they have a ton of experience with, is, going for fights onto this crashed airplane because of what you're talking about. It can be tough.
Delwyn did go further north, so it looks like he's trying to see what's going on around shooting range. I think that this might be a temporary stop-off. Yeah, see, Glory's going to hop in vehicles. This was just if nothing else is better, we'll go this route.
If you find the opportunity.
Yeah, and they didn't necessarily like that. They're going to wrap shooting range side. That's going to put them pretty close to, of all teams, another one in the hunt, GK.
GK, they are into 12th. They're 2 spots above, but they're only 1 point ahead of 4 a.m.
GK
6 points.
At the Expendables.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work out the best for you, because now they are going to want something back for it. GK looks like they're going to go up the hillside to just try to get away from it. Irina is making the wrap on the other side of GK down in the south. It's going to be T1 that's taking the pot shots at them. Irina doesn't have any good stop-off points.
Are they going to crash Nemiga?
Maybe.
That's about maybe the only thing that's in the area in terms of hard cover. Otherwise, you got to take some open space on the hills.
The top of the hill is okay.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world for sure. The hill above shooting range is definitely playable, but you're always kind of worried. You always have to have those eyes in the back of your head. It's not the most comfortable spot in this circle, I'll say that.
I mean, vehicle fortification, hope it goes north. Wing and a prayer and a dream for Irina on this point. The Expendables have managed to bully away GK onto shooting range, so it is going to be Spyro that's taking some shots at them, but hasn't gotten a knock or anything else like that just quite yet. Irina does have those friends close in Nemiga that we were talking about a moment ago. Orchid's also going to be regrouping probably around Ruins, I'm assuming. Where's this new circle going to go, Paper?
And
it is going Roshan.
Oh, my goodness. This is madness.
Abhi 50-50.
He did Rex dirty there.
I mean, every point they can get right now is big. And is he going to go on the hunt for it? The rest of GK actually just surging in back behind this. They know that the rest of FN's probably going to rally, and they want to make sure that their support. GK is a bit behind this. Expendables are hopping in vehicles at roughly the same time. They might opt into third party. That could be bad for GK because that will put the Expendables right on their flank behind them.
All right, let's see what FN can do. It's been slowed up enough here that you get Spyro, you get Diffix in. They're going to let loose with the grenade barrage. They need to get as many as they can. Rex is going to be flushed.
Expendables pass merrily on their way. Breakers looks like he's moving to the outside. Oh, no, that is Red. So many nades laying next to him, but he's managed to survive for now. New nade follows up. Spyro gets the knock.
This is disaster for FN and just great for GK. They're just going to go for these flushes as quickly as they can.
Though.
Yeah, Star-Lord.
Oh, the aim was not there. GK finding more and more points. They want separation away from that bottom three bad, and they are taking it to FN.
This is huge. Should be into that last stage. And that is going to be FN out very, very early.
But
4 a.m. Oh, they're spinning.
Here's the problem. GK is late to the circle. Like, real late to the
No, you're absolutely correct. But that might actually work in their favor because everyone else is already making these rotates. 4 a.m. is just, this game is just going from bad to worse for them. They try to dive in towards the hills in between Boatyard and Razak, and they're getting sliced and diced.
Yeah, JDG is trying to go along Boatyard. This is bad. Irina going for an emergency pickup. I have no idea where they're going to opt into going. Nobody's playing north, so that's kind of a no man's land, except for an Amiga right now. GK's called their emergency pickup, it's just going to be bold dropping. Do you go Rozhok? Do you go Boatyard? I mean, you can kind of go Badlands. None of that's going to feel too good. Al-Qadsiya is not even in the circle right now. They're just roaming around down to the south. That could put them close to Gen.G and Orchid. The Expendables roaming in. They're going to be pretty close to Sharper, but I think that they're going to be sending it right into Rozhok. T1 as well as Twisted, and maybe even the Freaks could take shots. But no, the Expendables actually go south, the other side of it.
Okay. There was a Panzer ready for Lil Ghost, but Xiao Bei's got an angle on the other side of the street. People are falling here for the Expendables. EA gonna lose a player. Things going crazy there. Jacob doing a lot of the heavy lifting again for EA.
And the Expendables are in a hard to rally point because if you pop up, there's just so many vulnerabilities at angles high. They're gonna go down. The Expendables, the monster looming at the top of the leaderboard is out early, so now everything's on the table.
For sure. That wild card team in this lobby that could just do whatever they please isn't going to be a threat anymore. Al-Qadsiya going to opt to take the dip around the hook of the mountain there. Oh my God.
Okay, Al-Qadsiya centered up. That's good. Geekay just emergency pickup. Dropping right into 17. 2 members down already for Geekay. That's terrible. 1 still up in the air. Takes a ton of damage. Is this how Geekay loses it out of all the ways? PWD just trying to make landfall.
Not going to happen. Shut down there by Boostic.
Just Diffx.
That's unbelievable. Diffx at least gets to the ground. That's something, but it's not much.
Oh, man, with 17 all surrounding. That did open up more of an opportunity for JDG to regroup. Namika's just going to go for the higher section of Rozhok, so there's something to be had for them right now. Gen.G down in the south still going to have Orchid very, very close.
Gen.G, I seem to remember them winning a game from about the same position. Maybe that was at PGS 10. Can't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure it was in Malaysia, but they played this very, very well previously, so kind of. Oh my God, Diffx! That grenade was perfect.
Charges across. He's got to be careful. Peeks around the other side. That timing for it was amazing. Diffx gets 1, should get 2. Every point matters right now.
Now they're at a Sharper. I mean, they're looking like they're just fine to go to last. Unbelievable. Gen.G loses Orca though. Look at this position. Of course, it's Orchid who gets Orca. And things for Gen.G all of a sudden not looking great. Now it is Geekay out, but not before they do 17 dirty.
Sharper right on the edge of the zone to the east. 4 angry men.
One Boostic.
Still just trying to figure out how exactly they want to handle the situation that's going to be around them with Tongmu. Just kind of hunkered down all by his lonesome. QAD so close. Kind of Gen.G. You can see in trouble, duress, Fury on one side, Orchid on the other. Sharper just says send it. We've got nothing else that we can go for, but it's going to be Twisted on the other side of it. How prepared is Twisted for it? Peeks around on one side. Big firefight between the two. J-Knight already down.
Yeah, Earth wants to try to get somewhere where he can heal. At least going to claim 1. J-Knight gone. Thunder's down. Grenade for Escaluzia, and it's perfect! Right onto Perfectix.
Sneaks away. Narrowly getting away from that. Other side of it, Batulin steps around, gets it down, and flush real quick. It's just going to be the 2 of them looking down. Earth Zipuli all by his lonesome in between 2 members of Twisted on the high ground. E-Arena can't get too involved. They're in too much trouble.
This is a nice spot for Batu. He's able to heal up on the inside there. Oh, Heaven rolls in and he just gets dusted by example. 17 gone to JDG off screen.
While that was happening, 4 angry men also went down. So this is starting to get dicier. The 3 teams at the bottom with an opportunity to climb. Sharper in a ton of trouble. Got the Panzerfaust. Is the angle going to be good? It's so brave to go for it at this point. Actually goes for the flash. Goes to open the door. Doesn't go for it just quite yet. Still just trying to use the windows. Example, got a Panzerfaust on the other side. Does he know where to send it? He hears the footsteps. It's a Panzerfaust duel between the 2. 1 goes wide and Example survives.
Oh, that's brutal for Earth. He's in trouble. He's trying to hunt down Batu. Batu's got the door for cover, and he's got Earth gone. Sharper out in 11th.
79 points. Where are they in that? Still 1 more game. Al-Qadsiya, Gen.G, JDG, what do you got in the tank? Gen.G looking at Orchid. They want some points. They need them so badly. The circle has even abandoned them.
They need to figure out a way to deal with this quickly. I mean, they've got the crossfire set up with Flame. They're doing a little bit of damage here and there, but nothing substantial. Gonna have to try to catch Team Orchid, I guess, when they're crossing this little plateau in front of them or something. Trying to go for a timing on the grenade here for Tosi. It's really well thrown!
Oh, big knock at a big moment. Gen.G, how fast? Do you go for these kills? Do you go for the circle? What option is ahead of you? Nades, roll out, don't quite connect the same way.
Oh, they needed that follow-up. They needed to get the flush at the very least, prevent these reses. Now they're expecting them to be in those smokes already, but they're a little too early. Orchid waiting for that res to come through.
Don't forget, Orchid wants top 5. Just 4 points away from it. They're under duress. They're just going to send it in, realizing that it's Gen.G. Opposing side, Arctics gets enough shots to open it up for Lurix. He looks down, gets the knock on Tosi. Gen.G running to the hillside. No options, tries to go for a vehicle. No escape. Orchid gets it.
That's devastating for Gen.G. That's going to keep them down into the bottom 3. Still 1 point behind Alcadzia, who's hanging on right now, but they're taking some damage in the middle of the circle. Opan's chilling. He's got a Panzer behind that AUG as well. Anybody who comes up on that hill is in for an unpleasant surprise.
He has to stay alive, but all of Furia running into that point, it just feels like it's just a matter of time before he goes down. Orchid gets themselves a position in the lower section of the Badlands. Opan's down and out. So that is going to shift Arena out of the top 5.
Unbelievable. Orchid there taking such a nice fight against Gen.G has put themselves in position to go straight to the grand finals.
Uh-oh. This is big. We got Alcadzia in that dip that they've been holding down. JDG wants a piece of it. These two guys in the bottom 3 right now. Whoever can survive it will be in so much better of a position, but it's just going to be on JDG to roll the nades down right on top of Alcadzia.
Alcadzia needs some kind of response. They lost a player to a blown-up car, and that's going to be the flush onto Cowboy. He's out of the equation, and here comes the barrage. They are getting beat up, or Alcadzia down to low health. Right through the volley, it's perfect!
Lands in the exact spot to cut off any angle. Alcadzia in so much trouble.
Thank you,
just
Batman.
1 member up, and everybody from JDG keeps speaking at the top, but it's going to be Namiga taking shots, seeing if they can contain anything at range, and JDG keeps having to step away from the angle.
There's a P90 here as well. By the way, off-screen, Furia crashed into Orchid, dropped them down to just 1 player alive, but only 2 for Furia. Up on top, done is Roth, done are Alcadzia, and they remain on the cut.
JDG at 48 points needs the big game. Kraken just drives over and says hello. I know you're over there. Everything's fine. Oh, Lurix, no. Not like this, Orchid. Now Kraken has a new idea. He's like, oh, there's just 1 of you left? Oh, but jumps out. Lurix steals it.
What has he done?
He's just ruined Furia's day is what he's done.
He got out too soon.
Oh, Lurix. Okay, can you even get in the zone? JDG is now taking shots down into Furia. Lurix finally goes down.
Oh, example right there to collect Furia bodies.
Okay,
he's gonna do
example.
Just
Thank
that.
you
Kawazi
for the
gone.
point.
Furia went for the big play. They knew that if they could knock out Orchid, they'd give themselves an even better chance of maybe getting into that top 5. I respect the heck out of it. Just a little bit of a mistake there to get out of that vehicle cost them.
Big opportunity for Namiga, sitting in 7th, but it is not far. Orchid down, E-Arena down, 105. They only need one squad wipe, and then they're there. They're in the top 5. They've got control over the north right now. They don't have a lot of compounds, really. They just got this outer wall, and they've got T1 down below them.
Can you imagine Namiga goes back-to-back here, and all of a sudden they're in the top 5? That'd be absolutely amazing. A couple bolts for T1, reigning type, both sitting on Car 98s. Posa just trying to chew through, just trying to get as far into this as he can for placements, just hoping that somehow, some way, maybe there's a few extra first aids to scoop up. He's still got a few, but phase 6 blue is very painful.
And I mean, even then, he's got so far to go. Twisted example still on the hunt for points over here, so Posa, once he reveals himself, could be in some trouble. JDG taking down Alcadzia, now has this hillside to play with. It's so strong as a position for right now. That kind of puts T1, Freaks, Namiga all on top of each other, but Namiga kind of likes that because that means that there's more points viable and position. This is going to be really weird.
Yeah, Post is just dead here. He is
Late
out of it. His example. And Twisted, once again, scuffling. Decent grenade, but just goes far enough. Catch a half damage. Example, switches to the 3x.
Circle moves to the no man's land. Example, up the hillside. Posa finally goes down. The duo for Twisted trying to keep back the trio from JDG. Spaceman still across the road. So this is an open circle with a road running right in the middle of it. Not a lot of cover. So the squads that have been in Rozhok itself probably feeling much better because they have some smokes, things that can maybe get them into the next stage.
It's going to come down to maybe if JDG can get out of this fight with Twisted unscathed, and who comes out of Rozhok with the best situation in terms of number of players left. Example, still continuing to kind of be not aggressive, but, you know, keeping JDG at arm's length. They're scared of this, our JDG. They don't want to overcommit. They know that they need this chicken dinner badly.
Okay, Amiga, you've got to make the cross. They take the shots into Twisted. It's going to open up more for JDG. JDG, if you could take down Twisted, there are hopes, there are dreams. There is potential of getting out of this and getting out of the bottom 3. It is a big task, 18 points. But there are still a lot of points left on this game, and really it's just Twisted next to them. That's all they have to worry about.
Yeah, and they're, I think, making the wise decision here to let Twisted fight the other squads that are still in Rozhok, and they're just going to take full control over the western side as best they can. Players going down here. Heather's gone. Easy cleanup there. As now Example starting to shoot an Amiga, but he's going to get knocked in return.
It's just kind of jockeying for control over a very open circle right now. JDG has a smidgen of a hill that they can play, and they're trying to use that, peppering in shots onto the Freaks. The Freaks eyes up into T1 with the shots that JDG is taking at the Freaks. Type runs across the road. He's thinking if maybe he can get into a flanked angle to destroy the Freaks.
And Amiga just needs to get a little bit further in this game, and they're going to be up into that 5th place spot. They're going to take over Orchid's position. It's T1. Only 2 trying to use this hillside edge. Has a folding shield as well, but that's looking pretty troublesome, especially with this grenade. Oh my God, Type. That could be really good. Oh, so close.
Follow-up nade. Does he read it right? Does he assume that they're playing this side? Spaceman, though! Spaceman hits the shot onto Type at the biggest moment possible. That's going to force Raining to figure out if he wants to cross or not. Namiga, playing in the north, now has open sight lines onto JDG.
That was a gift for the Freaks, because Type was about to really do some serious damage to them. Mike got a couple of different knocks. Human wants him dead, but can't. It's Leosh with a mutant from afar. Actually going to get him, and that's going to be a cleanup there for Spaceman. It looks like, oh, he ran out of bullets.
And the Freaks keep trying to go for this peak, but they can't. Every single time they go for it, it gets punished on the other side by JDG and Namiga both. Somehow the Freaks are clinging to life, but JDG wants all of these points. The climb continues at 55 now.
But it was Leosh who got 2 of them with a mutant again. Well, they were trying to get back to safety, and Spaceman's looking to see if he could steal some. Not going to happen. JDG just trying to flex their muscles. Namiga back up to 4. Looked a little precarious for them. Batu hit some good Dragunov shots, but they're continuing on in this.
A bit wild. Doesn't go exactly where they want it to. Spaceman loses his cover. That's bad. He's just got to drop down to his belly. Namiga has to firefight their way into the circle against JDG, who has a couple of cover pieces to play from. Spaceman just says, nothing left. I'm just going to run in. Nade's running it back behind him, right on top of the smoke. It's the only thing that's keeping him alive right now.
This has gotten crazy now. The Freaks could get surpassed here by Namiga. Spaceman, he should just be dead, you would think. He's prone down. There's a grenade right by him. Doesn't matter. Gedrock's good with the M249. The flush quick to follow. Cold gets a knock onto Salute. The Freaks are down to their last player.
Namiga, control of the north. DL still alive for the Freaks, and JDG right along this hill. It's been providing them cover for so long, but you have to assume it's now starting to become its own problem. They're having to walk down into just completely open territory. The Freaks player just trying to get into the circle and does manage to do it just barely.
Yeah, DL there. Nice positioning of that car. Got it to stop on the hillside. Namiga going for the pressure. They want the win.
I like it. Respect, aggression, runs across, realizing opportunity, hold down 5th. If they can get more, if they can get the Freaks out, they get more space to play from. They just have to be cautious. December 12th, spots out Hello My Bad, gets the knock onto him.
Yeah, DL, if he has any hope in this, needs this fight to kick off hot and heavy so he can find a way in, because he is stuck on the very edge of the circle, has to make a move and is shut right down. The Pans are right there to trade out the P90.
Namiga down to just 2. JDG wants to go for the res. Gedrock not going to find the angle close enough to work with. It's all JDG coming up the moment that they need it.
Unbelievable stuff here from JDG. What tenacity they're showing in what looked like a certainty that they were not going to be getting out of this. They were going to be done here at PGC. They get a chicken dinner at the 11th hour.
Nobody is going quietly into the night. Every single firefight bigger than the last one is the top 5 now changing up back and forth, the bottom 3 now changing up, and a big game from JDG just makes all of this insane. Absolutely insane.
This last game is shaping up to be so intense. Every fight so important.
चिकन तो निकाला बोलेगा बॉटम आए तो क्या हुआ चिकन तो निकाले बोलेगा.
So awesome the way that today has been shaping up, the way the games have been going, top notch.
This is one of those days when players are going to think back and think about how they could have played anything different.
हमने भी हाँ देख रहे हो हमने भी निकाला तो
every year is defined by unexpected results and big consequences, and it's no different in the group stages. It's a JDG, a team that we essentially had written off with so many as headed home to China at the end of today may no longer be so. That is probably one of the most important victories in terms of survival that we may have ever seen.
I said they needed 2 miraculous wins. Here's one of them,
yes.
And we got one more game to go. Can they do it? It could be possible. I'll say this though, GK is trying their damn hardest to get out of that bottom 3. Alcatsia, they had the winning spot, but they let it go. That southern side opened the door for JDG to take control of that western hill. That is very unfortunate for them.
Orchid be top 5.
Did not resist this push
6 pe hogi
from Orchid. That was way too hard for them as well. And those bottom 3 teams trying to chase,
7
man, that was insane. And yeah, now with JDG, it's making it ever harder for the other teams to try to escape that bottom 3, try to escape the tickets of doom to the airport tomorrow.
Well, I think there was that big moment. Was it JDG that pushed up on QAD?
Yes.
Yeah, and that was that moment, right, where QAD held in their hands their potential fate, pushing JDG down and holding that spot, and they just got taken apart. JDG, take nothing away from them at this point. They've proven that they just needed time to awaken. The question is, and it is a very big question, was it too little too late? Because there is only 1 game left to play, and when we finish, 3 teams will head to the airport, 5 teams will head to the grand final, and it is a lot closer on that bubble for some of these teams than I expected it to be, Martin. It is very, very close.
PUBG Sports.
Some insane games here today, and I don't know what
PUBG Sports.
Most exciting for me is that we have these 2 moving goalposts.
Yes.
The top 5 and the bottom 3 at the same time. And you can see, again, the players' excitement of already being there, potential excitement of getting into that top 5, and the worry and the heartbreak on the faces of teams. And Alcatsia here, they're realizing, you know what, this could have been our game. This could have been our double-digit game win.
You know, it's one of those things where you dream of having family come out and watch you play in the grand finals. You dream of getting to that position, and to see it slipping away 1 point at a time is absolutely soul-crushing. But all you can say is everyone has a chance. JDG came in here with almost no chance of pushing forward, and here they are. 25 points, one of the biggest wins of the entire group stages at a moment when it had to be massive. But it's not just them. Namiga, another team with almost no expectations coming into this event, is absolutely playing out of their mind. They put 12 more points on the board and should now be in that top 5.
Yeah, what a great spot for them. And honestly, I didn't expect them to be able to get out of the city and have that much control. They have their Doritos there. They're causing plenty of smoke to play with. I also expect them to take the win away from JDG here. I really love the push onto this hill.
All right, let's get into the meat and potatoes. If it's in gold, they advance to the grand final. If it's in blue, they advance to the airport. Expendables winning. That is cool for you. Namiga at 114 points.
Arena.
Orchid now at 109. And E-Arena right behind that at 107 on the chase. Those are the teams to keep an eye on when we get back into the match because those top 5 are very important spots. Now, on the bottom, Martin, Alcacia and Genji, and now JDG, all within striking distance of 4 extra men. Tell me, do you think DK is safe or should they be okay?
I think DK is 10 points here. They're going to get their kills this game, so I'm not too worried about them. The big worry for me is for Angrymen, if they do not step up, they're going to get taken over by either Alcacia, Genji, all with this one here, JDG. Imagine the morale boost you're going to have, the confidence you're going to have after a 25-point game. They only had 40 points prior to this. Also, the interesting part for me is Orchid, 5 more points up to Namiga. 7 more points for Arena to get up to Mika as well. Everything is in play, but you have Expendables, Twisted Minds, T1, even potentially Freaks here that could just mess with the rest of the lobby because they're already going to the finals.
Especially when you're talking about 4AM, right? Because 4AM has a very difficult onus. Everyone else is chasing them. There are now 3 teams. If 4AM makes one mistake, if they get hunted one time, if they make one bad rotation, basically, any of those teams can pass them and ruin their dreams.
And look at that. There's a tie on the placement for Angrymen, Gen G, and JDG Esports. So whoever gets the most placement points, if there's a tie in this game here, that's going to push them up and put them ahead here. We're going to follow that throughout the game. Obviously, on the live feed up on the left side. But what an insane set of games here. I think at this point here, I'll say 17 Gaming safe. I don't see 3 teams passing them. Even Sharp, I don't see 3 teams passing them either, man. Kiki, I think so too. Like, they're going to know the same that we know. 1, 2, 3 points is going to be enough.
All right, this is the moment. The final game of Group A. The top 5 teams go straight to the grand final. The bottom 3 teams will see the end of their journey happen right now. It's that moment where we say never leave it to the final. Well, this is the final. It's time for the grassy pastures with your casting duo matchup and paper thin.
PUBG is all about surviving until the end, and we've got 3 squads that will not quit. It comes down to this last game. Who gets in our top 5? Who goes home on a plane tonight? We've got 3 squads that will not go yet.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is so crazy. This can shake out so many different ways. And this plane path is so tricky for these teams to deal with coming into this final game. It has thrown a wrench into the works already. The circles have not been kind. The plane paths have not been kind. It's time for some of these teams to put up or shut up. And we're going to find out which 3 are going home and which 5 are going directly to that grand finals.
Squads at the bottom have all had their big moment coming into this, except for Alcacia. It's just been a slow, steady slide. Can they summon the mental fortitude to find something to jump into that position? JDG, they've got to have the mental. They've got the momentum. They had such a big game, but they can't let it slip through their fingers now.
You're absolutely right. Take a breath. Take a breath. Freak's a little close there because they're going to vie for vehicles, but everybody's going to get one, and they're going to honk and say, yeah, okay.
Playing path, 4 angry men. They're long dropping Diaz Naya.
That's pretty funny. T1 went for their alt drop. Over on the east, over towards Alcacia. E-Arena as well. Another team that's in a position to maybe make a difference, to maybe sit themselves right into that grand finals in front of the home crowd here, who has been behind them the whole way today. I got to tell you, when we came out of the break, the crowd has been chanting EA, EA. And Jacob came up and gave him the old cup behind the ear, like, let me hear it, let me hear it. I loved it.
Oh, 4 angry men. No! Runs right into Sharper. These guys, they're putting the nail in the coffin for 4 angry men if they're not careful.
That can't happen. It can't keep happening to 4AM. You've opened the door again for Alcacia, Gen G, and even JDG now, who are all within 3 points of each other in that bottom 3. Man of the match was cold. What a showing. What a gutsy performance from JDG in that previous game. Keep hope alive.
So in the circle, Al-Qadsia gets early pathing to go pretty much wherever they want. They did opt in sending somebody to Lumberyard. Feeling pretty good. 4 Angry Men went to Yasnaya. Just to the west of the circle itself is where Gen G is going to be at. They have the hardest path to get into the circle. Looking in, Orchid, just 5 points away. They have themselves an opportunity to jump into Namiga. It's been back and forth between them, but Namiga coming out and having a performance like this is just absolutely incredible.
They moved the blue chip. They grabbed it and moved it. Sharper being really cagey. I mean, this is...
Left it next to me.
Yeah,
come and get it.
Yeah, exactly. That's
if you want it, come and claim it.
If you want it, come and get it.
Unbelievable. And it just keeps looking so dire for 4 a.m., but who knows?
They're clinging to life, man. You got to give respect. Those guys are scrappy.
They are. I mean, look, you never know. It's a hope and a dream, a chip and a chair, as you say in poker.
And remember, we're just looking at the top 5 qualifying to grand finals. Uh-oh, Heather. It's fine.
The fence is there.
Yeah.
He might go for a tire? Okay.
Any other cars coming up back?
He's waiting.
That? Yeah, he's waiting for the rest of the tail end.
Did they see him, though, is the real question. Maybe they did, because End is taking a different path. So that's making it a lot harder for Clories.
They're just pulling him in different directions. He doesn't know exactly which way to go. Duck Juice is going to come over here, provide reinforcements going. This has gotten a bit awkward.
I mean, T1 has to know this is the Expendables that's over here, and they want none of that. Oh, crap.
Wait a minute. T1 gets down Duck Juice, but T1 has actually moved into a container around Georgia Pole, where JDG is.
This is, that makes sense. Of course.
Trying to hold him back.
Yeah, they want to stop them. They don't want them to qualify.
Exactly. So T1 is trying to prep up an opportunity to put themselves in a better spot moving into the grand final. But JDG has called an emergency pickup while now T1 is caught fighting the Expendables.
Real question is can Heather do anything about that emergency pickup? I doubt it. It's placed pretty deep into the containers there, so it's unlikely that he's going to have an angle into it. And T1, just couldn't execute on their plan to try to shut JDG out, to remove him from this event. Obviously, they want that.
Heather's running for it. He's getting close. It looks like he spotted the emergency pickup, and
he's driving at it,
moving out to see if he can catch them whenever they launch.
I don't think there's time.
Oh, it's going to be close. The crane could provide a block on it. The crate's all problematic. Timing just not quite there. Can he get the spray he wants? No, narrowly missing him.
Doing some damage, but the higher they go, the faster they go, and the harder it is to hit those shots. They're lighting them up, but nobody's been knocked, and I think they're making their great escape.
Well, now you're jumping blind into the circle that you need to perform the best in, that you probably performed in a while. You got to double up that last game somehow, some way, while landing in no cars, no information.
It's just so intense every moment.
Sharper's just over here like essentially playing Pokemon, throwing down the blue chip, trading it between themselves. Like, who wants to hold on to it?
Yeah, who wants the Pikachu this time?
It's shiny.
It's shiny. Ooh, is it? I hear those are important.
Sharper is now looking like they're defending to the north, expecting 4 Angry Men to come after it. I mean, they're throwing the bait around.
Tough situation for FN. Not that they're okay. It's not very likely that they can get up to that 5th place spot. Trying to cross that bridge over towards Gen G, who's in a position that they need all the points they can get to feel comfortable to make sure they're still alive in this event. Now we're finally going to deal with it.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and finish it out.
Yeah.
That's frustrating. That's got to be so frustrating for 4 a.m.
And on top of that, 4 Angry Men have a red zone on top of them, so it's
just salt in the wound.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? It's just everything that can go wrong.
Welcome back, Duck Juice.
Hey. He's, what's he going to do? Just drop in school or something and just be like, I don't know. Nobody's probably here. Pachinki, nobody's there. 17 left ages ago. Should be fine. JDG.
They drop far side. They're going Lumberyard. Oh, no. Of all places to land, it's going to be right next to Al-Qadsia.
Al-Qadsia, though, very fanned out, so they don't really have an opportunity to get in and punish this directly. There's a bolt in the hands of a JDG player, so you got to be a little careful.
But if one knock happens between either one of these squads, it's just lighting a fire, right?
That's true. That's very, very true. I mean, that could be one of the most important fights of the tournament right there to find out who's actually maybe going to get out. You know, because 4AM is in a spot where unless they can get some points, they probably are going to get bumped out of that bubble position by one of the other teams that's in that bottom 3. If anything kind of happens with them, it's just all up to fate.
Do note, Geekay is not encircled yet either, as we can see them dancing around the crossroads south of Pachinki. The Expendables are going to be just to the north of them. Gen G keeps trying to sneak further and further in. This is a good position to play, provided the circle stays near it. If they have to move again to the north, it is the whole lobby ahead of them, and it is going to be really hard to get out of here.
For sure. And you still have FN waiting to cross the bridge behind you to make matters worse. Yeah. All of that combined definitely puts Gen G in a scary position, to say the least. Geekay cutting right ahead of TE off screen. T1, the Freaks, late coming in. The Freaks still have some work to do, by the way. We haven't talked about them much, but they are not comfortable in that 4th place position.
And they've gone all the way to the coastline next to Lippo and puts them next to who? Of course,
4AM. Yeah.
This is, it's a powder keg.
Hello, Trax.
Nobody is shooting. It is dead silent. In the game, in the arena, no, like, one breath feels like it is just going to cause this whole game to explode.
Yeah, powder keg is the right way to put it. You know, everybody's got those matches, and it's just who's going to let it loose first. Geekay going to get shot at in the back a little bit there. I don't think much will come of that. You know, the Expendables are doing what they normally do, which is kind of circle the wagons around the teams once they get the eyes on them, see if they can find that moment, see if they can find that knock, make a play off the back of that, but not really given the opportunity. And Geekay pretty dug in up there, so not really going to, seemingly for now, make any moves.
T1 is wrapping in north of Yasnaya after leaving Georgia Pole. That's going to put them pretty close to the Freaks, right behind them, actually. Given the fact that the Freaks are running a wide 4-man split, there could be something brewing there. 4 Angry Men, they're just going to play the road right leading into Milta Power, so Tongmu should get rewarded for that, and the circle pops, and we go Milta Power and Lumberyard both.
Something wrong with your device.
Mini Milta ending in that vicinity in quite some time. Oh, no.
You almost got the knock onto a Tongmu.
Dude, the Sharper, they're just tunneled in on 4AM.
Does Sharper want? Somebody right now is yelling "Go, go, go!" And is it Sharper? Is the question?
Is the
no? No, it's Al Qadzia. Of course, it's Al Qadzia. They're running right next to 4 Angry Men. Oh my God, Roth right on top of them, both inside track position. Where are they going to go? Where's their priority?
The Freaks gonna take some shots. Oh, it's Heather. Oh, it's 2 though. 2 though for the Freaks.
Raining just going to be rolling right in top, but takes so much damage, he goes down. The Freaks finding a lot, but Type gets salute.
DL with the Dragunov looking to finish the job there. Type trying to use the coop as best as he can to hide. Tires getting popped, head not revealing itself. The Freaks want to deal with Type, but we know how good he can be in these spots, and they want to get their players back up. Vehicle explodes in front of the downed player. That's going to open up salute. It will be a finish for DL. The Freaks do lose a player. Are they going to go for the revive?
Oh, this is dicey. What? I mean, they do have Lippo that's pretty close to the mansion. Couple of options. The Expendables went north wide, so it looks like they're going to be roaming pretty close to maybe where the Freaks are at. GK, they could be wrapping in right back behind Amiga of all squads. That could be a firefight brewing. Furia over in the west should be pretty comfortable, but really it's about 4 Angry Men, Al Qadzia, Sharper, all getting on top of each other.
JDG is just like, we're in the trenches now. We are in it to win it, to get into that last stage. See what they can do. Amiga watches 17 leave to their south. 17 is continuing to just kind of fan out, figure out what's going on around them, and figure out what's free. The funny thing is there's a couple compounds ahead of them that are actually wide open. Nobody's taken them because everybody on the east side has been busy kind of tracking each other, trying to dissuade each other from going any further forward. Alcatzi actually setting up just outside of Miltimini. 4AM does get into that refinery. So there, look, if the circle ends anywhere near there, 4AM in an okay position potentially.
EK cannot go out early. That is the only recipe for disaster, and they know it. They're playing it as slow as they can. They're going to be next to Amiga and 17 both. It should be noted that Delwyn did call an emergency pickup, just him. So I think he's probably going to be scouting into the circle to see if he can give information to the other members. This is very blind. But Milta almost entirely open. Only 2 members for FN playing it right now. Well, I guess also 2 members for Orchid, kind of.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Milta Power wide open.
Yeah.
Literally no one over there. I mean,
well, I don't blame him. I don't.
Yeah, no. You can kind of work the edge of it sometimes and get into the rocks on the far east side. That's about your only hope. Otherwise, getting out of it sucks. And Twisted is close to it. They've got the blues that are near it.
The Expendables have opted to go west. And who's to the west?
EK.
EK. I think that this is their deciding factor. They're pushing this angle. PWD's playing behind. He's anchor. He does spot this, but it looks like the Expendables are going to be way too close for comfort for GK.
They saw Delwyn coming down. They were tracking that parachute and able to put some serious damage into him. So, Expendables, oh my God. Well, this has just been an insane day.
I mean, Alcazia pretty close to the center. 4 angry men. Is this just going to be that much of a nail-biter that we're getting circles for Gen G, Alcazia, and 4 angry men all?
That's amazing. All 3.
And JDG in there, too.
Yep. That's so good.
Oh, PWD. Big shots when it matters. Delwyn's down. He shifted over here to try to buy some space for the rest of the squad. The rest of the squad hops in vehicles. They sit it. But Tanvu takes down PWD that fast.
Dude, Tanvu, so reliable. The rest of GK showing up to the party, throwing some stuns, but they bounce off the tree. Don't get into the faces of them. Divek's going to try to drive by.
He's got to get the damage. Does get the knock on a Tanvu. Quizzy manages to connect. The Expendables in some trouble on the outside, and GK wants these points bad, but Quizzy goes down.
It's just 1 player left here for the Expendables. I believe it's just Clory's off in the distance. All the players that were on point have gone down one way or another. Clory's just going to do what he can, see if he can find any more kills, any more damage. But for now, GK holds on, but they get 2 big points. That has likely put them out of reach of being sent home. It's just, can they carry on?
This is just crazy. Heads up play from GK. Go back after. Twisted's going to spot out the Freaks right on top. Good exchange between both, but Twisted just got too many firing angles to open this up. Blue on the hunt back behind the entirety of it. But Namiga, they spot this. They're coming down the hillside at the same time. There are a ton of points here for them to grab.
That's what they want. They've already got a knock. That was some fancy shooting from Batu there. Just disgusting. The Freaks, no hope in that situation. They still have Salute out in Milta Power proper, but like we were talking about, that can be a little tricky to navigate at times. Sharper as well, angling down on top of Namiga. They may play spoilers. They may open up the door for Orchid, but Namiga pulling off, wrapping back towards the north.
There's nowhere for Namiga to go. I mean, if they cut straight south, they can play the hillside a bit, maybe dodge some of Twisted firing line. That'll get them into the circle. But while this is happening, JDG and 17 have kind of started fighting against each other up in Lumberyard itself.
Well, that's a big one, but one of the points got stolen. Doesn't matter. JDG still claiming lives here on to 17. 2 kills already. 17 just gone.
That was fast, and those are some big, big points for JDG.
Gen G got one as well. They're tied at 67, 1 point behind Alcazia, and that is 3 points behind 4 AM.
JDG's got to rally. They've got to play the safe. Namiga Fury is going to be next to JDG on one side. GK looks like they're just going to wrap all the way down to the south into Milta itself. Cut in. Clory's is still out in the blue. He's going to be fine. We just center up. Alcazia's got the center, but the problem is they need more. They need kills as well.
Salute's just going to go and try to hide in one of those bunkers. I don't know if he has a key. He can open that door, but Twisted, they're right behind 4 AM. They found a little bit of safety. Now, this is one of the things about the mini power plant here is that it's hard to defend it fully, especially with 3, because there's so many little angles and cheeky maneuvers you can make to get through, and there's all this cover that teams that are going to be approaching you have to work with. You can see it from that angle there. Great shot from our observers to show us what Twisted Minds has to work with to try to make that entry if they so choose onto 4 AM. They're actually sending Perfectix way out as well. JDG still defending this spot.
Fury doesn't want to deal with JDG. Looks like they're just going to kind of shift in a bit further to the south. Well, maybe. They're not getting shot by Gen G.
JDG
I guess they don't have too many more options. Posa now knows it's JDG up here. They just commit. They've got to go for it. They know that there's points big over. Oh, the crossfire set up. Suze up on top. Toasty on the other side. Damage gets the knock on a cold.
That is devastating, though. Furia actually knocked one of their own players in that exchange. They all turned to shoot uphill, and they caught each other. Suze looking for the bolt finish. Not going to get these points, though, our JDG. Some of them are being scooped up by the worst team possible, Gen G.
Pose is just trapped right now, out in the middle of no man's land. Gen G, if he goes that side, finds another point. Bicycle play, time to go, get what you can. Suze trying to defend, gets the kills. They want to make sure that this doesn't go to anybody else. Posa finally goes down. JDG finds more. Alkadzia now in last.
And look at this. It's 3 points from 13th to 16th. That bubble spot has become a knife's edge. Every little moment is going to matter. Every little thing matters. Salute here right in front of Twisted Minds, who have pulled mostly away from 4 a.m.
Vegas taking shots into JDG. Levante has something, but I mean, the way that the windows are set, it's not too good. Least takes out their car. Gloria's also kind of around here at the same time. GK to the south is going to be wrapping in back behind E-Arena.
JDG really beat up now. Yes, they're going to get their reses. Yes, they're in for another circle. But how much further can they go? They've been given some breathing room at the very least. That's not a knock on the Batulans. They're rolling in right behind, and they're rolling right next to Lou. Somebody's got to shoot him. He's so weak.
Lou's like, nah, that's fine. You just keep going. You can have that dip. I don't really want it that bad.
Oh, this is grenade range. You can grenade from the safety of this wall if 4 a.m. wants to. Here we go.
Is going for it. Nade goes a bit wrong.
टाइमिंग के साथ नेड करते हैं यार वो लोग देख रहे हो.
But FN should be
तीसरा नेड भी आ रहा
fine
है. कॉम के साथ नेड करते हैं.
With the way the circles pop, though,
हम लोग को सीखना पड़ेगा guys.
So FN might hop in vehicles, might want to quicken. Rex just has an explosion right behind his head.
This is so tricky for 4 a.m. At this point, they kind of just need kills. Getting out of here is going to be really, really tricky. Lou's like, hey, saw what you guys are doing. Oh, my God, that was so close. Star Ward. Not much health. That one's good.
Oh. And FN down, but that's points that 4 Angry Men cannot steal away.
Yeah, that's actually the biggest problem here as far as who's really profiting off of this. And it's the fact that you're taking these points away. You're keeping 4 a.m. from getting anything so far. Still well away from placement points as well. And Twisted Minds, are they just going to drive at him?
Get what you can get. And so multiple members for Twisted commit right next to, it's going to be a Tongmu and one other. Shin's going to be up to the north. FN Breakers is still alive. GK, they've just got to roam down to the south. It's going to be right next to Orchid. Magori doesn't get the knock that he wants, and GK makes landfall. They've managed to find something in this compound. Lurex spots out Diffex. PWD also down.
Oh, GK. This is huge as well for Orchid.
Oh, no.
If they can find all these points, the car is flipped. Quizzy there, able to at least stay behind it, have some level of safety, wants to get some smokes out. Magori has no intention of letting him do that. Here we go, 4 a.m. getting crushed.
Where can they go? A Tongmu trying to make it into the circle. It's all on to him. It's going to be Sharper at range, getting more and more shots in, and Tongmu drops down. He is inside the safe zone, but just barely.
He's alive. But for how long? Because Twisted's still out there. Breakers trying to play sneaky. Magori letting loose here as Orchid is farming. They are doing a phenomenal job on this defense. They're making life miserable. Spyro alive, but very, very weak. Only one bandage left. No first aids.
Twisted still back behind him. Tongmu in so much trouble on this point. Breakers looks like he's also haunting everybody after 4 Angry Men, and it's just a matter of how much can a Tongmu steal for himself.
Oh, Breakers. He's going for some grenades on a Twisted, but they're getting out of dodge. They're in the vehicles. They're running him down. A Tongmu. Oh, the C4 gets him.
4 Angry Men out. 71 points. I don't think it's going to be enough.
I don't think so either, Matt. I think somebody out of those three is going to get there, maybe all three.
Alkadzia is running a 2-2 split. Sharper runs right next to Twisted. It is a 2v2 on this angle. Some support back behind from the other members of Sharper. Up on top, JDG raining shots into Sharper, slowing down any of their movement.
Sharper, two split. Man, are they going to reinforce? JDG has a bit of an angle into this. They're starting to put shots down. A couple of very important positions. QAD, I think, has a decision make here. I don't know how long you can get away with that 2-2 split at this point, because somebody might have to make a breach on you. And it's a tough decision. It's a tough call to make at this stage in the game.
And while we're looking at survival, we still have eArena with 4 members up. They are just a couple of points away from the top 5, where it is Orchid at 115, Namiga at 114, and them at 107. eArena needs to get in the circle in just 1 second, but Orchid also needs to get in the circle. They at least have a hillside that they can play, but it's vulnerable from where Twisted's at.
The Freaks aren't safe here at 4th place at 122. There's still a lot of teams, 5th, 6th, 7th, that can do enough damage. They might all get ahead of you. As JDG thinking about a move for that Wizard Tower, or maybe the back of the hill. It's a little bit further east. Sharper's going to have an angle on that. They're going to go for the C4. They want to take Namiga out.
This could be the play that secures them the capabilities to at least go to last chance. Roams in. Suze's going to be the guy that sends it. How close is it? Namiga runs. They're trying to get out of the Wizard Tower. Suze spots him though. Leosh down. The explosion. Not enough.
But still, he made a great decision there to wrap around the back. Catches Namiga off guard. That's more points. Genji's getting points out of Orchid. They're stealing them.
Orca is feasting right now, and it is the worst possible moment coming up for JDG.
This is devastating for them. Levante gets the first aid through. He's back up to mostly health. Smoke at the stairs to try to buy more time. Genji continues to hold the line on the backside here. All 4 players still alive. Only one for Orchid, or it isn't a grenade onto Genji. Clories goes down. That's eArena's point.
Suze just gets in the Wizard Tower. Nothing else they can go for. Genji finds more and more. Genji's got pretty close to the center of the circle. Alkazia is going to be very close to them. They have Sharper, one of the duos, very close. The other duo for Sharper taking shots at JDG. Hello, my bad. For Namiga still alive as well, while eArena has managed to get into the circle.
Now you're just praying that Namiga gets wiped out here, but you don't want it to be 4 a.m. Levante sets up the C4 in the tower, and there's fuel at the stairs. He's expecting something to crash here. Suze just takes him down, but he's immediately dusted by Hello My Bad.
2 members up for JDG. Namiga just wants a point or 2. That's all they need. Namiga Gaming is eliminated. I don't know, did they get a point before going down? No, they did not. 115 is where they end. And eArena has multiple members up. They want this hillside firefight sooner or later.
The Freaks are safe. It's all on to eArena. Can they get 6 more points into this game? Orchid, a valiant effort here to get those 6 kills to keep themselves ahead of Namiga. What a showing they had. Disappointing for sure, but we're looking down to the bottom 3 as well. Genji has gotten into that 13th position, that bubble spot. 4 a.m. is done. They are out of the event. They are out of PGC.
Oh, this is just between these squads now. We have 3 alive. 2 of them are done. Who survives? Who gets the points? Genji to the south, Tosi in, trying to get some control over the circle itself. Alkazia to the east, just narrowly in, but to the north, JDG no longer in the circle, has to move while Sharper's taking pot shots.
This is a brutal loss for Genji. They lose a player in the building to Twisted Minds at long range. That is a horrible, horrible situation to find themselves in. They could not afford to lose that player. JDG throws out the smokes. They have to move in the general vicinity of eArena, but eArena's sitting pretty on that western edge. They even lose one to Earth.
That is massive. JDG just trying to limp their way into the circle. December 12th, the last one up, but with those shots, Sharper's regrouping. They've got eyes on Alkazia's position. Rello's in trouble. It's a full send on top of him.
See what Rello can do. M4 in hand, haven't seen any grenades yet. Oh, what a molly though. That's gonna soften him up. A grenade here could be devastating.
Does he have the angle for it? Tosi trying to fend. No, he screwed it up! No, Rello takes damage from his own nade. The worst possible moment.
No, not like that.
Oh, J-Day.
Okay, they're holding on.
The nade right on top of Rello. He has to go. He's down!
Unbelievable. Look at Tosi. He's stealing points though. This is disastrous for Alkazia.
December 12th had an angle, opted away from it. He doesn't want to go too loud over there. He has to get in the circle. eArena just resting on the other side. They just know they need survival points. D is now down. Sharper just ruining everybody.
They throw a molly up on the stairs. Roth is stuck on the balcony here. good news is I don't think there's an angle up into him. Are there any more frags there for Sharper to throw up? Do they have any more util whatsoever to try to deal with it? Cowboy's going to try to hold the stairs.
December 12th managed to get in the circle. Tosi's very close to center.
Oh, nice.
Huge. Cowboy getting massive knocks in such a pivotal moment for this squad. Can they keep their dreams of at least continuing BGC alive? Peeks around, keeping it up. They need these points, but if they go step around the wrong angle, they do manage to take down Sharper. Alkadzia finds the kills.
But they've lost 2 players for this. They're tied with Gen G at the bubble position. Gen G still 3. EA 4. EA might just take that 5th place and right in front of the Thai crowd, and they are absolutely losing their minds behind us.
EA eyes on top 5, and everybody else playing for survival. 4 angry men out. Whoever goes out first is done. December 12th, so close to the circle, but he's the last one up. Tosi already in the circle, very close to center, but 2 members nowhere near him. Alkadzia on the outside has to cross a road to get in. No cover to be had in front of them.
This is just
नहीं JDG अगर कैंप कर जाएगा बाकी लोग अगर फाइट वाइट करके हैशटैग टू ले आएगा JDG
get
तो
a big knock
chances
here.
है
Maybe onto Flame. Flame's going to see one. Now they know he's there. How are they going to be able to answer? Oh, they're getting lit up from another angle, but it's actually going to be Cowboy who gets Tosi there. Bean finds the headshot with the bolt, and they're done. They're out.
Alkadzia is done. Gen G continues its climb. JDG in some trouble.
Okay, JDG, if they get the chicken dinner here, they might just get ahead of 17. Now all of a sudden 17's on the bubble at 80. It's not easy, it's not likely, but stranger things.
IRONHIDE still has to finish this fight, but they're going so close to Gen G. Gen G's eyes are focused more to the north. Tosi might spot out December 12th, but he is just hunkered down in position. JDG is just playing for survival and hoping these other 2 squads that have something massive to play for fight it out amongst themselves, and he can just swoop in and steal it all.
Will he be given the opportunity? IRONHIDE's going to have to make mistakes. IRONHIDE's going to have to lose players because Gen G is a player down. They're definitely at the disadvantaged spot. And there's no other play here for December the 12th but the win. So he's going to be as quiet as long as he can, I suspect. He isn't going to want to make a move unless he absolutely has to.
He's the furthest player out. He's going to have to be the one to move. Nurens has to move, but he's got reinforcements. Flame also has to move, but has some reinforcements. December 12th, all by his lonesome. Flame really wanted to open up a new angle down here, but just can't find it. It's too vulnerable across the road, so instead, smoke it off, regroup. That means that Nurens, up to the north, has a secondary angle onto Gen G that could completely sway this firefighting. Oh, Gen G is getting closer and closer, December 12th.
Looking, I assume for emergency covers, to make sure they don't get squished. Able to dodge them. Now they have them to set up for this eventual push. The center circle here kind of pretty well split between Gen G and IRONHIDE. So IRONHIDE actually may have to kind of make a move. Gen G's going to have this hillside for quite a while. December the 12th. Oh my God. He has 4 frags.
Where is he looking?
I don't know, but he needs to wait for this fight to kick off, as if he can help it. If he can help it. He's going towards Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G's playing the low side of the hill. There's a dip that they're in. If he just rains the nades in, that could spell disaster for Gen G.
They're looking
but Gen G's already qualified at this stage. They're feeling good. They just are now eyes on trying to win this one. IRONHIDE, other side of it, just needs a few points. 3 is it, and they have managed to get themselves directly into the grand final. JDG needs 6, and they need it in a big way. Nade comes out. December 12th takes a lot of damage, but it looks like Gen G reads the situation, shifts away from the nade.
This has opened the door for IRONHIDE, potentially. Gen G's attention firmly towards December the 12th. The grenades aren't getting there.
Hey, क्या हुआ audio? Hello?
JDG is eliminated. They are out. IRONHIDE takes the victory and are on to the grand finals.
Oh my word. IRONHIDE fans absolutely losing their minds.
And
well deserved.
What an ending. The highest of highs and the lowest of lows in a single firefight.
Just what a finish here. So much to play for at the end of that game, and big smiles all around for eArena. Oh my, and just so many teams to talk about that. Just we're so close here, Matt.
Respect, where respect's due. eArena, they fought their hearts out today, man. It has been from game one. They are trying to make the biggest plays, and it got them there. Just narrowly coming down to the last firefight. It is crazy.
What a moment to have. You get to play in Bangkok, in your hometown, and you get a win like that in the last game of the day here at PGC.
Iron Bro का इस बार बहुत पॉइंट्स मिला है। कैसे भाई? मैंने देखा ही नहीं। मेरा कौन मार रहा है?
It's so far.
मैंने देखा ही नहीं।
Gen.G, JDG, they rallied. They tried to make something happen, but it just was so late.
Yeah, Gen.G gets through, JDG doesn't, and JDG oh so close.
I mean, big, crazy day. And guys, remember, whenever we look at this, yeah. Alcazia, they had they had the lead into the circle to go wherever they wanted. This is one of those that you're gonna kick yourself.
If that grenade doesn't bounce back at Rello, it could be a different day.
Could be. A lot of could be's, should be's, would have beens. But at the end of the day, we've got 3 squads headed home, 5 to grand finals, and everybody else last chance qualifier.
That's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for Roth. I mean, they were...
Day 1 was so good for them.
Yeah, they looked so good, man. I mean, they looked good at PGS in Malaysia. I had hopes for them.
Well, let's not forget, we still have another day of group stage for everybody else coming in tomorrow. So let's throw it over to Toffees and Adventure.
लो मारा है ना, अरे कितना ही मारा होगा, कैप्टन थोड़ा ना था भाई। अभी तो रोने ही लगा था, तो रोएगा ही, बाहर हो गया ना। डे 1 को अच्छा खेले थे वो लोग, सही में, सही बोला।
PUBG is a game measured in choices and meters, and that's what it came down to as the last game comes to an end. 3 teams headed home because of small choices made throughout this tournament, and 5 teams headed to the grand final. One of them gonna be our winners of the final game. eArena, follow White Rabbit, Thai fan base. What a game to end it.
Yeah, and what a absolute fantastic way for things to come in here. You can see teams chasing the few points here. Geeky, as I talked about, it was a situation for them. We just needed a few points. They knew they were going to be up and above. And in a situation, again, eArena coming in and popping off.
And to come down to an end game where eArena, the 4 teams that are left alive, is eArena, who's looking to make the top 5. And the 3 teams on the bottom looking to grind their way out. It is rare that we get to see an end game that is this intense, where everything matters at every single moment. QAD had a fantastic split early on. They were holding 2-2, and they had to collapse. They made a tough choice. They chose the northern compound instead of the southern one. Gen.G backfills them for that building, and in doing so, Gen.G secures their spot in the last stage, and QAD falls beneath a push from Sharper. A brutal moment that you saw Roth struggling to deal with, and here's where it came down. This is where Gen.G was able to last long enough to put the needed points up on the board.
And you know what? Having that single spot, having that spot that Gen.G got more points than Alcazia got, you know
from
what?
Their spots.
That's going to be heartbreaking. And we're talking about 3 points. There was 3 more kills in that game, or the one before where they chose...
JDG won out of a spot they chose to walk away from.
2 wrong decisions, 2 minimal decisions. Difference here would have been putting them potentially so far ahead of even worse.
And it's so hard because in a game like PUBG, you can't say it's the wrong decision until after the fact, right? Hindsight is 20/20. They made some choices. They put themselves in that situation. But at the end of the day, it did not pan out. And those 3 teams that are headed home will spend the rest of their year, if not their lives, thinking about 1 or 2 choices that would have made a difference in their pursuit of this dream.
Yeah, and again, for this situation here, the 6 points we're talking about for DK didn't matter. They still made it. But for Nemiga, if they could have won that game that JDG had, that would have been the difference maker for them to take a top 5 spot.
And it was. I think we saw Orchid end up making a nice little push there at the end, as some of our top 5 teams will, of course, head on to the grand final directly. You can see the guys talking. They're still trying to deal with how do you walk away at the end of an entire year where your dreams are left behind. E-Arena looking really good in that game.
Yeah, and they didn't realize. Look at that. They were like looking around.
I didn't even realize.
And then all the cameras came up and they're like, we made it, look at that. And then they're smiling, happy. The top 5.
That giant logo behind them. Because when the game ended, it looked like who made that advance. And not only did they advance, but we hear they got themselves to 4th. But we're going to go check in with the stage and our interview with the Freaks.
เอาละค่ะแล้วก็จบไปแล้วนะคะกับวันที่ 3 นะคะของกรุ๊ป A นั่นเองโอ้โหตื่นเต้นกันมากนะคะแล้วก็เราก็ได้รู้แล้วว่าสำหรับใครนะคะที่ได้เข้าสู่ในรอบของ Grand Finals นั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็แน่นอนตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับ Gen Freaks นะกับ Salute Woo! Alright, so first of all, would like to congratulations that you make a direct tickets to the grand final day. And how are you feeling right now? And what played the biggest role to earn this point?
일단 그랜드 파이널 직행 정말 축하드립니다. 그리고 오늘 어떤 부분 때문에 그랜드 파이널 직행을 할 수 있었는지 또 지금 기분이 어떠신지 말씀드립니다.
일단 그랜드 파이널을 직행을 했다는 거에 좀 너무 만족스럽지만 좀 5등이라는 아쉬운 결과도 있었기 때문에 좀 아쉬운 부분도 있었던 것 같고 그 다음에 저희가 직행을 할 수 있었던 이유는 저희 팀이 이제 치킨을 먹을 때나 저희 팀이 이제 서클이 힘들 때 그 교전 상황 때 좀 많이 잘해줬기 때문에 점수를 차곡차곡 모아서 올라갈 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
First of all, I'm really satisfied that we got straight to the grand finals, but there's a point that we were in the 5th place. That's a bit not satisfying, and we really focused when we were in the moment of getting the chicken dinner, and our teammates were really helping me a lot.
Wow. All right. So next time we see you, we'll see you on the stage of the grand final. So we'd like to ask you about the plan on your day off.
이제 그랜드 파이널까지 시간이 조금 남았는데 데이오프 때 뭘 하실 예정이신가요?
일단 따로 생각해 놓은 건 없고 이제 라스트 찬스를 좀 재밌게 맛있는 태국 음식 먹으면서 볼 것 같습니다.
I haven't planned something yet, but we will just chill at hotel and watch the last stage.
All right, so this is Salute from Gen Freaks. Have a good rest. Bye-bye, see you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Take a rest. And today we have a little talk too with our 13th place. So they're right here with us with Xiao Titi 17 Gaming. Woo! They're still cheering you up. Yay! That's your fans. All right, so let's have a little talk right here. So this was a truly last minute the qualification for the last stage. So does this give you an extra boost performance or the confidence, or do you feel there's still more that need to be proved?
这是晋级淘汰赛的最后时刻，请问一下，你们是对此非常有信心，还是做了额外的准备？
晋级淘汰赛，准备也做足了，但是就是没打好，很惊险吧。
Yes, we actually did a lot of preparation, but we finally just get into the final stage.
All right, so was this qualifying for the last stage within your expectation? And it's going to be a tough battle right after this. So have you prepared anything specially for it? That what's going to happen after this?
晋级淘汰赛是否符合你们的期望，以及这是一场非常艰难的斗争，你们之前是否为此特别准备过？
我们准备的是目标肯定是前5进决赛嘛，然后没想到差一点。那个直接被淘汰了。
Yes, we actually did a lot of preparation, but we prepared for the 5th rank, but we finally did actually did into the final stage.
Wow, so they still have another chance, everyone. So let's cheer for 17 Gaming. That's a lot of chance, so we cheer you up. Thank you so much. Thank you. ก็แน่นอนยังมีเวลาเหลืออยู่อีกนะคะก็ไม่เป็นไรเรายังไปสนุกกันต่อได้แต่ว่าแน่นอนวันนี้เราจะไม่ยินดีกับเขาไม่ได้เลยนั่นก็คือ
थाईलैंड जा चुका है बैंकॉक में जाता होगा साला कोलकाता से जहाज पकड़ता होगा चला जाता होगा इसलिए उसको लैंग्वेज आता है
โอ้โหมันเป็นยังไงอาการมันเป็นยังไงไหนบอกสิ
ดีใจจนบอกไม่ถูกครับผม
ดีใจจนอธิบายไม่ถูกนะคะเอางี้ณตอนนี้เราติดท็อปไฟเรียบร้อยแล้วเราเข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแบบโอ้โหขึ้นตั๋วขึ้นเครื่องบินไปแล้วเรียบร้อยตอนนี้ความรู้สึกของเราเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ดีใจมากครับ
Translate कर वे
Okay so I just asked him that now he have a direct ticket to the final days the grand final so how do you feel he say he really happy just that โอเคแต่ว่าตอนนี้ต้องบอกว่าแฟนๆเราเยอะมากเลยอ่ะคิดว่าแฟนๆเนี่ยมีส่วนที่แบบบูสต์ทำให้เรารู้สึกมีความมั่นใจมากขึ้นแล้วก็ชนะในวันนี้ไหม
มีทุกวันเลยครับผม
เหมือนบอกรักทุกวันเลยอะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะมีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆเราหน่อยไหม
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากนะครับที่ส่งเสียงกำลังใจให้พวกเรานะครับหวังว่าจะเจอกันที่พารากอนอีกนะครับ
ไปไหมนะคะนี่คือคำสัญญานะคะ I just asked them like I just asked him that do the fans who cheered him here boost his confidence and what do he want to say to his fans over here so he want to say thank you so much it's really he can feel the true love from his fans over here and hope to meet them once again at Paragon at the grand finals venue alright so thank you Jacob good luck ขอบคุณค่ะไว้เจอกันนะคะไม่แน่นะแกรนด์ไฟนอลอาจจะทำเปลี่ยนสีผมใหม่ก็ได้นะคะแซวเล่นโอเคเอาล่ะตอนนี้นะคะก็สนุกสนานกันเรียบร้อยแล้วเราก็ได้รู้กันแล้วว่าท็อป 5 ของเรามีใครกันบ้างนะคะก็เชียร์กันต่อแต่ว่าตอนนี้ค่ะ back to you our handsome analyst
Well, thank you very much. I feel like we're the big winners here at this event, the handsome analyst. Yeah. Let's talk about the top 4, the true big win.
That's some heartbreak in there, but yeah, sure. It looks good. Alcatia, 3 more kills and they would have done it, but eArena to get in, to get things rolling for them and to grab one of those top 5 spots in the very last game. What a dream.
I mean, honestly, to say like for the one heartbreak, there are 2 really big moments. The fact that Genji is in the final stage and the fact that eArena gets to go straight to the grand final, which I'm excited about. Having a solid hometown team already in that bid that the fans can get behind and get excited to be there is actually really, really, really cool. But the end of that game was wild, and I love that what it came down to were the teams that needed to play well.
Yes, exactly. And let's look a little bit about the stats here from that game. They were holding extremely passive here. Obviously, the 5 kills and the 2 kills coming in, but they were holding on to that western side for such a long time, right? They were playing it passive. They were playing it smart. They were basically setting it up for, okay, if we can be 4 alive in this very late game here, we're going to man advantage everyone. And they did exactly that. They were able to get the kills, but the 10 points from the chicken dinner here is what put them into that top 5.
Yep. Big time. They knew how to play it out. And honestly, they had the same condition that I think QAD was actually working with, where they were like, we have to just play for this chicken dinner. If it works out, we're in a great spot. If it doesn't, it is what it is. So the man of the match is going to go to the gentleman who just gave us the interview. It's Jacob. And you did hear him say, I can feel the love from the crowd. The crowd is there. They're supporting us. We appreciate you guys. And there's no denying the fact that this hometown crowd has helped propel our Thai teams into a higher level of performance.
We often talk about the home turf advantage in terms of where you loot and where the circle goes, but the home turf advantage in terms of where the crowd is cheering for you has definitely been coming through here for eArena and for the Thai teams.
The circle has landed firmly on Bangkok. They are looting in their own houses, and they are here playing every day. Let's talk about the records. There is Beat is going to go ahead and get himself those 4 kills. Lou still up there. Twisted Minds, even though they were doing great, still showed up, put up some numbers, and Tanvu continues to show us why the Expendables deserve to be respected as the defending PGC champions.
Yeah, the 100% of the points contributed because he was the only one to get kills and then to get placement points, right? So the little engagement that they had in GK that kind of went a little bit of the way. He got 1 or 2 kills from that, so that's how it looks and shapes up.
I'll tell you, Earth Zapalui has been phenomenal to watch.
Yes.
He has been consistent, one of the top damage leaders in the lobby,
Yep.
coming in with the team.
Whoa!
We'll see how they do. Team summaries overall for Group A, Expendables, 103 kills. And a lot of damage going to the Twisted Minds.
Impressive to see Orchid represented in all 3 important categories here, Toughies. They were close. They almost got it done, but just not enough for them to come their way here. Obviously, with Twisted Minds, huge amount of damage done, but the 103 kills for Expendables. The only team to break triple digits. Twisted Minds sure just won away, but still, those 2 teams in a league for themselves.
Yep, and I will say that's how Expendables won PGC last year, was this idea that they just went out and fragged harder than anybody else when things weren't supposed to go their way. They're already playing exactly the same way. Sure, they had a little bit of a slow start to the year. They had shaky moments here and there, but it seems like all that was getting ready for this moment here. Now, let's talk about that match leaderboard. Give everyone their due. IRONHIDE is actually going to show up in 2nd place because they didn't walk away with an incredible amount of kills, but Gen G, they backfilled QAD, found themselves a prime position, and a lot of those kills that got them qualified came off the back of stopping QAD from leaving their house.
Yeah, and you know what? When I was watching this game, I was like, okay, JDG's in the center of the circle. Gen G's in there. Alcatsi is in there. It was shaping up to be such an interesting last one, and it got even wilder. And here, your final and total leaderboard for this one.
This is it. If you are seeing the team in gold, it means they are going straight to the grand final of PGC 2025. Congratulations, Expendables, Twisted Minds, T1, E-Arena, and the DN Freaks. And a very heartfelt sorry and thank you to Alcatsi, JDG, and the 4 angry men who fought so hard, even in the toughest moments, and almost cleared that gap.
17 giving.
Very, very happy right now. 17 and Geeke, they let a lot of slack slide, and they barely got away with it.
We're talking about the 6 points difference here. It still didn't matter here. Alcatsi did not win that game, so they couldn't jump in. And yeah, it would have been an insane one if they were able to hold that. And the push from Sharpa was really what destroyed them, right? Sharpa also needed points to survive. The big one for me, though, there's a 6-point gap from Orchid and up to Freaks, right? So it's a league for ourselves in the top 5. We're talking about 120 to 130 point cutoff. That's exactly what we got, but still, there's a gap down
डिनर ब्रेक लेते हैं फिर गेम प्ले करते हैं ठीक है सो मिलते हैं छोटे से डिनर ब्रेक के बाद फिर गेम प्ले होगा ओके चैट मिलते हैं जिसको खेलना आता ना चलो ऑन बीआरबी Yo guys, what's up? Good evening. Welcome back. अरे साउंड का क्या हुआ? साउंड कम था ना, साउंड बढ़ाना मेरा। साउंड बढ़ा लो 35 34। अब ठीक है साउंड। ये किसी का रिक्वेस्ट आया मेरे को, निकी काउंटर स्कैन तो ये सब ट्रेनिंग जाते हैं। पिक्सल फैंटम HQ, हेलो ब्रदर, कैसे हो? सेम एज यूजुअल, मस्त मजे में। क्या ब्लैक नहीं मिला है, ब्लैक बजट का कुछ नहीं मिला मेरे को। अभी ये क्या हो गया? अभी तो चालू किया भाई, अभी चालू किया, अभी नेटवर्क लैग हो गया। गेम चालू करती नेट में प्रॉब्लम है क्या? ठीक तो है भाई। कैप्चर कार्ड हो गया F, एक्टिवेट। थोड़ा ज़्यादा है। आज माउस पैड साफ के थोड़ा ज़्यादा चिकना लग रहा है। रुको, सबसे पहले कंट्रोल्स इसको करो, टाइप करेंगे 31, एग्जैक्ट 31 लगना चाहिए। इसको करेंगे एग्जैक्ट 1, एंटर। इसको करेंगे 27, एंटर। इसको भी करेंगे 37। रुको एक सेकंड बिगाड़ते हैं। 32, इसको करो 2, 28, 28, 28, ठीक है, अप्लाई। तो वापस से करो नॉर्मल 31, सॉरी 1, 1, 7, 7, 7, अप्लाई बैक। भाई इतना ज़्यादा स्मूथ क्यों है माउस? लग क्यों नहीं रहा है उसको? अच्छा लॉस 1 लगा है भाई, लॉस 1 तो रिफ्रेश नहीं हुआ, देख नेट ही खराब है। ठीक है भाई, आपको इनवाइट भेजा था वैसे मैं, बट भेज दूंगा दोबारा। वैसे अपडेट से एक दिन पहले पिंग ज़्यादा आता ही है, कल अपडेट होता है। कौन मार रहा है भाई? साला कौन है भाई? गेमर जलाए है क्या? रुको मेरे को क्या देखना था, मेरे को गेम INI फाइल देखना है। कहाँ से देखते हैं? नेट ही नहीं चल रहा भाई। इसको खोलते हैं। अबे ये कैसे हो सकता है बे? फिर स्टार्ट करना है। आई एम बैक। यो मयूर ब्रो, मैं भी जस्ट बाहर आया। बाहर आना तो अच्छा, ये तो विकी भाई का पढ़ लिया था। पिंग सही नहीं आ रहा है। ये होता है अपडेट जिस दिन रहता है ना, उससे एक दिन पहले खेलो तो सारा ऐसे ही होता है, खराब वो रहता है, खराब पिंग आता है। गर्मी लग रहा है मेरे को फॉर सम रीजन। फैन ऑन कर रहा हूँ मैं। ऐसे पैकेट लॉस हैपनिंग अगेन। हाँ, वो आई थिंक वो सबका हो रहा है। ओ पबजी अपडेट आ रहा है ना कल। नहीं नहीं, कोई डीएनएस यूज़ नहीं कर रहा, बस उसको पिंग कर रहा हूँ मैं अपना नेट देखने के लिए। मेरा नेट अचानक से कट हो जाता है ना, मेरे को जानना रहता है कि क्या हो गया, तो उसके लिए ये कंटिन्यूस पिंग करके रखता हूँ। डीएनएस उसका नहीं है, डीएनएस तो यूज़ ही नहीं करता मैं। आई डोंट। ड्राइव्स फुल हो गए हैं भाई। वो तो खाली किया आज में 244 हुआ, अभी बहुत ज़्यादा खाली करना है इसको। कम से कम 500-600 GB क्लिप भरे हुए हैं उसमें। करेंगे धीरे धीरे। अभी भी 110 आ रहा भाई, कुछ नहीं कर सकता। पिंग ज़्यादा आ रहा तो क्या कर सकते हैं, खेलना तो पड़ेगा ही। अब मैं M4 चलाऊंगा। मैंने थोड़ा ना छीन रखा तुम्हारा M4, चलाओ, कौन मना किया।
हेलो
यो गेमर लाइव, हेलो
भाई। म्यूट पे वो क्या सुनाई तो नहीं देगा?
क्या सुनाई देगा?
मैं कुछ बोले तो नहीं थे?
हाँ बोला था ना।
हाँ?
अभी
नहीं,
यूआई
आवाज
ग्लिच हो
नहीं आई
गया
ना
है।
आपकी?
नहीं नहीं म्यूट नहीं, कुछ बोला नहीं था, अभी बोला।
हाँ, अब ठीक है।
आपको दिखा रहा म्यूट हूँ मैं?
नहीं, अभी दिखा रहा था आपके बोलने से पहले।
अब ठीक। आ रहे हो खेले?
हाँ, मैं तो लॉबी में ही था।
क्या हो गया? पता नहीं क्या हो गया गेम को, नेट कट है क्या फिर से, पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है।
कल अपडेट है ना?
पता नहीं गेम अटक जा रहा है भाई।
कल अपडेट है ना? भाई यूजीसी का क्या होगा? यूजीसी तो 60 मिनट के लिए आ रहा है, पहले से तो 3 मैचेस के लिए था। भाई टीम इज
जैसे आ
ऑलरेडी
रहा
फुल,
है
वहां से तो निकलो।
कल वो भी परमानेंट। हाँ नहीं तो क्या करना है, इसी से मेरे को कुछ लेना देना नहीं।
आयरन टीम इज फुल आ रहा है, आर्केड से तो
अच्छा
निकलो।
आर्केड से हूँ, हाँ हाँ।
ओ आई एम सॉरी।
फिर किसका दिखा रहा है? रिस्टार्ट मेरा ही किया था मतलब नेटवर्क।
हाँ, आपका डिस्कनेक्टेड दिखा रहा है।
हम्म। कल से रैंक खेलेंगे, ठीक है?
ओके।
ये दल्ला मेरा इंटरनेट की एमकेसी साला स्क्वाड लगा दिया। मालूम है?
कहाँ है स्क्वाड?
स्क्वाड है, डुओ भी स्क्वाड लगा है।
अरे हाउ डू यू नो?
अरे मैंने देखा ना लास्ट टाइम पे वो स्वैप हो गया। आओ लीव करो, मैंने नहीं खेलना स्क्वाड, डुओ खेलेंगे।
अरे मैंने गाड़ी खोल रखी थी यार।
हाँ ठीक है ना, गाड़ी कहाँ तेल लेने जाएगा
भाई मैं गाड़ी में बैठे बैठे डिस्कनेक्ट कर दिया मैंने।
तो आप वहां से हट जाओगे। भाई मेरा एयरटेल का भी इशू चल रहा है अलग टाइप का।
एयरटेल का इशू नहीं, क्लाउड फ्लेयर का इशू चल रहा है।
क्लाउड फ्लेयर यूज नहीं करना है।
यूज कर रहा होगा।
हाँ क्या यूज करो फिर?
वो 8.8 गूगल
यूज करो। करता हूँ, रुको कर देता हूँ।
क्लाउड फ्लेयर पे चैलेंजेस चल रहे हैं।
और उसमें क्या करना होता है सेकेंडरी में?
8.8.4.4 4.8 2.8 और 2.4।
सब फिर क्या रे मैथ मिन मैक्स ये सबका हो रहा है पैकेट लॉस और हाइपिंग। पता नहीं, देखो इंटरनेट भी जीजी है ना, लोड भी तो नहीं हो रहा मेरा। ये देखो अभी भी लोड नहीं हुआ, फिर से एंगल लगा दिया, चूत दिया सब। क्या दिखा रहा है आपके स्क्रीन में?
क्विक जॉइन।
हाँ ठीक। अब एसएमजी एआर से मारना तो केएनएन वेनएन अवॉइड करेंगे, लंबा लंबा 4x स्प्रे करेंगे। लॉस तो आ ही रहा है। इतना सारा कमांडा बना रखा है। एंगल सब जीरो के पहले इंटरनेट सब जीरो चल रहा है।
भाई मैं ऊपर चढ़ा दी गाड़ी।
अरे यहाँ का खिड़की ना ज्यादा लंबा लंबा खिड़की है भाई। एक दिन भाई विंडो पिक कर रहा था, साला उड़ के पार हो गया था, बाहर निकल गया था मैं।
भाई मैंने गाड़ी ऊपर चढ़ा दी भाई।
वारो को इधर आओ, हाँ चल रहे हम।
भाई ये वाला मेरे को मैप का कुछ आइडिया नहीं है।
जेसिन थैंक यू फॉर द सब। जेसिन ओ भाई
भाई साहब
आओ इधर आओ इसमें।
बिग फैन। भाई एस लगाना, एक एस एक्स्ट्रा मिसिंग है बस।
वो हैंडल में नहीं होगा।
स्टिल अ बिग फैन।
बट नेम ही जेसिन है। स्ट्रीम एलिमेंट को हैंडल क्यों नहीं दिख रहा? उसको डायरेक्ट नेम दिखा।
क्योंकि वो स्ट्रीम एलिमेंट्स है।
कोई नहीं है भाई विकी भाई आसपास। अच्छा दो बंदे हैं राइट साइड।
राइट साइड बहुत दूर है मेरे।
क्लोज है।
अरे पीछे भाई तुम कह रहे हो K9 मत चलाना, अंदर घुसते K9 और DMR ही मिली है सिर्फ।
जरा बंदे कीबोर्ड थोड़ा पास लाना पड़ेगा, दूर लग रहा मेरे को कीबोर्ड फॉर सम रीजन।
भाई मतलब लिटरली ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे सारी लूट हो गई इसी घर में तुरंत से। गोलियां वोलियां पूरी, हेलमेट वेस्ट हो गया, 8x मिल गया, AR मिल गई।
मेरे को दिख नहीं रहे ये लोग। हाँ कहाँ घुस गया पता नहीं। आप किधर हो बे? ऊपर चले गए।
सामने
यहाँ पे था क्या कोई? है ना, लेफ्ट जा रहा हो।
हाँ दिखा मुझे।
नाइस। रुको रुको रुको, फ्लश मत करो, फ्लश मत करो, फ्लश मत करो, वेट करो।
ओ लग गई, हील कर रहा हूँ। क्रॉस है ऑलरेडी, एक क्रॉस है।
कहाँ पे था दूसरा बंदा?
करेगा उसे। उसी के बिल्कुल सामने जहाँ मैंने नॉक किया है, यहीं पे रिवाइव कर रहा है।
मार दिया। वाइप है टीम, वाइप है, वाइप है
भाई। पर K9 से हुआ भाई।
हाँ भाई, तो इसीलिए तो मैं AR लेके घुसा जानबूझ के। मैं इसीलिए बोला था वाइप मत करो, अगर रिवाइव हो जाएगा तो मारेंगे उसको।
अभी तो वो तो डैमेज हो रहा है ना वो तो। अच्छा तुमने दूसरे को तो मारा एटलीस्ट। पर हेडशॉट अच्छा लगा था भाई उसे।
लगा तो था। मुहसिन है, मुहसिन।
K9 चला रहा हूँ भाई। हेलमेट खा गया भाई मेरा। A6 पड़ा है यहाँ पे।
है मेरे पे।
वो इसका हेलमेट बच गया भाई, मैंने हेलमेट उठा दिया इससे। अबे साला कहीं पे भी वो नहीं पड़ा था। चीकू
था ना।
बुलेट लूप मिल गया।
बुलेट लूप है यार। का क्या चला रहे हो दूसरा?
AK में
फ्लैश शटर चाहिए यार का।
फ्लैश शटर मेरे पास वो है, मजल।
ठीक है। Did you undervolt your i7 4700K? Mine always get hot using AIO 360mm तो। हाँ मैंने क्या किया है? मैंने कुछ अंडरवोल्ट नहीं किया, मैंने कुछ किया मेरे को खुद याद नहीं।
मतलब कुछ तो किया है
मैंने। क्लॉक भी गया बंदा। बॉट है। अरे यार
एक ही था।
नहीं, ई-कोर्स है, ई-कोर्स है। हाइपर थ्रेडिंग ऑफ किया है मैंने। और आई हैव लॉग्ड इट टू 5.3 ऑल कोर्स। मतलब वो ई-कोर्स है 4.3 पे। गाड़ी दिखो तो बताना, ठीक है?
अभी पर इसका दूसरा बंदा भी होगा ना।
कौन पे लेना हो तो ले सकते हो। यूजिंग आरजी वर्ड ऑलवेज गेट। मेरा भी स्टार्टिंग में वैसे जाता था, जब से मैंने वो किया हाइपर थ्रेडिंग ऑफ किया और कोर्स को लॉक कर दिया ना, तब से मेरा टेम्परेचर एकदम कम हो गया है। अभी स्लॉट है, कैन आई जॉइन नेक्स्ट मैच? हाँ आ सकते हो। अभी गिरो।
यही है जेसन।
हाँ यही है जेसन, मालूम है, उसी से बात हो रहा। कल मिलते हैं, बाय बाय आयरनहाइड द गेमर जुलाई।
स्लॉट तो सायू ने पूछा ना, मैं उसके नीचे कह रहा हूँ।
विक भाई पोर्शा मेरा वाला बस चलेगा।
आप करोगे ना? हाँ एस्टन मार्टिन नहीं भाई, पोर्शा।
चलो चलाओ, छोड़ो, दूसरी गाड़ी मिलती है आपको उतार दूंगा मैं, ठीक है? M4 भी मार रहा था यार, ये क्या था पता नहीं। ये 11 नंबर वाला बंदा है विकी भाई, 11 पे चलो, 11 पे चलो, राइट साइड है जो एमके मार चला रहा है, एमके चला रहा है। जो दिखे तो मार कर देना।
दिखा मुझे यहाँ पे, दिखा दिखा दिखा, पीछे गया इसके,
पीछे गया ना, लेफ्ट जा रहा है।
लेफ्ट जा रहा था, यस। कोई राइट से भी मारा है पता है, मेरी
ऊपर जा रहा हूँ,
मतलब मेरी तरफ। बाहर ही बैठा है।
किस तरफ? डायरेक्शन डायरेक्शन,
ये मेरे ऑरेंज की तरफ ही।
इधर कोई है?
पीछे से आया।
ये बॉट लग रहा मेरे को। 20 नंबर वाला बॉट है तो सोच लो भाई क्या ही हालत होगा।
भाई तुम K9 मार रहे हो।
अरे बहुत दूर था। बीस नंबर वाला बॉट है, मतलब 20 के नीचे सारे बॉट होंगे, मतलब ऊपर। इसको नॉक दिया बे, उसको किसी और ने। अरे बॉट नहीं मार दिया उसको। अरे रे 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 रे, अरे भाई भाई भाई, and hope I get secure temp like this while in game। अरे हो जाएगा, इजी है कुछ। देखो वही तो जो किया हूँ मैं, बोल दिया तुमको, करो हो जाएगा। ये भी बॉट है, यही तो था बोला बॉट जो।
ये तो गाड़ी वाड़ी लगा के बैठा है, बॉट कैसे होता है? हीलिंग।
अरे ये बॉट था 100%।
जोन जाना है हमने।
ये भी बॉट ही है। चलो आओ गाड़ी पे बैठो, चलते हैं। तो जो एमके चला रहा था कुछ,
यहाँ गाड़ी खड़ी है।
हाँ वो तो स्पॉन होगा ना बिकी भाई, कैसी बात कर रहे हो?
अरे पेड़ से टकराया हुआ स्पॉन कैसे हो सकता है?
अच्छा देखो देखो,
तो
गाड़ी उठाओ, देखो
लाश पड़ी है ये।
तो मर गया होगा, जा रहा। मेरे को M24 मार रहा था।
अरे निकलना किस साइड से भाई? इसी पुल से निकलना पड़ेगा ना। अरे मारा कोई पीछे।
उसको मारो, उसको मारो, बॉट है तब भी मारो। और डैमेज फार्म करना है, AR से मारना ड्राइव बाय। आओ इधर से चलते हैं, येलो से चलता हूँ। हाँ बॉट ही है, ऐसा मार रहा है तो बॉट ही होगा। मारो मारो, SMG से मार दो अगर SMG चला रहे।
रिपोर्ट गायब हो गया।
चलो आओ, इसको मारो। अरे थोड़ा थोड़ा गाड़ी ले आओ, गाड़ी ऐसे मैं देखता हूँ। चलो क्लैन मिशन नहीं रहता भी लीव कर देता मैं। क्लैन मिशन अटका हुआ है ना, इसके चक्कर में। बॉट लॉबी लगा के दिया डस्टन, मेरे को लगा साला क्विक जॉइन खेल रहे हैं। बॉट लॉबी नहीं लगेगा, बॉट लॉबी लगा के दिया।
भाई पुल कहाँ है? पीछे था पुल तो।
आगे आगे येलो पे, यहाँ पे भी है, यहाँ पे भी येलो पिन पे भी है विकी भाई।
वो टूटा हुआ पुल नहीं है?
हाँ तो काफी है। अरे काफी है, टूटा हुआ पुल अच्छा पुल एक ही बात है, पुल पुल होता है। आ जाओ। वेरी बैड ड्राइवर।
झटका लग गया।
इससे फिर पद्य मना है
तोड़ दो तो
क्यों CID इंस्पेक्टर क्यों लिख रहे हो? इधर फुटा नेट,
वो ऊपर फाइट हो रही है। हाँ आगे फुटा 340 की साइड
पे। इस तरफ साउंड आ रहा है।
भाई पानी वाले में तो बहुत होता है।
कहाँ है भाई? कहाँ है देखा? अच्छा अरे भाई दो टीम है। इसको
पे
105 में कहीं है, दिख नहीं रहा।
बाहर स्मोक कर रहा हूँ। तो मैं दिख रहा हूँ क्योंकि पता नहीं कैसे
दिखा। चलते हैं, इसको मारते हैं।
हील नहीं करा यार, क्या मैं पास करता हूँ भाई।
क्यों नहीं करें?
भाई यार उसको लगी बॉडी। गाड़ी के पीछे खड़ा है।
एमके से कैसे नॉक हो जाते हो यार? वो 2 गोली मार दिया क्या आपको?
पीछे आना पड़ेगा इसके।
अर्जियन किल कर लो, मैं जा रहा हूँ ड्रॉप पे। तो ड्रॉप दिखा मेरे को
अभी ये स्मोक तुमने किया था उसने किया?
मैंने किया था। हेलमेट तो घरों पे होगा ना, कैसी बात कर रहे हो? इतना बड़ा सा घर है अपने पास।
यहाँ ऑरेंज पे एक बंदा दिखा था मुझे, ठीक है?
मेरे को कोई दूसरा बंदा मार रहा था।
उसे लगी फिर से, झुक गया वो।
He's wearing ghillie suit, huh? ए भाई वो किसको मार रहा? लेफ्ट साइड देखो। नहीं विकी ब्रो, आप क्यों मार खा रहे हो उनसे? गाड़ी नहीं है।
आया था यहाँ पे।
अरे ऊपर आओ, घर पे हेलमेट है यार।
आ गया आ गया आ गया।
जोन नहीं है हम पे, दौड़ना पड़ेगा अभी। हेलो सैंडी भाई, ये टीम आ रही है। चलेगी मेरे सामने से एक टीम।
भाई अब तो एक ही गोली लग पे हो गया।
नहीं आ रहा, बोला था जोन आने।
अरे वो बंदे हिले ही नहीं वहाँ से।
अरे छोड़ो ना उनको, जोन लो ना।
तो चलते चलते भी मार दिया उसने दो।
बॉट है वो दो। अच्छा मैच था यार रायन। वो बैग में भी घास भरा हुआ है। डिड विकी भाई पिकअप हेलमेट? पता नहीं, घर से तो नहीं उठाए थे हेलमेट। विकी भाई हेलमेट उठाए थे?
दोनों फ्रेश थे।
मिस हो गया। मर गया और क्या। क्यों नहीं लग रहा उसको? लग नहीं रहा है, क्या हो रहा है पता नहीं। शॉट 3 गोली तो मारा उसको। सात सौ 500 डैमेज, 600 700 डैमेज हो गया। एम तो था फिर भी क्यों नहीं लगा पता नहीं। वो हो रहा होगा ना आज। ठाकुर आ रहे हो क्या, कि डिनर करने जा चुके हो? नॉट अवेलेबल राइट नाउ। ओके, हेलो, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ। गेम में चले गए थे?
नहीं,
नो
बैठे हैं अंत। कितना हुआ? 4,700 समथिंग, 4,000 करना है। हेलो स्वामी टैक्स। इमोर्टल है लाइक हनी वेदर। अरे पता नहीं क्यों नहीं लग रहा था उसको। बहुत परफेक्ट शॉट्स तो जा रहे थे यार। मेरे को लगा पहले बार में नॉक हो जाएगा। चलो ठीक है, फर्स्ट टाइम लेवल 3 हेलमेट था, नहीं हुआ। सेकंड टाइम भी नहीं हुआ। थर्ड टाइम भी नहीं हुआ। थर्ड टाइम हमेशा चाम होता ना। लगा ही नहीं, हुआ ही नहीं ना। कोई इंडियन टीम खेलता है पबजी का टूर्नामेंट ग्लोबल? हाँ, बहुत सारे टीम खेलती है, क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाती है। खेलती तो है, क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाती।
ब्रावो।
ब्रावो है ना। रीजनल्स खेलती है, रीजनल्स में नहीं हो पाता है। अरे वो उसका छोड़ो ना, पिंग का छोड़ो, गेम का कुछ हो रखा है आज। एक्सपीरियंस लैक करते हैं, कम पिंग में खेलने का एक्सपीरियंस। मेरा पिंग बहुत ज़्यादा हाई है, ठीक है। अब ठीक हो गया। क्या बंदा है येलो पे, मेरे को पीछे से मारा। क्या कर रहे हो, आपको साउंड ही नहीं आता क्या? मेरे को इसका साउंड आया, मैं इसके लिए आया।
दो हैं आप।
हेडशॉट मारा उसको, उठा रहा हूँ विकी भाई को।
आ गया।
मैं उठा रहा हूँ विकी भाई को। वापस गया येलो पे, और एक राइट साइड है कहीं, उसको आपको देखना होगा। हिल करो, हिल करो। इस पे देखो, इस पे देखो विकी भाई, इस पे देखो।
आगे यहाँ पे
एक ब्लू पे।
कहाँ पे?
राइट वाले येलो पे, आपके जो पहला येलो था। हाँ ब्लू।
ब्लू विंडो राइट साइड।
विकी भाई इधर आओ।
ठीक है।
सामने से बंदा था।
ब्लू पे जा सकते हो, मजा ले।
अरे मैं डाउन हो गया, यहाँ पे वॉल पे।
पीछे आ जाओ।
हाँ मैं आ रहा हूँ नीचे, मैं नॉक किया है उसको। आपको लड़ लेना चाहिए था दूसरे एंगल से।
हीलिंग नहीं है ना।
अरे भाई लेफ्ट में था।
हीलिंग भी तो नहीं थी ना।
पबजी और उनके रोबस्ट सर्वर्स, यस नेट भी हो सकता है। नहीं, पबजी और उनके रोबस्ट सर्वर्स की वजह से नहीं खेल पाते हैं, ये एक बहुत बड़ा कारण है। तो तेरे से नहीं आएगा। नहीं आएगा, बुला लेता हूँ। रायन खेलोगे क्या? हो क्या अवेलेबल? नाइस गेम। कहाँ रे? It's Tigro. Huh? It's Tigron. Tigron Monday. हेलो मंडे, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। चैनल नेम क्या है वैसे? हैंडल में तो टाइगर ऑन मंडे, सॉरी। टाइगर ऑन मंडे। वाह, अबे ये टाइगर ऑन मंडे कौन है बे? हाँ वही वही। चैनल में गया तो तब पता चला मेरे को। चलो रे, कहाँ जा रहे हैं? चार्ली। हाँ रहेगा। हैंडल में कैप्स लॉक वगैरह नहीं दिखता ना बाकी दिन को। अच्छा, टाइगर ऑन मंडे, बाकी दिन कॉर्पोरेट मजदूर हो। ओके। चार्ली।
हाँ जी।
चलते हैं फिर रैंगल इसके बाद। कैन आई प्ले विथ यू गाइस? हाँ आ सकते हो खेलने, अभी तो है स्लॉट, एक स्लॉट है। प्लान का बंदा आने वाला था बट ठीक है, आ जाओ, बाद में देखेंगे। डिस्कॉर्ड आ जाना, डिस्कॉर्ड आ जाना। आज लास्ट डे है नॉर्मल रैंगल का।
मेरे साथ कंटेस्ट हुआ नेक्स्ट टू।
कहाँ पे?
नेक्स्ट
ऊपर से आ रहा शायद।
एक और ये क्या है? दो और लूप है।
हिल कर रहा।
एक एचपी। क्या मसला है? हेलो, नीचे अंदर आके फ्लैश कर।
अरे यार, इसका टाइमिंग देखो पिक करने का।
मैं सामने ऊपर से ही देख रहा था सही हो।
नहीं मुझे लगा नीचे।
दोनों ऊपर थे, दो बंदे हैं, एक लेफ्ट राइट। हाँ
यहाँ से तो दिखेगा ही नहीं।
वेस्ट ले लो मेरा बॉडी। अच्छा मेरा बॉडी तो ऊपर देख लो, पीछे साइड वाले कमरे में अगर होगा कुछ। वेस्ट वेस्ट स्टिकी है, पूरा बंदा सामने। जनरल में रहना मैं करता हूँ ड्रैग इस मैच के बाद। ये तो मलिक उमर भाई है।
अरे भाई लो तो है।
पिक नहीं करना ना उसको, पता है पिक करके बैठा तो फिर पिक
हीलिंग तो थे ही नहीं।
हाफ एचपी तो था। कोई ना, एंटी एंटी एंटी।
नेक्स्ट मैच।
दिख नहीं रहा मेरे को, क्या आईडी है? टाइगर ऑन मंडे। आया तो वो रिकॉर्डिंग चल रहा था क्या? इतना लंबा रिकॉर्डिंग हो गया, लाइव फुल हो गया। बढ़िया है, दोनों का फाइट रिकॉर्डिंग हो गया। ये तो लैग मार रहा है दोनों।
टाइगर ऑन मंडे नाम है उसका, यहाँ पे ऐड हुआ जो डिस्कॉर्ड में।
अरे हाँ वो मालूम है, इन गेम की बात कर रहा था। मैं वीसी ज्वाइन करने तो बोला था, मैं ज्वाइन नहीं किया। नहीं जाना है, चलो। शायद कोई नहीं है, हाँ अच्छी बात है, कोई नहीं है। फ्रंट पे बंदा आ रहा है।
शायद नीचे मिनी और MP5 की रखी है, अगर ऊपर ना मिले कुछ तो। वैसे एस भी पड़ी है
मेरे पास,
और स्कारल भी पड़ी है।
पीछे से कार आ रही है।
आ रही है अभी?
हाँ
आई और
निकल गया भाई। वो कार ही मार्क हो गई डायरेक्ट।
मिनी ड्रॉप किया यहाँ पे 150 एमओ।
7 का एमओ है थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा। चलो भाई।
हाँ मेरे पास है ना।
मेरे पास से ले लेना। अरे भाई इसको धर लिया। राइट साइड नॉक है। वही टर्न है राइट साइड ही है येलो के जस्ट मतलब एकदम फार्दर मोस्ट।
इधर ले आओ मैं रिवाइव कर दूंगा। यहाँ छोड़ दो।
हाँ
और 2-3 आए बाहर से।
ठीक है फाइट ले लो ना आगे जाके। फाइट ले लो ना मैं कर दे रहा हूँ। अरे कोई बात नहीं क्या रिवाइव करोगे फाइट भी करो यार। मार दो करो। ये बुलेट पिन है।
येलो पे है।
वो है रैंडम है।
वेट
थोड़ा नहीं जाना उधर से।
मेरे पास यूटिल नहीं है कुछ डंप करना बाहर।
मेरे पास भी नहीं एक था नेट था ट्राई क्या नहीं हुआ। ये उनका था ना।
मेरा मैंने किया था। डोंट गो अकेला भाग गया बाहर।
मरेगा तो पता चल जाएगा कितना लोग हैं।
मैं सोच रहा हूँ लेफ्ट से बाहर चले। टोल्ड यू।
एक और राइट साइड।
एक पीछे से नॉक फ्लैश।
हां ठीक है।
हीलिंग। तीन ही थे।
चार थे चार। चौथा को सायू ने मारा ना।
पड़ी है यहाँ पे।
क्या बात कर रहे सायू। अच्छा हाँ तुमने नॉक प्लस दिया। होगा कहीं जॉर्ड भी आयरन मजा आया।
बाहर है शायद घर के। मुझे साउंड आया थोड़ा सा।
हो सकता है बाहर हो सकता है
क्योंकि तुम लोग तो सारे दूर हो।
मैं आता हूँ। यहाँ पे 86 पड़ा हुआ है। कौन मार रहा है आपको मार रहा है?
नहीं मेरे तरफ तो नहीं मारा।
आओ ऑफिस चलते हैं। ये साउंड मेरे को क्लियर सुनाई नहीं दिया।
सरप्राइज था।
वही सुन नहीं पाया डर। ये रहा बंदा यहाँ है जा रहा हूँ ठीक है।
एक बाहर से आया।
ठीक है वो आ रहा है उसको छोड़ो।
लगे नहीं जाऊंगा छोड़ो।
छत पे नॉक हुआ है। हमें मार रहा था। हार्ड यूटिल है कुछ रूफ पर नेट कर सकते हो आप लोग अगर है तो।
तरफ
क्रॉस कर रहा हूँ,
नहीं रहा।
रोड क्रॉस मतलब उस तरफ वाले घर बंदे।
दूसरे वाली रूफ से देख
देखो सामने की तरफ बंदा है। ओ शिट, ओ शिट, अरे मार दिया उसने हेडशॉट। क्या काम से फर्स्ट टाइम गया था तो उसने मारा नहीं। रूफ पे हैं 2 बंदे।
बॉडी
अंदर हुआ।
पूरा पूरा सही खत्म। टीम एक और टीम है दूसरे बिल्डिंग में। ये वो अरे नहीं नहीं नहीं, छत वाला है, छत वाला अलग है, छत वाला अलग है, छत वाला अलग है। ये वो टीम का बंदा है जो पहले हम पे चढ़ी थी ना एक टीम।
पीछे से आया। वेट वेट वेट, साउंड।
विकी ब्रो राइट बोले थे, लेफ्ट गए। हाँ तो वो
राइट में साउंड आया मुझे।
इस 5 पे बंदे चढ़ रहे हैं। बाहर ही है राइट साइड। 2, एक है और एक का पता नहीं। एक्चुअली 2 हैं शायद राइट में बाहर।
2 है।
साउंड पे घुसेगा वो। गन रखो।
मेरे घर के पीछे है स्टेज तरफ।
मारो मारो।
यार बीच में ये
मैं दिख रहा था, कोई बात।
हल्का सा नीचे रह गया शॉट।
होल्ड रखो, वापस चला गया वो।
ये मसला एक तरह से है, यही घूमी कर रहे हैं बाहर। चिप लेके उठा है एक।
फुट चला गया होगा उनको। आया
स्टेज पे एक ब्लू पे।
विकी भाई का चिप लेकर घूम रहा ऊपर वाला।
भाई पूरा वाइट एकदम।
फुट दे दी थी ना साहिब, फिर वहां पे होल्ड करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है।
तीन बार स्टन किया उसने।
नहीं वो नहीं, जब आया था ना लेफ्ट राइट खिसके थे ना
पहले वाले दोनों स्टन गलत।
मिस्टीरियो मो कौन है रे?
एनीबॉडी जॉइनिंग?
वो ज्वाइन करके आया ही नहीं।
हाँ वही ना। हेलो विशाल गेमर।
वजह से ज्वाइन कर नहीं पा रहा है क्या?
वेलकम टू द। नहीं मैंने बोला जनरल ज्वाइन कर लो। अबे नहीं गए गाड़ी। मैं बढ़िया हूँ यार विशाल भाई। देखिए भाई मौलवी भाई आपके लिए कुछ कमेंट डाले थे, पढ़े थे?
भाई मौलवी भाई को थोड़ी ना पता है कि मेरा राइट कब कहाँ था उस समय गेम के अंदर। मेरा राइट तो मैं अगर बिल्डिंग देख रहा हूँ तो मेरा राइट वहीं कॉर्नर तो था।
3 4 1 2 3 1 2 कॉन्टेस्ट हो रहा है शायद दिख तो रहा मेरे को बंदा। डाइव लगाया वो भी, बट गलत लगाया। नहीं है।
3 लोग हैं।
अरे शिट हो गया मेरे साथ।
रीलोड हो गई।
भाग रहा हूँ मैं, भाग रहा हूँ, तेजी से भाग रहा हूँ।
मेरे बिल्डिंग में आना ऊपर।
अरे नहीं
प्रेस कर रहा है।
अरे गन उठा रे साले। इधर बंदे। मेरे पास एचपी नहीं है।
मेरे पास कुछ
एसकेएस पड़ा है, वो टाइम में उठा लो। भाई मैं वहां पे क्या भागा हूँ।
नहीं, इस एचपी बच्चा रहने वाला। नीचे 2 लोग हैं। अलग मेरे पेटे पे शायद हेलमेट होगा। हेलमेट मिलेगा।
एक नंबर। क्या भागा हूँ भाई मैं यहाँ पे। यहाँ बंदा है, वो अपना बंदा आ गया। लेट्स गो। विकी भाई किधर हो आप?
मैं तो फर्स्ट बिल्डिंग में ही हूँ।
अच्छा वो वाला इधर, अच्छा वही कॉर्नर वाले में। अरे भैंस क्या मैं कहाँ उस पेट में गोली मार रहा था यार। अरे वही तो है, इधर कोई नहीं है, कूद गया। अरे भाई अब मैं लीव कर दिया इसका गेम प्ले।
कर दिया।
अबे तो मार तो रहा था, ये भी रुक जाते हैं।
उसके मारने का तरीका देख लिया मैं, कहाँ मार रहा था, इसीलिए निकल गया। मैं तो भागा। भाई क्या ही दौड़ा हूँ। ये आ गया क्या? रैंक क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? नहीं मजा आता विक्सटन मेरे को। रैंक रैंक खेलने के लिए 4 बंदे रहेंगे अपने तो खेल पाएंगे एक बार को। स्क्वाड ही नहीं फुल हो पाता है। कभी देखो ओवरफ्लोड रहता है, कभी स्क्वाड फुल नहीं होता है।
ये जो दुख दर्द बोल रहा है उसकी खुद की कमर में दर्द रहता है। नॉट एलेबल आरएन
दुख दर्द चल बे साला बड़ा है। टीम बनाना पड़ेगा रैंक वाला। और पिंग भी नहीं रहता ना अपना, इसीलिए मैं नहीं खेलता रैंक। रैंक में आते हैं भाई 10 पिंग वाले लोग, उनके सामने कुछ नहीं कर सकते तुम। आज का टूर्नामेंट बहुत इंटेंस था। हाँ कल भी होगा भाई। पबजी का सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है पीसी पे। हेलो हेलो। आ रही आवाज? आ रही है।
कहीं का नहीं बैठ रहा भाई, सेवन नहीं चले।
आओ इधर आओ। थोड़ा दूर है। नहीं यार सुनो, पुचंकी आ जाओ। पुचंकी
भटका चलते हैं।
पुचंकी 2-3 टीम हो गई, कूद गए पे बंदे। 2 टीम कूदी है, एक टीम कूदा है, पता नहीं चल रहा है।
अपना यूजुअल जगह ना।
हाँ कहाँ मार्क लगा है?
हाँ अभी देखा मार्क, तभी नहीं लगा हुआ था।
बंदे उतर गए। हाँ 4 बंदे हैं टोटल। वो हम पे आएंगे। एक बंदा कौन है ये दूर पे उड़ रहा है डीएनबी में?
कहाँ उतरा?
मैंने शायद येलो पे देखा और मिड का डबल और इन तरफ भी पता नहीं, क्लियर नहीं हो पाया। गन नहीं मिल रहा है।
MP5 के
मिला
MP5 के कार है।
M4 पड़ी है यहाँ पे।
मिला M4।
बैरल भी पड़ी है यहाँ पे।
अभी एक उठा लूंगा।
दोनों कमरों में एमो है।
एक्सटेंडेड मैच।
लेवल उनका था लॉन्ग हाउस में।
M16 है यार। एक और MP5 के है, ड्रिंक्स है।
रुको बंदे शीशा टूट रहा है, सुन रहे हो? एक शैक की तरफ है, सिंगल स्टोरी शैक के आसपास है। सिंगल स्टोरी से मारा था मेरे को।
डबल ऑरेंज पे।
डबल ऑरेंज वाली उस पे वॉल पे।
क्लोजिंग इन।
तुम्हें होल्ड करना होगा सही उसको। देखो अभी उठाना नहीं। मर गया ना ये। मैं इधर जा रहा हूँ।
दो नॉक वहां पर।
बाहर है बस हाईवे के घर के बाहर।
क्यों उन्हीं का बंदा है। उठाने क्या होगा यहाँ पे? मार दो उसको।
मुझे किल नहीं मिला, वो दूसरा बंदे हैं गाइस।
हाँ नहीं सेम टीम के हैं।
मुझे किल नहीं आया अभी तक।
हाँ अरे येलो पे ये है, वहीं पे उठाया होगा। उठाया रहा होगा।
दो नॉक, एक किल मिला और एक नॉक है वहाँ।
अरे वही बोल रहा हूँ, उठा रहा होगा। और क्या बोल रहा हूँ भाई मैं?
इंग्लिश प्लीज।
ये रहा, मिल गया।
ओके।
उठा दिया। आया वॉल पे। वहां पे बंदा येलो पे, उसके बाद टाइम कितना है भाई? मेरे को उठा के येलो विकी भाई का चिप ले जाओ।
दो टीम थी ना टोटल।
क्या हो गया बैट्समैन? की हो गया बैट्समैन?
1.5 मिनट
जाओ उठाने जाओ विकी भाई को।
हाँ चलिए।
हाँ लॉन्ग कट से जा रहे हो, कोई है नहीं।
पैंजर लेके उड़ते हुए दिखाया मुझे। पैंजर को शूट करना चाहिए था हवा में।
कुछ नहीं होता, क्रॉस हो जाता है।
नहीं फुट जाता है।
फट जाता है पैंजर हवा में।
पैंजर फट जाता है हवा में। कितना बार बोलना पड़ रहा है, उठा रहा होगा उठा। अरे हाँ भाई, अब उसमें मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता। मैंने बोल दिया। तेरा बेटी साला मैं तो बोल के थक गया था। मैं एक्चुअली थक क्या गया था, दिमाग खराब हो गया था। साला बोल तो रहा हूँ भाई, उठा रहा होगा। हाँ फीलिंग चाहिए क्या? बहुत हो गया है मेरे पास।
यहाँ पे वेंडिंग मशीन है ना।
बटन कौन सा सेट है मेड्स में? ये वाला माउस का ऊपर वाला, ये वाला बटन है मेरा मेड्स पे, ठीक है, मतलब फर्स्ट एड पे, और फिर शायद कंट्रोल और ये कंट्रोल और वही थंब बटन, अपर थंब बटन बेसिक वो है अपना मेडकिट में, खाली थंब बटन है फर्स्ट एड ये पे, फर्स्ट एड पे, और ड्रिंक है अपना नीचे वाला थंब बटन पे। है थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड। भाई कहाँ उतर रहे हो? उतर गए क्या भाई? वो उतर चुके हैं लोल। और कट हुआ मेरा। फायर और रेडियस का कौन सा? ये भाई लेफ्ट क्लिक है भाई, ऐसी बात कर रहे हो? देखिए भाई थम मजल ब्रेक चाहिए क्या?
अभी गन नहीं है।
M4 पड़ा है, ऑग है मेरे को मालूम है। ऑग चलाओगे क्या?
M4 लेने से तो दोबारा मर जाऊंगा। ऑग शाक पे पड़ा है।
शाक पे। रात को क्या चुल मचा, इनको पावर काट दिया इन लोगों ने। स्पोर्ट्स उठा रहा हूँ मैं।
एक्स्ट्रा हीलिंग है कार में।
स्कोप मिला है? चलना हो तो बोलना, मैं रेडी हूँ। ठीक भाई, आप ही का वेट हो रहा है।
फ्लैश राइडर अगर DMR का कहीं पड़ा होगा तो बताइए।
अबे नॉर्मल फ्लैश राइडर है ना, वो ले लो।
हाँ वो भी चलेगा।
इस घर में, येलो घर में।
ये लो, ओके मैं ले लेता हूँ। मेरा हो गया निकलने का यार, बस वही ढूंढ रहा था।
सारी बेचारी गाड़ी में बैठ के हॉर्न मार रही है। किसका वेट कर रही हो? अरे चलो विकी भाई को उठाओ, मैं इसको उठा रहा हूँ। मिला ना? गटका साइड चलो रे। बंदे हैं शायद। चलो यो मिगल गेमिंग, लॉन्ग टाइम। यप लॉन्ग टाइम। कहाँ जाएंगे? आओ जहाँ बंदे होंगे घटका से होते हुए चलते हैं स्क्वाड हाउस की तरफ, सेंटर वाला। जहाँ बंदे देखे मैं चला जाऊंगा, रुक जाऊंगा। रेड जोन है, आगे जाने का मन नहीं कर रहा।
ये रुकते हैं क्या?
ये रुकना क्यों है? वैसे रेड जोन है, थोड़ा सा स्लो हो जाएंगे, थोड़ा सा स्लो हो जाते हैं भाई। रेड जोन में फुट जाएंगे। खत्म हो गया ना रेड जोन कि अभी भी है यार। स्क्वाड हाउस तरफ जाते हैं, ये वाला। चलो क्लियर। कहाँ जाना है सही? तुम लोग डबल हो, तुम लोग बताओ कहाँ जा रहे हैं। बंदा है शायद। चलना है? नॉक कर पाओगे किसी एक को? भाई मार दिया मेरे को, भाई मार दिया भाई। 2 बार मारा भाई।
2 बार
गाड़ी से 2 बार लगा मेरे। इसलिए ना क्लटर्ड होके नहीं खेलना चाहिए। है मेरे पास है हेलिंग। हाँ भाई।
सॉरी तो अच्छा, जब तक ब्रेक लगा था तब तक रुक चुका था आगे। सॉरी
स्पेस दबा दिया करो बे, रिवर्स थोड़ा दबाना होता है ब्रेक में।
नहीं स्पेस दबाया था, पूरा गाड़ी एकदम घूम गया।
एक ही गोली मारा था वैसे। किसी को मार रहा है। हाँ मैं पुश कर रहा, मैं जा रहा हूँ, साइलेंट कर दूंगा इंजन। गाड़ी में 2 बंदे हैं, वेरी लो।
उसको हेड लगा ऊपर वाले को।
चलो आप वहां कैसे पहुंच गए दोनों? कहाँ विकी भाई? ऊपर है क्या बंदा? बैल्कनी तरफ है, बैल्कनी तरफ सही देख के। अरे विकी भाई फिर गए भाई। हो गया खत्म। कौन मार रहा है इधर गोली? विकी भाई मर गया फिर से। विकी भाई कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? ओह स्मोक।
मुझे हमारा 240 250 कह रहा हूँ कहीं पे।
अरे मेरे को लगा विकी भाई घर के अंदर है। मैं थोड़ा सा एमो उठा रहा। यहाँ रिपेयर किट है इन केस अगर चाहिए तो। बारी बारी से गोली खा रहे क्या? मैं भी खाऊं तो?
ग्रीन पे बहुत लो है, बहुत लो है। डबल हेडशॉट मारा है। 1 HP होगा।
पीजीसी कौन जीता? पीजीसी अभी चल रहा है, खत्म नहीं हुआ है। खत्म। उस पर लेवल 3 में जा रहा हूँ लेने।
अच्छा इसीलिए डबल हेडशॉट नहीं हुआ वो।
अरे विकी भाई को उठाने का सीन बनाओगे क्या? हाँ गटका वो वाला गाड़ी लेके जाओ, वो स्पोर्ट्स बोल रहा हूँ, वो स्पोर्ट्स कार
वहाँ रखा हुआ है,
पेट्रोल कम है।
हाँ डिप पे रखा हुआ, यहाँ पर है मेरा कार, यहाँ पर ग्रिल पे।
ड्रॉप है क्लोज, किसी को चाहिए तो।
यहाँ पर कार।
बंदे हो सकते हैं कटका के इधर आते हुए, तो रहन दो। वैसे
अबे इस पे डबल वो था, इस पे डबल ड्रॉप गन था।
अरे इसलिए वन शॉट में इतना कम स्पीड होगा।
अबे डबल ड्रॉप गन से क्या होता वन शॉट? हेलो
मार भी अच्छा रहता है, सही है। प्लेन पास के हिसाब से सही है।
कुछ आवाज है ना?
हाँ वो रिवाइव का।
ओ
शॉट्स मुझ पे
भगाते हुए आए क्या हम लोग? आओ हम लोग भी चलते हैं।
बढ़ते हैं तो।
नहीं वही रुको, आ रही।
वो बंदा वॉच टावर की तरफ बंदा आ रहा है, ठीक है सही समझ गए ना? वॉच टावर ये उधर बंदा आ रहा है ऑपोजिट हिल से। येलो पिन पे दिख रहा मेरे को। आई थिंक मैं ले पाऊंगा शॉट।
यहाँ का ही है, ब्लू तरफ देखती हूँ।
हाँ वो तो आवाज आया।
पैर में गोली लगा, हिल कर रहा होगा येलो पे। चला गया नीचे। पहन लिया था क्या? नहीं 7 का एमो है क्या? मैं 7 का एमो ज़्यादा फेक आया उधर। 6x एक्स्ट्रा रखा हूँ मैं। देखो M24 नहीं चलाओगे कि अपना पेटी लूट रहे हो? साला बोल क्यों नहीं रहे भाई? उसको जवाब ही नहीं दे रहा। ये ग्रीन नहीं होता क्या? अच्छा P90 का रेटिकल चेंज नहीं होता है। यहाँ पे M24 और 6 है, अगर लेना हो तो ले लेना गेमर जला येलो पेन पे।
ये वाला ग्रीन लाइन जो पासिंग है वो डिप है क्या?
हाँ नहीं डिप नहीं है। अबे डिप नहीं है। अरे तुम भी आ गए क्या?
आ रहे क्लाइंब कर गया राइट।
निकलना क्यों चाहिए? अच्छा जी सर्कल नहीं है। अरे यार सर्कल क्यों नहीं है भाई?
चलने के लिए भाई थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है।
इन्हीं पे चलना होगा लेफ्ट वालों पे। मैं जा रहा हूँ ठीक है, तुम लोग आना आराम से, क्लियर करता हूँ रास्ता।
मैं भी चलता हूँ ना थोड़ा।
तो गाड़ी फिर इनको ला।
गैस भी नहीं स्प्रे करने के लिए।
दिखा मार्क
वही सेम बंदा, एक काला ड्रेस वाला था।
एक ही है दूसरा।
काला ड्रेस वाला क्या?
हिंट आप खाया नहीं, पर्पल ड्रेस है उसका।
हाँ भाई
दूसरा दिखा नहीं।
आप लोगों को जोन पढ़ना होगा, बढ़ जाना। नॉक हो गया प्ले जोन से, पहुंच के नॉक हो गया। बंदा है आगे यहाँ पे।
घर पे?
आ रहा है।
ट्राई करता हूँ आने का।
नहीं मर जाऊंगा मैं, पेड़ पे हूँ वैसे। पहुंचोगे क्या? नहीं पहुंचोगे। ले लेना लेवल 3 ले लेना मेरे से, तुरंत लेवल 3 उठाओ, लेफ्ट चले जाओ घर पे। एक और है वहीं पे। नेट बेर पे बहुत सारा है, उठा उठा के करो। पूरा दिख रहा है तुमको? भाग रहा घर के पीछे गया। कोई बात नहीं, आप लोग दोनों। अरे यार दोनों
टाइम नहीं था, लग गई ना सीधा ही।
स्मोक करो स्मोक करो स्मोक करो स्मोक करो स्मोक करो, बच जाएंगे स्मोक करो। घर के अंदर रिवाइव हो रहा है रायन, घर के अंदर या फिर घर के पीछे, पता नहीं कहाँ हो रहा है। विकी भाई का ठंड है तो कहिए, रिकॉल कर रहा है विकी भाई को। विकी भाई, ओ विकी भाई क्या हो रहा है?
राइट चलो।
पत्थर है जोन पे। हील कर लो ना, स्मोक करके पत्थर पे हील कर लो। लेफ्ट साइड बंदा होगा पिन स्मोक के आसपास। मारो ये मारो उसको। लेफ्ट साइड से ध्यान रखना खुद को बचा के।
नहीं और
कोई बात नहीं, फाइट लो अब, कुछ नहीं कर सकते। राइट से मार रहा है वो। M24 मारा नहीं हुआ तो M4 निकाल के टप कर रहा है।
M4 स्मोक है क्या?
एक ही है, लास्ट डाल रही
हूँ। AMR निकाल के मारो ना रे। चलो कोई ना, 3 बंदे हैं, राइट में 1 है, सामने 2 हैं।
नाइस वन।
नॉक नहीं हुआ है, लो किया शायद, मेरे को लगा नॉक।
मुझे लेट जाना चाहिए।
तुम गलत जगह खेल रहे हो, तुमको नीचे से खेलना चाहिए था। बुलेट को इनको 2 ब्लू चिप मेडल मिले क्या पिछले गेम में? ओह काली कार।
कैसा खेलता था लास्ट मैच में?
क्या
आज पुल
ठीक ठाक खेला था शायद।
मेरा तो 500 ज़्यादा पॉइंट नहीं है, 500 भी नहीं टच हुआ मेरा। नहीं 500 हो गया, पता नहीं 500 हो गया क्या? हाँ 500 तो हो ही गया, इसको टच नहीं किया।
कल मैं ऐसे प्लेयर लूंगा जो खराब खेल सकते हैं, वैसा सोच के लूंगा।
रेक्स क्या मारा है? रेक्स को तो ऐसा नहीं दूंगा, रेक्स खेल ही नहीं रहा था पिछले बार।
गाइस बीच बीच में ना स्ट्रीम का स्पीड बढ़ा दिया करो, क्योंकि मेरे इंटरनेट के वजह से ना आप लोग का स्ट्रीम पीछे रह जाता होगा, तो स्पीड लाइक 1.5x कर दिया करो बीच बीच में। यो डेल्टा क्या मन अच्छे है? हाँ ऐप जाएंगे ना भाई, ऐप जा रहे ना। फुल खेलना आजा, जगह बना देंगे। फुल मतलब क्या? फुल टाइट तो नहीं हुआ अभी तक, गेट फुल है लेकिन। मेरा जंप थोड़ा खराब है, तुम लोग संभाल लेना। ओके गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट।
मेरा भी लीक हो गया, मतलब क्लोज है काफी।
सब नीचे गिर गया भाई।
चलो अंदर, चलो अंदर, चलो अंदर।
क्या ही करेंगे भाई, घुस ही नहीं पा रहे भाई। घुस ही नहीं पा रहे तो क्या ही कर सकते हैं भाई।
लॉक करके बैठा
तो लॉक हो गया ना।
मुझे ही खत्म किया सबसे पहले।
बहुत बुरा हुआ हमारे साथ गाइस, बहुत बुरा हो रहा है हमारे साथ। यूएमपी उठा लो 7 कैम, क्या करोगे? गजब भाई, कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा। दो या 3 टीम उतरी थी इस वाले ऐप्स में। मेरा भी फर्स्ट फ्लोर मिस हुआ, गेमर्स लाइव का भी, रायन का भी। चल एक के पीछे एक आए, कोई ना। What's the plan? अरे kill them all. चलो वो उधर से मजे ले रहा। आया क्रॉस किया डोर की तरफ गया। अरे इतना फुट दिया तब भी एंटी एंटी साला 71 मैंने मारा था यार।
आपका किल में गलती से मैच ले लिया।
अरे कल नया पास भी आएगा।
आज तो कुछ खास दिख नहीं रहा था उसे।
बैरल का स्किन है। माउस में नहीं आया क्या? वाइपर अल्टीमेट है, बहुत पुराना वायरलेस वाला।
माउस मैं सोच रहा हूँ लेने का, वायरलेस लेना चाहिए वायरलेस।
मतलब भाई कोई फायदा नहीं है।
वायर्ड ही भैया।
मैंने चैट जीपीटी को पूछा, चैट जीपीटी ये बता मेरे पास ये वाला माउस है और मैं ये वाला माउस लेना चाह रहा हूँ, ठीक है? तो उसने बोला एकदम नेग्लिजिबल सा वो है, ऐसे नॉर्मल गेमिंग में कुछ फ़र्क पता नहीं चलेगा। मैं बोला ठीक है भाई, 7,000 रुपये क्यों खर्च करूँ?
मेरा काफी पुराना होता है इसलिए।
मेरे को लिटरल चैट जीपीटी ने मना किया, 80K X1 अल्टीमेट नियर लिंक मत लो, बोला 8000 पोलिंग रेट आपका सिर्फ एडवांटेज होगा, बाकी कुछ डिफरेंस नहीं रहेगा, और उस वो भी हल्का सा ही वो है। अरे रुको रुको रुको, एक्सक्लेमेशन स्पेक्स लिख दो आर्यन ना, आपको सब मिल जाएगा। आर्यन होगा ही नाम, शायद मैं एज्यूम कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि हैंडल दिख रहा है। मिलिट्री नहीं, कोचंकी ही चलो। ऐप्स में तो टिक नहीं पा रहे। नहीं ऐप्स चलो ऐप करो।
मैं तो करंटली अभी वो डेथ हार्डर V2 यूज कर रहा हूँ, वायर्ड वाला।
डिस्क्रिप्शन में वैसे स्पेक्स लिखा हुआ है पूरा डिटेल्ड, देख सकते हो, या फिर लिंक पे जाके आप कंपोनेंट्स चेक कर सकते हो। काला धुआं निकल रहा है कहीं से। इसका अभी ये लोग पहले कैसे पहुंच गया? क्या सीन जंप का? आई माइट गो ग्राउंड।
चले?
नहीं ग्राउंड जाऊंगा मैं। ये नूब वूब क्या होता है? मर जाएंगे, चलेगा भाई। अरे भाई लगा क्यों नहीं उसको? ओह शॉक्ड है, इलेक्ट्रिफाइड है।
अरे यार पिस्टल लेके मार रहा है।
पिस्टल है, एस उठाया।
एक बार में दोनों खत्म। लेट जाते भाई ये बंदे लोग भी।
सो अनलकी है ना भाई। मैंने उसको मार दिया था पिस्टल से, मालूम है, वो इलेक्ट्रिक वाला, लेकिन अनलकीली उसका एम मेरे पे ही रह गया था। वो बिजली में वो हो रहा है,
लेकिन वो मार दिया फिर।
मार रहा मेरे को। टेजर लग गया था यार उसको।
एक पिस्टल मिला और वो छत से कूद गया।
अच्छा कैसे कूदते हो भाई? मैं तो खराब कूदता हूँ, ठीक है, तुम लोग भी ऐसे ही हो क्या?
मेरा लास्ट में जीजी हो गया। पूरा सही था, मैं लास्ट में जीजी हो गया।
ये पे शॉट्स ब्लड स्पिल दिखाया बट नो डैमेज रजिस्टर्ड, यूजुअल बग जी। ओके अरे विकी भाई का आवाज आया बे। ओ माय गॉड, खांसी सही, आवाज तो आया।
बोलने का कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा। कुछ हो तो बोलूं भी।
अरे फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकालो, मर गए कोई बात नहीं, सुना दो जिसको सुनाना है, दबा के मत रखो।
भाई अपनी टीम वालों पे कैसे निकालो फ्रस्ट्रेशन?
अरे निकालो भाई, मैं तो निकाल देता हूँ भाई।
हाँ तुम ही निकाल सकते हो भाई, हम नहीं निकालते।
क्यों भाई?
टीम है ना, क्योंकि
तो मेरी टीम नहीं है क्या?
सबको पता है ना कि सबका गेम प्ले कैसा है।
ओ भाई मैं मर गया। फर्स्ट फ्लोर मत आना, फर्स्ट फ्लोर मत आना। सेफ तो हूँ भाई मैं। भाई ऊपर गन नहीं मिले यार। भाई चलो ना, मारते किसी पे गन है तो, मेरे पे एमके है सिर्फ।
रिलोड कर रहा है वो,
हाँ कुछ कुछ उठा के रिलोड किया जा रहा है। अरे शॉटगन पे
नाइस। आ जाओ भाई इधर।
कुछ नेट वेट किया, ब्लू जोन किया है शायद। हट जाना हट जाना।
नहीं आएगा, नहीं आएगा।
हेलमेट था क्या कहीं? आज गेमर्स लाइव सर का मौन है। नहीं मौन ब्रत हटेगा हटेगा।
हेलमेट ही नहीं है।
इधर आजा, मेरे पास हीलिंग नहीं है क्योंकि मैं
कोई नहीं यहाँ पर आ जाओ क्योंकि भाई
ऊपर नॉक फ्लश किया था।
हीलिंग है क्या कुछ भी?
हाँ मेरे पास है।
हीलिंग ले लो, हीलिंग ले लो।
हेलमेट तो उठा लो। हाँ ये लो ये लो।
मैं थोड़ा सा सेफ हूँ, मैं अंदर कर सकता हूँ। यहाँ पर है।
हाँ तो उसको क्यों देखना, ऊपर वालों को मारना है। हीलिंग 3 लोग है ना। चलो रायन चलो आगे चलो। इसको आने दो विकी भाई, इसको आगे जाने दो, इसको आगे जाने दो। नॉक होगा ना। ले
ऊपर ऊपर ऊपर
छत पे ध्यान से क्रॉस कर जाओ, क्रॉस कर जाओ। चेक कर लो।
अरे उसको शॉट लगा, उसको हेडशॉट।
अरे विकी भाई जब जाना, अरे
अरे भाई ये 2 लोग पड़े हैं।
किसी को तो लेके जाओ विकी भाई, क्या कर रहे हो?
अरे एस12 के मारा उसे।
अरे तो ठीक है, अकेले तो मत जाओ ना, हम लोग इधर फ्लोर चेक कर रहे हैं, आप ऊपर भाग गए।
भाई मेरे को एक बंदा साथ जाता है, अकेला तो नहीं गया था मैं।
यहाँ 9 में और पड़ा है सही।
हीलिंग उन पे भी नहीं है।
अरे भाई नीडवर्ड क्यों ऑन फोड़ रहा रे? मरा नहीं यार, ऊपर ट्रायंगल मैंने बिछा दिया उनके लिए।
भाई
और सर इनको मारते हैं और क्या करेंगे।
कितना ऊपर जाएगा ये? गैस टैंक कितना ऊपर जाएगा?
अरे
दिखने से खिड़की के साथ।
अबे छूती है।
यहीं पर है।
हट रे। और है, 2 हैं 2। मार लेना उसको, मार लेना। हाँ आंटी।
ओ आंटी अब ये लोग आ रहे।
एक छत में भी था शायद, साउंड तो छत का भी आ रहा था। पाँच एमओ थी। हाँ ठीक है। वो आज लास्ट डे है ना पोर्सा वाला, जो भी झोल करना है, जितना टोकन कमाना कमा लो। ये कितने जमा हुए टोकन एक्स्ट्रा?
370।
370 में नंबर प्लेट मिलेगा आपको। वो ले लो, लूट कैच लेके ट्राई मारना तो मार लो, या फिर वो ले लो चाबी। बीपी मिलेगा, बीपी
नहीं।
चाबी मत लो। हाँ ले लो आप, क्या चला मेन बिल्डिंग ही कैंप करना तो आए ही क्यों है। सब कुछ करके पोर्सन ने इमीडिएट डिसअसेंबल्ड एवरीथिंग। तो सर एडब्ल्यूएम का प्रोग्रेसिव आ रहा नेक्स्ट, देखा?
तो प्रोग्रेसिव तो क्रिएट करना है जल्दी
वही वर्ल्ड स्पॉन भी नहीं है वो गन। अरे बस हमको मिल जाए काफी है।
फ्री में मिल गया तो कोई ऐसे तो ऐसे लगा के तो भाई इसके पास है स्ट्रीमर्स लोग ही लेंगे।
अब से बीपी बूस्ट हटा दिया है, ठीक है, पूरा बीपी बूस्ट हटा दिया है। जो पास लेगा उसको 50% बीपी बूस्ट मिलेगा, जो पास नहीं लेगा उसको बीपी बूस्ट 0।
बीपी बूस्ट मतलब पहले से बीपी बूस्ट मिलता था क्या?
फ्री में मिलता था ना।
ओ अच्छा, पास के अंदर जो 20% बीपी बूस्ट आता था
वो सब बिक गया।
हाँ
और का हो रही रिकॉल कम करेंगे ये लोग, बढ़ा दिए लोल। हाँ ओरिजिनल बढ़ाया, ओरिजिनल ही तो दिक्कत करता है, ऑक का वही तो खींचता है मेरे को। मैं इसीलिए तो नहीं चलाता ऑग, अभी तो और बढ़ जाएगा, इसलिए आज ऑग चलाते हैं। चलो अभी ऑग मिलेगा तो ऑग चलाएंगे।
जब प्लेट में थी ऑग तो क्या लेजर चलती थी? कुछ नहीं था, 0 डिफॉल्ट का डैमेज इतना हाई था, फमास जैसा था।
वो क्रेट ओपन था ना, वेपन था ना, तो
रोजा के टक्कर पे था उस समय तो। अब तो M4 जैसा ठोक दिया इसको बना।
गाइस समय मिले तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक जरूर करना। सेक्टर 18 में बंदा है और नहीं है शायद, एक ही टीम है। ओ भाई बस्ता चाहिए
मेरे घर पे एक लेवल 1 पे ही है। गन दे दो जी।
कहाँ पे लेवल 1 का? बस्ता 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 प्लीज मार करो बस्ता।
सेकंड फ्लोर यहाँ पर
मिल गया मिल गया मिल गया।
मैं तो गन ही नहीं मिला अभी तक। हाँ भाई PUBG क्या कर रहा है?
4x मिला है, एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए?
गन नहीं है अभी।
गन ही नहीं है मेरे पास भी। मेरे पास तो कुछ भी गन
4x तो है।
मैं 6 पैक्स पे कोई नहीं उतरा है, मैं जाता हूँ उधर।
हाँ क्लियर ही है। PUBG वाले बोल रहे हैं और थोड़ा कम यूज़ करो। अबे 8x चाहिए? अब बोल दो गन ही नहीं है तो फिर नहीं उठाता हूँ मैं। हाँ साइयो को चाहिए, ठीक ले लो। ओ दे ब्रो, आपको मार रहा है। आओ वेयर स्मोक करो रे, स्मोक नहीं है मेरे पास। कहाँ बाहर हो वॉल पे? बाप रे बाप। ठीक भाई
जा रहा हूँ।
बंदे आ रहे हैं।
अरे अंदर जाना भी क्या? स्मोक में जाओ। मेरे पास बेस्ट नहीं है आपको पैक करने के लिए।
आई डोंट हियर देम, थोड़ा कॉम्स कम रखना। स्मोक सूसू कर रहा ना। अच्छा येलो के पीछे
और इनके आगे
वॉल पे एक बंदा क्लोज वॉल हमारे वाले वॉल पे
इसके अंदर घुस गया
आप लोग के पीछे गेमर से लाइव आप लोग के बाहर है घर के बाहर
है
मेरे सामने लेफ्ट इस ऑरेंज पे नॉक है येलो ऑरेंज पे दोनों तरफ बंदे हैं इस घर में अलग बंदे हैं येलो पिन
इसको ऑक कर दिया हार्ड वाले पे
बालकनी में है रे गया अरे मर जा साले दल्ला आओ रे पुश करो मर गया सब मर गया वाइफ हो गया ऑक चलाएंगे ऑक का दिन आज कल से नहीं चलाएंगे और भाई इतना सारा यूटिल फेंका उसको लग ही नहीं रहा है
दो नेड फेंका अंदर एक अंदर गया पता नहीं कहाँ गया भाई मर ही नहीं रहा है
पांच फर्स्ट एड पड़ी है
यहाँ पे थंब ग्रिप है और बैरल विथ एमो है अगर चाहिए किसी को ले लेना फ्रेश हेलमेट है येलो पे एक्स्ट्रा 8x नहीं चाहिए ना किसी को छोड़ रहा
ब्लू जा रहा हूँ
तो कॉम्प है मजे ले चलाते हैं
कॉम्प मैं लेता हूँ
हाँ डबल कॉम्प है ना हाँ डबल कॉम्प है ले लो रे किसी को चाहिए
मेरे पास दोनों पे कॉम्प लगा हुआ है
नहीं डबल कॉम्प है किसी को चाहिए तो और कॉम्प ले लो
हाँ।
वैसे यार कॉम्प तो पहले ही दे देने का तो डीएमआर पे डीएमआर कॉम्प लगाया करो एआर कॉम्प मत लगाओ
नहीं डीएमआर कॉम्प लगा हुआ है वही बोल रहा हूँ
अरे स्मोक नहीं है स्मोक गन मिल गया अच्छा ब्लू जोन का वो आएगा ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर चलो एक गाड़ी उठाते हैं जोन चलते हैं जोन अरे या फिर ईपी मिले तो बताना हम लोग क्रॉस करना है नहीं है चलो गाड़ी से चलते हैं अच्छा चाबी मिला चाबी चलो रे चाबी हंट करने चलते हैं वहाँ मिल जाएगा सब हमें तो उस बंदे पे मैंने 3 नेड 1 मॉली किया भाई। बंकर बंकर चलो विप्रो। बाय। अरे जाने दो भाई, कोई जान ही नहीं दे रहा, सब रोके जा रहे हैं। माय गॉड ग्रोजा है, भाड़ में जाए यार सब प्रेशर। अरे ईपी है ना, ईपी 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 क्यों नहीं लगा रहे हम लोग?
हां ईपी है।
7 की थोड़ी एमो हो तो 10-20 दे देना। आई एम वेरी लो, 60 है।
एक्सटेंडेड क्विक ड्रॉ।
हाँ कहाँ है?
नहीं है बोल रहा।
अरे उठा ले।
हो गया?
उठा ले उठा ले। यहाँ जाना है? नहीं यहाँ चलते, इधर इधर चल लो।
अभी बंदे उतरे हो सकते हैं अभी।
हाँ चलो 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 मारेंगे ना।
चलते हैं फिर। वो वैसे भी रिवाइव्ड वाले प्लेयर है तो
मेरे को लग रहा है मैं सिर्फ रायन के साथ पबजी खेल रहा हूँ, बाकी 2 रैंडम लोग हैं, उनको हमारी आवाज जा रही है, जब मन कर रहा है कुछ रिस्पॉन्स आ जा रहा है।
जब गेम चल रही है तब दे रहे रिस्पॉन्स।
क्या बात कर रहे हो? ऐसा है क्या? बोलिए। गाड़ी खड़ा है वैसे वहां पे, गाड़ी है ना, वो देखो घर के सामने। वो क्या है?
नहीं गाड़ी तो नहीं है।
अच्छा
नहीं
गाड़ी
शैडो है, वो
शैडो है, लेकिन लूटा हुआ है।
नहीं उतरे
अरे एमो चाहिए रिफिल, मतलब रिफंड चाहिए एमो, यहाँ पड़ा हुआ है। एक सप्रेसर मिल जाता तो और मजा आ जाता यार। सप्रेसर लेकिन अरे मेरे को लगा तुम लोग देख रहे हो, तुम इसलिए नहीं मार पड़ो। ये यहाँ से मार रहा होगा।
नहीं वहाँ नहीं है।
अरे यहाँ से मार रहा होगा। अरे भाई दिया दिया दिया। बात कर रहे, तुमको दिखा नहीं? देख नॉक भी कर दिया मैंने। यही येलो से नहीं मार रहा है, ऑरेंज से ही मार रहा है, जो पहले मैंने मार्क दिया था जिस घर पे।
अच्छा इस साइड से,
इससे ही मार रहा है वो। मार्कर हटा दो सब। बंदे आ रहे, दरवाजे बंद रखना। विकी भाई हो नहीं नहीं छोड़ो,
फेड लगी उसे।
थोड़ा सा भी मत मारो विकी भाई, गोली मत चलाओ थोड़ी देर के लिए, गोली मत चलाओ। ये रिकॉल वाले जो है ना, मतलब ईपी वाले आ सकते हैं यहाँ पे, थोड़ी देर मत चलाओ, शांति रखो। कोई ऊपर देख रहा है? अब चला सकते हो। कौन सा प्रेशर मारा? बंदे उड़ रहे हैं हवा में, बंदे नहीं है उसमें। देखो रे ऊपर, देखो रे कहाँ है बंदे? टीपी वाले कहाँ उतरे? ओके बंदे उतर रहे हैं 260 250 वाले कंपाउंड में उतरे, ऊपर वाला अपर हिल। विकी भाई नहीं,
ग्रीन से प्रेशर चला रहा है।
मैं विकी भाई के साथ हूँ। विकी भाई कहाँ से मारा आपको? एक और ईपी आ रही है, रायन देखना ऊपर थोड़ी देर, अभी मैं देख नहीं पाऊंगा। और इससे बच के, इनसे बच के, येलो वालों से बच के। विकी भाई ग्रीन से मारा था क्या आपको?
उतर यहाँ उतर है ग्रीन पे।
नहीं ग्रीन नहीं, वहीं ब्लू की साइड से।
ग्रीन पे उतर, वहीं मार रहा है।
ए भाई
यहाँ पर 3 टीम है।
हाँ नहीं 2 टीम है, 2 टीम है।
पीछे से अभी और है, पीछे से 2 बंदे और हैं।
अरे उन्हीं के बंदे हैं।
ओह
छत चढ़ सकते हैं वो लोग, ध्यान रखना। अरे यार बहुत गलत जगह फंसे हुए हम लोग। भाई मारे जा रही है वहां। ओके ले 3 वुल्फ F22। सर्कल उन्हीं पे है, कुछ करे क्या? नॉक करना पड़ेगा एक और। ऊपर वाले लोग रोटेट करके नीचे जाएंगे। हाँ ध्यान रखना रायन, उनको बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि तुम अरे भाई लेफ्ट वाले घर से मार रहा है, वो भी नॉक है। स्मोक करके पुश कर सकते हैं मालूम है, ट्विस्टेड माइंड का जो भी नाम है। अरे ये लोग खेल रहा होगा तो
ऑरेंज से पीक ले रहा है।
टॉयलेट से पीक ले रहा है, मैं देखता हूँ।
ऑरेंज से
हाँ ऑरेंज का टॉयलेट में।
डोंट हैव स्मोक वे।
नहीं ऑरेंज खिड़की से।
खिड़की वालों को मारा, वो नहीं दिख रहा अभी।
कर क्या क्रॉस?
पीछे बंदा आ रहा है।
गाड़ी आई।
मैंने क्रॉस कर गया वहां, आप लोग अपना गेम प्ले करना, जैसे जैसे करके आना, ठीक है?
लाइव है क्या कहीं पर एक्स्ट्रा?
भाई मेरे पास है।
मैं देखता हूँ, जाना तो पड़ेगा उधर, कैसे जाएगा?
येलो से बंदे पुश कर रहे थे ऑरेंज वाले घरों पे, ठीक है? ऑरेंज ग्रीन वाले घरों पे।
तब उसी ये पे जा सकते हैं।
मैं तो इसीलिए उनके कवर से आ गया इधर। यूएस तुम्हारी तरफ आ रही है, इंजन कट किया है। रायन तुम पे पूरे बंदे, 4 बंदे। रायन को हेल्प चाहिए। कितने लोग थे रायन उधर? 2 को नॉक किए हो? कितने थे? 2 नॉक किए। पुश कर दो, पुश कर दो, विकी पुश कर दो अगर हो सके, सबको खत्म। यहाँ बंदे आए।
2 यार
एमो लेके आए तो फेस 5 हो गया।
गाड़ी था ना उनका, गाड़ी यूज कर लो आप लोग।
नहीं ठीक है
अरे देखा यही अरे यार मिस कर रहा हूँ शॉट्स में स्मोक नहीं है मेरे पास हाँ अंदर आना देख के हाँ
मेरे पास चार चेक करके कोई ले लो
अरे क्या हो रहा है अरे इनको मारो रे शैक पे बंदे हैं पाक रे मैं ओपन क्यों गया भाई चला तुम लोग को कोई नहीं मारा मेरे को मारा अरे डीएमआर से मारोगे ना इतने रेंज में थोड़ा ना स्प्रे करोगे भाई जोन स्मोक करो तुम लोग सामने बंदे थे ठीक है ड्रॉप के लेफ्ट राइट कहीं होंगे उसकी गाड़ी फंसी हुई राइट वाला से नॉक हुआ नहीं लेफ्ट वाला नॉक हुआ भाई हाँ लेफ्ट वाले का एक नॉक है साहिब हाँ लेफ्ट साइड देखो बंदे होंगे पानी में बंदे होंगे यहीं के बंदा है और सामने स्मोक में सही सामने अरे वो रहा हाँ वहां करना था ब्लू जोन मारो ब्लू पिन पे नेट यूटिल करो स्टन वन भी कर दोगे चलेगा अरे उतरो नीचे स्मोक कर दे रायन तेरे पे स्मोक है
नहीं है
नहीं इसको उठा के ट्रायंगल में ले जा साहिब को उठा के ट्रायंगल में ले जाना अगर समय मिले तो हिल कर लो तीन और है और वो हाँ बढ़िया ये लाके अरे खत्म कर दो भाई इतना एमो रखते हो फटाफट रिलोडिंग मार देते हो लेफ्ट साइड होगा यहाँ पे आया उसको बंदा उठाने के लिए इधर पुश कर दो एक साइड पुश कर दो नहीं मैं नहीं बोलूंगा कुछ दो होंगे ट्विस्टेड माइंड की टीम खत्म हो गई गाइस वो एमजी वाला उठ गया हाँ हेलमेट वेस्ट देख लो गिले वाले पे कुछ होगा तो होगा जल्दी फटाफट देख लो जल्दी से स्मोक उठाओ स्मोक भागो नहीं है समय भागो इतना एमो भर के रखते भाई हाँ ठीक है जी अरे क्या उठा रहे थे भाई इतना
अरे पता नहीं क्या उठ गया था एक्स्ट्रा मैं स्मोक ही उठाने पर
तुम पे एमो 250 था 250 में से कौन खेलता है यार
मैं स्प्रे करता हूँ बहुत ज्यादा खत्म हो जाता है सिटी
अरे 120 रखा करो उससे ऊपर वेस्ट है
आदत हो गया मेरा मतलब 190 के अराउंड रखता हूँ
एंटी
Good night, Sayu.
Good night.
Good night, Sayu.
एनर्जी
देखो तो इनवाइट करके देखो, मैंने तो किया शायद इनवाइट, आ गया।
ये वाला मत अच्छा जा रहा था, थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो गया।
हेलो
हेलो हेलो।
हाँ भाई क्या सीन है? उधर 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 फील्डिंग लगा रखे हो क्या रवि भाई के साथ?
नहीं नहीं, अकेला ही खेल रहा था।
तो फिर आओ, स्वागत है। कितने टोकन्स हो गए एनर्जी
किसका?
तुम्हारे?
किस
पोर्शा पोर्शा
पोस्टर
टोकन।
का?
हाँ
नहीं मैं सब वो क्रेडिट खरीद लिया ना, लूट के जो उसका, फिर भी नहीं निकला।
आर्टिशन टोकन के लिए रखते ना यार 750।
क्या करूंगा उसका?
लास्ट वाला जो ये एमजी मार रहा था, कितना बेकार एम था उसका भाई साहब एमजी का।
नहीं अच्छा था वो, सायू को डाउन करके तेरे को नहीं मार रहा था, दूसरे बंदों को मार रहा था वो।
लास्ट में मेरे को मारने लगा, मैंने उसको मारा ना उससे फिर।
नहीं नहीं तुमको नहीं मार रहा था।
इसी को मार रहा था।
नहीं विकी भाई इसको नहीं मार रहा था, दूसरे बंदों को मार रहा था वो।
मुझे मार रहा था, इसकी हेल्थ जा रही थी।
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
10 HP था ना लास्ट में।
भाई उसने कितना दूर से सायू को झुकाया था मालूम है? बहुत दूर से।
मैंने 180 सुना, फिर पता नहीं लग गया।
अपार्ट्स की पोचिंग की
बोलो, आप बोलो भाई, आप बोलते हो, आप कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे हो, मैं क्या बोलूं? कमेंट थोड़ा फास्ट करो, टीममेट नंबर 4।
हाँ मुझे तो अभी मेरे को बोल रहा, मेरे को
तुमसे पहले वो था।
तुमसे पहले वो था। तुम तो अभी न्यू एंट्री हो, अभी आएगा न्यू टीममेट।
मिनट पहले की चैट
अभी तुम्हारे लिए कुछ आएगा, तुम्हारे लिए आएगा न्यू टीममेट। मूवमेंट थोड़ा फास्ट करो, ऐसा आएगा।
मैं तो नया नया अभी खेल रहा, सीख रहा हूँ ना, तो थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा
भाई। लेकिन ब्रो पोचंकी वाला देखे थे मैं, कहाँ से कहाँ भागा था एकदम।
हाँ मैं बचपन से शूटिंग गेम ही पसंद था, इसीलिए इसका मैकेनिक्स अच्छा है।
कोर्स निकालने में कितना खर्चा हुआ? पास लिया हो गया, विकी भाई ने पास स्पॉन्सर कर दिया अनुव्रत ब्रो, फिर हमने गाड़ी ले लिया।
बिना पास
रुक जा रहा मैं।
कैशे पे जिंदा रहो।
रुक, हाँ चलते 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 रुक।
कॉन्टेस्ट
नहीं रुक,
अरे इसमें उड़ा उठ रहा है तो सेकंड मैन
मिड बैक बंदा छत पे दिख रहा है मेरे को। गन है तो रिलोड करके मारो।
अरे गन नहीं है ना ऊपर, गन होगा तो कुछ करें।
चलो यहाँ पे छत पे बंदा था रे, इतना देर से मंडरा रहा था लेफ्ट लो में।
गन नहीं था ना, क्या करें?
ओह शिट। भाई एक का एक्स्ट्रा एमो है क्या?
5 की एमो छोड़ी है। बंदा देखो फूट आ रहा है,
तो राइट क्लोज में है।
हाँ क्लोज ही है ये बंदा, फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे है।
हाँ छोड़ो, यहाँ से मत पीक लो, कभी कभी नहीं पीक ले रहा मैं।
रिवाइव कर रहा है। ऑरेंज पे अंदर की तरफ है। वो लेफ्ट आया था, निकल गया पीछे, पीछे निकल गया। हाँ इसमें लेफ्ट साइड आया था। स्कोप नहीं है ना, रेड डॉट है।
लो 3x है एक्स्ट्रा लोगे तो लो। क्या 3 चाहिए 2 चाहिए, क्या चलाओगे आपके पास?
अभी तो पहले एक बार इस पे एम लगा के बैठा हूँ थोड़ा।
विकी भाई ग्राउंड से मत खेलो ना, ग्राउंड से मत खेलो, उठाना दिक्कत हो जाता।
मेरे साथ एनर्जी भी था।
यार मैं लूट
ये लो थ्रिल।
यहाँ से दिख रहा था, ऊपर से दिखेगा नहीं। छत पे आया वो।
अरे VSS चलो अब इसका तो
VSS को कल नर्फ मिलेगा एनर्जी।
पता है SLR को भी मिलेगा, SLR M4 और ये कौन सा एक है,
आ गया वो
बंदे आ गए। नॉक हो गया।
हाँ 2 नॉक, एक को नॉक प्लस किया, एक और नॉक है।
हाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ कोई विंडो पे।
वो उधर से नेड कर रहा है, मिड बैक से नेड कर रहा है। सारा दल्ला नेड किए जा रहा है, मिड बैक के रूफ से नेड कर रहा है। फिर से नेड आ रहा है, मैं हट रहा हूँ, फिर से नेड आ रहा है।
से कर रहा है, मैं थोड़ा
क्लोज आ गया, बिल्डिंग क्लोज आ गया।
बाहर है बिल्डिंग के, नॉक है।
अरे गन चाहिए।
कौन सा गन चाहिए?
5 का
वहाँ पर M4 है, M16 है।
नहीं चलो 9mm मिल गया, काफी।
मेरे पास भी शॉटगन और म्यूटेंट ही है, क्या और 9mm चाहिए क्या मेरे पास?
नहीं हो जाएगा।
साला पता नहीं। आज 2-3 दिन से किस्मत दिन दोनों ही खराब चल रहे हैं।
सब मर गए भाई। यो टीम वाइप, लेट्स गो। मैं बैरल लेने जा रहा। ओ क्या ना जी,
ये मिडबैक वाले, मिडबैक
हाँ वो आ रहा था ना, मार दिया। सब मरे भाई, सब मरे।
वो तो मर गए। अरे ऑग दिखे तो मार करना। की मिला
यहाँ हेलमेट है फ्रेश।
अब पूरा एप्स खत्म, क्लीन है ना?
हाँ यहाँ 5 का एमो ढेर सारा, ठीक है।
ऑग मिल गया मुझे। 7 का एमो।
लेफ्ट को किसी का आवाज आया, मुझे कुछ पता है।
किसी का फुट आया ना?
हाँ
ध्यान देना, ये नहीं गेमर से लाइव का वो
पास में आया मुझे।
हाँ आप
और दूसरा फुट
मुझे भी आया।
कहाँ पे विकी भाई? पिन देना, डायरेक्शन बोल दो, रडार नंबर बोल दो।
ऑरेंज साइड से, लेफ्ट से, फ्रंट कह रहा हूँ, कहीं पर से पता
भाई। मैंने लेकिन मार दिया था मिडबैक वाले को, VSS वाले को।
पता नहीं कुछ सोलो बंदा हुआ था।
विकी भाई को मुझे भी आया तो
यहाँ फर्स्ट एड है बहुत सारा।
जब तुमने बोला तभी आया मुझे।
फीलिंग्स तो चाहिए मुझे।
एक फर्स्ट एड उठा रहा हूँ, एक छोड़ दिया आपके लेने से।
हाँ एक छोड़ दो, एक है मेरे पास।
ये देखो किसने तोड़ा है कांच?
एनर्जी ने।
हाँ मैंने
दो पड़ा हुआ है एनर्जी, फर्स्ट एड दो।
अरे
मैंने
ले लेता ना एक कप।
भाई फ्री में 5 किल मिले, चलो रे चिकन करते हैं भाई, बहुत सारा किल मिलेगा।
साला मुझे मुश्किल से एक मिला।
2 छोड़ा था मैं।
नहीं वो नहीं, किल बोल रहा हूँ।
3 पहले टीम के मारे। हाँ 1 2 3
एक छोड़ के दूसरा एआर पड़ा है क्या कहीं पर?
बैरल
हाँ पर है
नीचे देखो, मार किया हूँ। ग्रीन।
ए अभी भी मुझे साउंड आया बाहर से, शायद घर के, शायद। क्योंकि आयरन तुम बाहर हो, आयरन लेफ्ट में है।
यहाँ पे 8x है रे।
किसी को लेना है क्या?
M24 है, ले सकता हूँ।
ले लो
6 भी है वहीं पे, सेम जगह पे। सॉरी यार 6 है, पता नहीं कि कुछ तो था, देख लेना। चाबी मिला है। सॉरी 6 है विकी भाई, मैंने गलती मेरा, माफ कर देने का मेरे को। यहाँ फर्स्ट एड बहुत सारा पड़ा है। K9 भी है।
उठाया ही नहीं था मैंने, तो गलती क्या है?
नहीं आपके पास 6 हो, सुनो आपके पास 6 हो और आप दौड़ के आ रहे हो 8 के लिए, तो वो वाला गलती।
नहीं रेड डॉट बताया था ना।
उठा बाहर है। छत पे भी एक और क्रेट है। ये रहा एक और 8, किसको चाहिए भाई? ऑग भी है, दुर्गनॉग भी है। अभी भाई कितना सारा क्रेट है। ये रहा एक और 8। छत पे 2 8 है।
छत पे ना आ रहा हूँ।
एक येलो पे, यहाँ पे सब ले लो भाई, सब 8x। रायन को दे दो 6x, बाकी सब 8x। ठीक भाई?
6 ही चला रहा हूँ।
अच्छा
क्विक ड्रॉ यहाँ पे
मैं ट्राई करता हूँ।
हाँ ट्राई करो।
चले क्या बेसमेंट?
एक्स्ट्रा कॉम्प है यहाँ पे।
मैं बस स्कोप उठा लिया तो हो जाएगा मेरा। बेसमेंट चलना पड़ेगा, चलो। मेरा स्कोप
भाई तो 6 8
चाहिए था ना।
8 तो है, ले लिया 8 मैंने।
अच्छा ले लिया।
हाँ एक ट्राई करके देखता हूँ चला कर।
यहाँ पे एक और 8
भाई मैं तो SLR में भी 8 ही चलाता हूँ भाई, मेरे को सही लगता है। बुरा मत मानना। चौक लेके कौन सी, अरे वो हैंडगन होता ना, शॉट ऑफ के लिए रखा हूँ चौक। अगर मिल गया तो शॉट ऑफ रखूंगा मैं।
बहुत ओपी गन है।
हाँ
भाई क्लोज रेंज में
बहुत ही भाई।
उसके लिए रखा हुआ है, ज़्यादा स्पेस नहीं लेता ना, 5 का कैपेसिटी ले रहा है, दिक्कत नहीं है। लेवल 3 बैग है अपन पे तो
कर रहा है तो सबसे बेस्ट है भाई। यूटिल्स नहीं है मेरे पास, एक फ्रैग है बस, 2 फ्रैग है बस, और कुछ नहीं। स्मोक सही नहीं,
तीनों एक है मेरे पास।
अरे इतना क्रेट्स में नहीं था क्या?
नहीं क्रेट्स में था ही नहीं स्मोक्स किसी पे, बाद में मिल जाएगा।
भाई AWM चला रहा कोई F2P।
5 है मेरे पास, 2 दे सकता हूं।
भाई 10 एनर्जी ड्रिंक, हाँ अभी काम आएगा। सब पी जाऊंगा मैं, तुम देखो बस। लंबा गेम गया तो सब पी जाएंगे। अबे लेवल 3 बैग है, कुछ तो रखूं भाई। यूटिल्स भी भर के रखा हूं मैं, देखो। साला मेरा इन्वेंटरी मैनेजमेंट में क्वेश्चन मार्क कर दिए बे सबने। सब भाई सब कुछ ना कुछ पूछ रहे हैं। 10 एनर्जी ड्रिंक, ये इतना सारा, ये क्यों लेके जा रहे हो? अबे लेवल 3 है भाई।
एक कंपाउंड चलना चाहिए।
चलो कहीं भी चलो। चाबी है ना? ओह शिट, चाबी है ना?
हाँ
चाबी है।
तो यहाँ पर है ना?
हाँ वहाँ पर
नहीं इधर भी है, सेंटर में भी है, बट सेंटर में क्यों जाए अभी? डोमिनिच टोरेटो, डोमिनोस टोरेटो नहीं कर दिया। राइट वाला घर देखना, राइट वाला घर और हॉल ऑफ फेम देखना।
ये बंदा भाग रहा है ओपन में।
राइट जा रहा, लेफ्ट जा रहा, वो भी बोलो बे।
राइट।
मैं शॉट ले सकता हूँ, बोलो।
हाँ मारना, घबराना नहीं।
मैंने नहीं मारा
भाई, मारना है तो बोला उसने।
ऊपर गया, शेल्टर पे भी है बंदा, दिख रहा है। शेल्टर पे बंदा है, एक्सपोज है हम लोग। यहाँ पे दिखा था मेरे को एक।
उसमें घुसा है, ऊपर चढ़ गया होगा। ग्राउंड पे ही है।
बाहर है, लेफ्ट साइड,
बाहर चला गया।
वॉल पे ऊपर भी है बंदा। अरे मेरे को लग गया मॉल। हाँ हट जाओ, मेरे को लेटर जगा दो। नेट कर दो, नेट कर दो।
अबे तू तो आया था बाहर।
ऊपर कहाँ पर येलो पे कहीं, येलो दिख नहीं रहा।
इधर ही है।
नीचे यहाँ पे।
अरे भाई क्या है ये? दो है, दो।
ओके।
भाई दो बंदे यहाँ पे थे।
दो थे?
हाँ अबे यूटिल्स थोड़ा कॉम देख दिया करो बे। मैं बाहर जाके कर रहा हूँ।
तुम लोग चढ़ जाओगे इतना जल्दी?
अबे तो जल्दी जल्दी मूव करो ना भाई, क्या कर रहे हो? मैंने स्टन कर दिया था।
नहीं हुआ था बंदा।
अरे एक हुआ था, दो थे ना।
अब तुम खत्म नहीं हुआ ना, अभी भी रह गया।
नहीं ये
हो गया
हुआ ना,
वो डायरेक्ट फ्लश हुआ भाई।
नहीं
मैंने किया आखिरी वाले को मैंने मारा।
मुझे
चलो बंकर लेते हैं।
मैं नेट वगैरह देख लेता हूं।
देख लो किसी को एक्सटेंडेड क्विक ड्रॉ है। बंकर जा रहा हूँ खोलने में। यहाँ पे बॉडीज दो हैं, ऊपर एक बाहर है और एक उधर मारा ना शेल्टर पे आप लोगों ने।
शेल्टर वाले पे वो पत्थर के
बैरल का स्किन लगाओ, यही है मेरा बैरल का स्किन अभी।
चलो फिर
आओ विकी भाई, वो जा रहा हूँ मैं। आप लोग पैदल आओ कैसे? क्या आ रहे हो?
पैदल आ जाऊंगा।
हाँ
चलो मेरे पास
आप ऊपर वहां से मेरे पास।
हाँ ठीक है। यूटिल्स रख लेना विकी भाई। नेट से कौन नहीं डाउन हुआ? अबे हाँ नेट से क्यों डाउन नहीं हुआ? अबे नेट भी किया था मैं, स्टन करके नेट भी किया था।
यूटिल था ही नहीं, एक्सटेंडेड कुछ ड्रॉ पड़ा बस इसमें।
बोल लिया भाई इन लोगों ने। लवा नेट पड़ा हुआ है, एक नेट उठाया मैं।
हाँ मोलोटॉव चाहिए, स्मोक चाहिए, नेट चाहिए।
तो कुछ भी नहीं बचा।
चलो स्मोक गन है अगर उठा रहे तो।
स्मोक गन ले सकता हूँ। स्मोक गन काम आएगा।
विकी भाई वो वाला देखना, ये वाला स्पोर्ट्स गाड़ी दिख रहा है आपको अगर ऊपर चढ़ गए हो तो? येलो पिन।
चढ़ रहा हूँ।
हाँ
ये फर्स्ट एड उठा लो।
पांच है मेरे पास, 5 काफी।
ये ले लेता हूँ।
नहीं गाड़ी नहीं है
ऊपर, नहीं है गाड़ी।
कोई एडब्ल्यूएम चला रहा था, फेस 5 लगने वाला 4 है भाई। एनएसजी का स्टन यार, उनको तो लगा, मेरे को भी लगा भाई बहुत बुरा। अरे विकी भाई ओए,
मैं रश करने वाला था ऊपर स्टन डाल के।
यहाँ पर से खेल सकते हैं ना,
मेरा वेट करो।
यहाँ से खेल सकते हैं।
घर क्लियर है ना? ये घर क्लियर है ना? घर क्लियर है क्या? बंदे हैं? अरे रहता तो पहले ही मार देता हम लोग। वो सामने बंदे डायरेक्शन 305 हिल पे।
हाँ स्मोक हुआ है। ट्रिपल पे चढ़ना दिखेगा क्या? चढ़ जाओ घर पे, छत पे चढ़ जाओ, दिखेगा।
नहीं छत पे पीछे से मारेगा ना।
गाड़ी
पिन देना पिन राइट लेफ्ट
दिया तो।
अच्छा
ऊपर देखो ना छत पे गाड़ी।
ऑरेंज लेफ्ट गया, ऑरेंज से लेफ्ट गया।
शॉट ले सकता था वैसे।
वही वाली गाड़ी थी ना, उन्हीं की गाड़ी थी सर।
आसिया
हाँ उन्हीं की थी ना, स्पोर्ट्स थी। M24 नहीं है AW में बाबा।
सप्रेस वाला है कोई M24
AW में क्यों नहीं चल रही है? मैं चलता हूँ। गुड नाइट, गुड लक। हाँ मैथमैन, गुड नाइट। कहाँ जा रहे हो वैसे? मेरे को लग रहा कोई अभी रिकॉल मारने आएगा इस तरफ।
वही देख रहा हूँ टावर ही देख।
तो वही सोच रहा था कोई आया क्यों नहीं अभी तक। आना चाहिए।
कहाँ पे दिख गया तुम लोगों को?
नहीं
भाई AWM से पेला भाई, तब से AWM चला रहा है। इसका AWM का एमो खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा। हेलो सुरजीत ब्रो, स्वागत है स्ट्रीम में। नेट चाहिए क्या किसी को? गाड़ी में रख दिया हूँ, ले लेना। गाड़ी हो सक मैं ऊपर जाता हूँ, इन्फो देता हूँ, जरूरत पड़ेगा तो बुलाता हूँ।
जाना तो पड़ेगा।
हाँ मतलब आप दोनों रहो उधर ही। ये पत्थर, एक येलो पिन दिया हूँ पत्थर, वहाँ पे एनर्जी अपना मार्कर लगाना ग्रीन येलो पे। मैप खोल के लगा लो।
ऑरेंज भी क्लीन लग रहा है।
ठीक है,
लगा
लिया ना। ठीक है, वो एक पत्थर है। ठीक है, तुम लोग वहाँ पे गाड़ी लेके जा सकते हो अभी के लिए। बस ये रुको, लेकिन रुको। ऑरेंज के आसपास बंदे हैं, ऑरेंज पत्थर के आसपास। तुम लोग येलो आ सकते हो गाड़ी लेके। हाँ ड्रॉप छोड़ो, ड्रॉप छोड़ो, ड्रॉप मत देखो, ड्रॉप पे बंदे आएंगे। आप लोग जा सकते हो येलो।
गाड़ी खड़ी है।
इन्हीं की गाड़ी है। बंदे बंदे विकी भाई आगे बंदा दिखा मेरे को, शैक से राइट गया है ऑरेंज से।
कहाँ पर? वो पत्थर के पास खेला है।
बंदा आ गया भाई। यार फुट आया था उसका मेरे को।
थोड़ा आगे बढ़ता हूँ।
एक बार शील्ड है, शील्ड लगाओ, शील्ड लगाओ। अच्छा
स्मोक कर दिया।
हम पे मत आओ भाई। अबे मैं मार्कर दिया, वहां जाओ ना यार। कितना बढ़िया ब्लू मार्कर बोला, क्लियर है वो तुम लोग के लिए। यहीं आ गए पीछे में। अबे एक साथ लाइन में खेलना है तो फिर क्या फायदा है भाई? स्क्वाड में क्यों खेलना है फिर? अबे तो वहां से तुम लोग कवर दे सकते हो ना।
टीम मर गई।
मर गई?
टीम मर गई। यहाँ स्मोक है, बंदा है।
एनर्जी का पेड़ पे ना विकी भाई की तरफ भी बंदा है। विकी भाई एग्जैक्ट ऑरेंज पे है क्या? क्लोज है क्या?
एग्जैक्ट ऑरेंज कोने पे।
लेफ्ट आ रहा, लेफ्ट आ रहा।
लेफ्ट में आ रहा। नहीं बचूंगा जोन।
बच जाते विकी भाई, बच जाते। रुको ना भाई विकी भाई, उठाने दो।
नहीं बचता, मैं तभी तो बाहर बोल रहा हूँ जाने के लिए। लोग सिचुएशन के हिसाब से बता रहा हूँ।
लास्ट बचा है।
आप मुझे उठा के भी जाते तो नहीं हो पाता। तीसरा था मेरा।
चलो कोई ना, मेरे को लगा उठा सकता था मैं आपको। ट्राई भी क्या था, आप वो क्रॉल लो के चले गए आगे। डायरेक्शन
वहीं पर
160 दो बंदे थे, एक नॉक है। बेड के बीच पे।
अलग टीम है वो, अलग टीम है भाई।
ग्रीन ग्रीन ग्रीन।
मैं पीछे आ रहा हूँ।
एनर्जी राइट पे रहा, बहुत खोल रहा है और राइट पे बंदे हैं।
वही तो इनको मारेंगे तब जाके कवर मिलेगा। अच्छा वो नीचे आ गया कहीं पे।
हेड कर रहा हूँ।
अच्छा पेड़ पे आया ग्रीन।
नाइस। कहाँ पे नॉक हुआ है? वहीं पे।
ग्रीन
तो चोरी कर लिया तूने।
जोन में घुस रहा हूँ। हाँ थोड़ा राइट साइड ये सब, इसे पत्थर वत्थर ले सकते हो अगर तुम लोग को लग रहा तो। फक यार। शायद कोई बंदा है।
बंदा आया। ब्लू ग्रीन मार्कर देखो 205।
ये देखो येलो 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 येलो। अरे यार रिलोड लग गया।
मर गया ना वो।
शैक पे बंदा है, येलो शैक। लास्ट गाय। नहीं दो बंदे पता नहीं। एक येलो शैक है वो दिख रहा है मेरे को। एक यहाँ पे पेड़ पे और एक शैक उसके राइट में।
हाँ रुको मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ।
अब ये
ग्रीन के पीछे लेट गया है। हाँ ग्रीन मार्कर के पीछे दोनों उधर ही है।
दोनों एक येलो पे और एक ग्रीन पे।
मारो ना रे, क्यों मेरे को मार पा रहा है?
अरे उनको आएंगे ना जोन पे। रुको थोड़ा सा होल्ड करता हूं। बहुत बढ़िया।
ब्लू वाला गया।
चिकन लेट्स गो। ब्रोजा उठाया बर। ऊपर से आया, भगवान ने दिया भाई ड्रॉप। मैं भी बोलूं एकदम से धड़म से आवाज हुआ, मैं तुरंत पलटा।
ड्रॉप था लेकिन सारा डीवीएस दे दिया उसमें।
किसके किल चोरी हुए? 896 पे मारा है 2 किल एक्स्ट्रा ने। सॉक्स पहनने का टाइम आ गया है मेरा।
मैं तो सॉक्स पहन के बैठा हूँ।
नहीं मेरे इधर कमरा भी मेरा जीपीयू नहीं संभाल रहा है ना, इसलिए
अब हीटर नहीं काम कर रहा है।
बिग भाई ये कलर कहाँ से खराब लग रहा है? अच्छा तो लग रहा है।
पीच कलर अच्छा है, ये पीच कलर।
हाँ ये कलर यही वाला तो था मेरे पास।
अरे वो बोल रहा था ना, क्या दिक्कत है? व्हाट कलर इज योर बोल।
फिर भी ठीक है, नहीं हो पाता मेरे से।
हाँ नहीं मिल रहा था तो गलत क्या ही।
ठंड कितना है? ज़्यादा नहीं है, कम ही है।
आउटिंग में ठंड लगता है थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा, हवा सबके वजह से।
मेरा एक्चुअली घर के आसपास 2 रिवर है ना, इसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा ठंड रहता है मेरे इधर, वरना ऐसे ज़्यादा ठंड नहीं है। ज़्यादा 14 डिग्री है, 14 दिखा रहा है, सिटी का 14 दिखा रहा है, तो मेरे घर के आसपास थोड़ा 1-2 डिग्री कम होगा। कहाँ ले जा रहे हो गाइस? मिलिट्री चलो, मिलिट्री बेस। भाई वो मेरे को M24 मार रहा, 3 गोली मार रहा, मालूम है। मेरा बेस्ट पूरा सही सलामत था यार।
हाथ में मार रहा होगा।
नहीं मार रहा था वो मार रहा था, चेस्ट पे ही लग रहा था। वेस्ट थोड़ा थोड़ा करके डैमेज हो रहा था ना, ज्यादा डैमेज नहीं हो रहा था।
एक टीम मेरे साथ है,
ओ
घूम रहे हैं वो, एक तो घूमा, एक आ रहा है।
एनर्जी फ्रंट डोर से घुस रहा हो ना तुम, मैं पीछे वाले डोर से जाता हूँ इधर से।
फ्रंट डोर कोशिश कर रहा हूँ।
चले गए बोलो, चले गए।
नहीं एक इधर है ना, मेरे तरफ है बैक डोर पे। एनर्जी समझ गए ना कहाँ पे?
हाँ
गन नहीं है मेरे पास।
हेलमेट ले सकता हूँ क्या मैं?
इधर ही होगा बंदा आगे।
हाँ इधर ही।
दरवाजा तो बंद है। नहीं है, आया नहीं क्या यहाँ पे कोई?
घूम गया
पता नहीं।
अगर इधर वाले बैकग्राउंड वाले का बात करें तो ऐसे आ रहा था ये ब्लू, इधर मार्क देखना, ब्लू पाथ देखना एक बार।
हाँ जो आ रहा था उसी की बात कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ वो ऐसे घूम के इधर चला गया।
ओके ठीक है भाई, कुछ है ग्रिप है आपके उधर?
हाफ ग्रिप है मेरे पास, दे सकता हूँ।
हाफ ग्रिप नहीं, हाँ हाफ ग्रिप दे दो, लाइट ग्रिप ले लो।
मेन डोर पे ऐसा लगा मैं इधर बंदा है।
हाँ फुट है रेजी, फुट है कंफर्म। हाफ ग्रिप दे देना, गिरा देना, वहीं गिरा दो। लाइट ग्रिप ले लो अगर चाहिए तो।
साइड चाहिए मुझे,
साइड में भी ढूंढ रहा हूँ।
6x पड़ा है मेरे पास यहाँ पे, 2 4 पड़े हैं।
थोड़ा कॉम्स कम रखना गाइस।
हाँ
बंदा येलो
नॉक है।
नाइस ऑन गेमर्स अलाइव, ये अलग टीम का बंदा है। कहाँ गोली एम किया हुआ है? बीस वाला उधर है, देखो मारा वेक्टर कहीं पे। कहाँ है वेक्टर? चला
मेरी तरफ है। अरे नॉक नहीं हुआ भाई, 7 गोलियां लग रही है।
ओहो गेमर्स अलाइव, थैंक यू फॉर द 6x।
सारी गोलियां लग रही थी उसे भाई।
खेल रहे थे थोड़ा ये लोग।
6x उठाओ विकी भाई के बॉडी से। हाँ एक उठा लिया मैं। विकी भाई आपने एक और बंदे को मारा था, कहाँ मारा था वो बताना? एक बंदे को मारा था आपने।
90 एमो ड्रॉप किया 5 का।
कहाँ पे?
यहाँ पे
गेमर्स अलाइव का ऑरेंज पिन। अच्छा यहाँ पे मारा था। ये नॉक पड़ा था ना, इसके बंदे हैं अभी।
नॉक पड़ा था।
आओ फिर उधर गेमर्स अलाइव को रिकॉल भी करना है।
हाँ चलो।
ये 3 नंबर का टीम प्लेयर था। नीड वेट है, उठा सकते हो।
ले लो।
ऑफ तो चला रहा हूँ मैं।
7 चला लूंगा इस बार।
रेड डॉट नहीं है ना किसी का?
रेड डॉट था उस पे, मैं लिया, मैं उससे 2x छोड़ा।
हाँ 2x मैंने उठाया।
नहीं हो जाएगा, चलो ये है मेरे पास फॉलो है, बट फॉलो चलता नहीं, इसलिए मैं ड्रॉप करता हूँ।
क्लियर है, क्लियर है, क्लियर है। आओ। नहीं, गाड़ी का आवाज आ रहा है।
रेस करने वाली है क्या?
नहीं नहीं, वो जा रहे उधर चिप उठाने।
ऊपर ऊपर से जा रही है।
बंदा है, बंदा 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 बंदा। ओह शिट, मैं नॉक हूँ पिट में। फक रे, 27 नंबर का टीम है ये। अबे मैच लॉग में तो देखा 27 नंबर में। ओह शिट, विकी भाई के लिए इतना मेहनत।
तुम्हारे ग्राउंड पे ही बन रहा है।
मेरे ग्राउंड पे?
हाँ।
तो बारिश तो कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है।
राइट पे व्यक्ति मैं थी ना?
नहीं, हो गया, वो मार दिया मैंने। एक ही बात है, एक ही बंदा था।
मार दो भाई।
बीच वाले पे है और लेफ्ट साइड पे।
एक मेरे पास है, मेरे पास खुले में, ठीक है? तुम मारो उसको, अंदर वाले को मारो।
अरे छत से जाके मार सकते हो ना। आयरन
छत पे
जो है,
ब्लू पे छत पे है, ब्लू छत पे है।
अच्छा, ब्लू के छत पे है।
हाँ, छत से मारा, वो पिंक कलर का। हाँ, वो नीचे उतर गया।
हाँ, नीचे पे मैं वही बोल रहा था, छत से नीचे उतर गया। उसका बंदा मर गया वैसे। ये 2 फुट आया मेरे को राइट में।
बंदा आएगा नीचे क्लोज है तुम्हारे, राइट ही होगा। है तुम्हारे पास ही है बंदा क्लोज।
वो लड़की कहाँ गए? साई चली गई।
मुझे लगा
उसका गुड नाइट हो गया।
मेरा भी यही हुआ था। वो होता है।
मैं छोड़ दिया स्प्रे, मुझे लगा नॉक हो गया। ये पिंग डिफ
वो होता है। नहीं, मेरा भी वैसे होता है, कभी कभी स्प्रे रोक देता हूँ बीच में।
एक दो एक्स्ट्रा गोली मारने का एकदम
95
अंदर तक गोली जाना चाहिए उसका, तभी मरेगा।
मेरा बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ है। 95।
हाँ, विकी भाई का 95 दिखा रहा, 195 ही तो मारे, एक को 100 मारे, एक को। ये क्या चला रहे थे आप? गन 95 ही लगा। अरे भरोसा नहीं उसका, उस गन का मेरे को।
अरे वो वेक्टर पकड़ा था ना, इसलिए नॉक कर दिया। तो नहीं कर पाता वो।
आवाज थोड़ा कम कर।
हाँ, कम कर दो।
अरे नहीं, तेरा आवाज क्लियर नहीं आता है, ऐसा लगता है कि कोई तुम बाथरूम में बैठ के खेल रहा है।
अच्छा, ऐसा है क्या?
हाँ, एक्चुअली जो भी आसपास ऑब्जेक्ट है ना, वहां से तुम्हारा साउंड बहुत ज्यादा रिफ्लेक्ट होता है, समझ रहे हो? पर्दा नहीं क्या, जहाँ पे जिस कमरे में हो तुम?
हाँ, पर्दा लगा दे रहा हूँ, ग्लास है, मैंने पर्दा नहीं लगाया था मैंने।
हाँ, इसीलिए ग्लास है ना, उसके वजह से हो रहा है। कर्टेन है लेकिन लगा हुआ नहीं है, ये बोल रहे हो?
हाँ,
लगा लिए?
लगा लिया अभी, थोड़ा ठीक हुआ।
थोड़ा सा आवाज कम हो गया बाय द वे, लेकिन ठीक है, विल मैनेज। बढ़ा लूंगा ना। कर्टेन वर्टन इसलिए लगाना चाहिए एकदम, कोई हार्ड ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं होना चाहिए जहाँ से वॉइस तुम्हारा बाउंस होके रिफ्लेक्ट ना हो।
हाँ, वो रूम में वैसे सॉफ्ट वाला नहीं, कुछ नहीं क्या होता होगा।
मैंने तो लगा रखा है भाई पूरा वॉल पे, वो फोम लगा रखा है, अकोस्टिक फोम लगा रखा है। तो
स्टूडियो वाला ना, देखा है।
एक तो यार अपने लौंडे है ना, थोड़ा सा चैनल को ग्रो करवा देते तो फटाफट से ना, तो हम स्टूडियो जैसा रूम बना भी लेता मैं।
कर रहे हो क्या भाई ये 10K पे?
अभी तो मैं शॉर्ट्स क्यों डाल रहा हूँ, मैं इतना मेहनत कर करके रोज घिस के क्यों वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ, ये सब तो रीजन है। डेल्टा फोर्स क्यों छू भी नहीं रहा हूँ मैं, ये सब तो रीजन है।
वही सोचा कि फोर्स में तो कम ही हुए थे, अभी तो फिर 100 बड़े तो हैं एटलीस्ट।
हाँ यही तो विकी ब्रो।
ना वो रुक गया था सब्सक्राइबर।
ग्रुप आई का काम हो
हाँ स्टील हो गया था।
वो तो आयरन ने जब बीच में एक बार ड्रॉप करी थी ना, उसका ऑलरेडी ग्रो हो रहा था उस समय।
ऑरेंज पे ना, ऑरेंज पे जा रहा हूं मैं।
और
बंदा है बाजू वाले,
बंदा आ गया है।
बस बिल्डिंग बंदा है। एनर्जी देख के हाँ, छत में ज्यादा देर मत रहना। तुम मार रहे हो, वो मार रहा है। एनर्जी खा रहा मार।
मेरा एमो खत्म हो गया।
हमारी तरफ कूद सकते हो। ओह फक, क्या मारा वो उसने? तुमको मुक्का मार दिया?
हाँ 30 एमो था ना, कूद के मार दिया पहले ही। पहला मिस हो गया मेरा।
कोई बात नहीं, एनर्जी दुआओं में याद रखेंगे। स्मोक और वो है तुम पे बैंडेज। गेमर चलेगा। आपका क्या सीन है उधर? आपके उधर बंदा नहीं था?
ऊपर
हाँ ना ऊपर। ए सुनो सुनो सुनो, रायन तुम पे है सामान तो जल्दी आ जाओ। विकी भाई पे पुश करेंगे, मतलब बचाने चलेंगे। मेरे पास वेस्ट नहीं है भाई, मैं वेस्ट ढूंढ रहा। फिर अरे यार ये वाला फ्लो लूट लिया, खाली कर दिया मैं।
कोई नहीं, काम आ जाएगा।
बाहर बंदा। बंदा है
लेफ्ट साइड पे ही बंदा था।
आई एम गोइंग फॉर द गेमर द लाइफ। ठीक है, ऑरेंज इधर बंदा है क्या विकी भाई?
ऑरेंज के उसके पीछे ही बंदा था। अब मेरा घुस गया, यहाँ से दिख नहीं रहा। फोटो भी नहीं दिख रहा ना नीचे।
राइट पे है ना अभी? राइट साइड।
हाँ मेरे ऊपर है।
राइट साइड।
अरे कूदा तो नहीं।
दूर पे को नॉक किया हूं मैं। दूर पे नॉक किया, क्लोज वाला है। मैं हील कर रहा हूं, मेरे पास 5 बैंडेज है बस। रुक जा, होल्ड कर ले भाई। बाहर है बंदा, बाहर है।
मेरे ऊपर वाला बंदा भी है।
सोफे पे
निकल जाओ।
अरे यार
नहीं उठाना था यहाँ पर।
यहीं पे मार दो, ऐसे ही दिख नहीं रहा मुझे।
नहीं यहाँ नहीं,
वॉशरूम में किल कर रहा है। आप पुश कर सकते हो। उसका बंदा नॉक पड़ा था दूर।
ऊपर है ना,
तो रेस्ट होता है।
ऊपर से मारे ना बस।
आ गया क्लोज आ गया यहीं पे। अब छिप के वो निकालो ना।
अरे
आप होल्ड रखोगे तो मार देगा वो। आपके स्क्रीन में पीक लेने से पहले वो तो अपने स्क्रीन में आपको देख लिया होगा ना लो पिंग। पीकर से एडवांटेज भी होता है, इसीलिए होल्ड नहीं करना चाहिए।
आपको निकाल देना था ये।
हाँ छिप के बस, कोई ना। किचन में रुके थे ना। 20 का डैमेज लगा भाई विकी रो सिर्फ। अरे यार क्या यार, ज्यादा गोली लगा है।
मारा था 0।
हाँ खून दिखा था, वही लोपिंग वाला था ना, तभी मेरे को भी मार दिया ना उसने फट से।
यही थोड़ा डिसएडवांटेज होता है।
बहुत ज्यादा रही हमारे लिए तो, बहुत ज्यादा है भाई। मेरे को दे दो भाई, इस पिंग में जो खेलते हैं ना ये मलेशियन, दे दो। कुत्ता बनाएंगे कुत्ता, फिर तो भाई रैंक में खेलने लग जाऊंगा मैं।
मजा आ जाएगा सच में। 20 आदत हो जाएगा। वैसे अगर आदत हो जाएगा तो यहाँ पर पहले होता था इंडिया में टूर्नामेंट का PUBG PC का, तो म्यूटेशनल होता था ना पहले।
लोग ही कम हो गया ना।
LG का हुआ होता था।
अब चांसेस कम है पबजी का, क्योंकि इनके लिए तो पुराना गेम हो गया ना। और गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री उतनी बड़ी नहीं है ना कि इनको प्रॉफिट मिलेगा, समझ रहे हो। स्पॉन्सर टूर्नामेंट तो करा भी देंगे लेकिन उनको फ़ायदा नहीं होगा ना, समझ रहे हो। उतना खर्चा नहीं होता है भाई, इंडियंस उस रेट में खर्चा नहीं था जिस रेट में बेसिकली ROI नहीं है।
यूएस में तो ऑफिशियल पबजी वाले ही कराते हैं, अमेरिका सीरीज और ये सब। हाँ सर्वर ही नहीं है क्या?
भाई मेरे को
इसी से होता है ना, अमेरिका सीरीज से जाकर के PGS में मिलता है चांस, फिर उसके बाद ऐसे पॉइंट्स कलेक्ट होते होते PGC जाता है लोग।
आज आजकल मैं वो कर रहा हूँ ना, अरे भाई मैं कूदा ही नहीं, क्या बोलते हैं, वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ ना, उसकी वजह से मेरे को साला काफ़ी देर स्ट्रीम हो जा रहा है तो घर से डांट पड़ रहा है मेरे को।
दोपहर से और
हाँ भाई बैठा रहता दिन भर कंप्यूटर में, कुछ कर ले।
जा रहे हैं, कहाँ जा रहे हैं? फर्स्ट पे तो बंदे हैं।
फर्स्ट पे तो बंदे, मैं मिडिल जा रहा हूँ।
मिडिल में भी बंदे हैं।
बंदे हैं क्या? फक रे मैं गया। अरे भाई उसका आग निकल गया भाई। कैडी है कैडी।
मेरा खत्म हो गया था, मैं आता हूँ।
कैडी है कैडी। अरे बेंच
ऊपर से मार यहीं से मार दिया।
देख के आ रहा था, ऊपर दिखा ही यहीं से निकल गया।
उसने मेरे को नॉक किया, उसके कंधे से आग निकल गया भाई। फिर देख रहा हूँ कौन है कैडी।
डॉरियन कंटेंडर अपग्रेड करके रखा होगा पूरा।
रैंक खेलते रहते ना, इनको बहुत ज्यादा आर्टिशन होगा। इसीलिए हम भी रैंक खेलेंगे कल से।
अभी खेलता तो हूँ कभी कभी। हाँ ये कि उस पे उतना ये नहीं है, क्या बोलता हूँ, मतलब थोड़ा बोरिंग हो जाता है। मतलब हाँ अभी लो रैंक में तो वैसे ही है, थोड़ा हाई रैंक में अच्छे प्लेयर्स आएंगे।
अबे विकी भाई मिशन हो गया क्या? चैलेंजेस कंप्लीट? हाँ
हो गया होगा। AR और वो SMG का डैमेज था ना, तो होना ही था जल्दी।
हाँ वो हो गया। अभी तो आज BRB से वापस आया ना तो बॉट लॉबी लगा था, ठीक है, तब भी हम खेल रहे थे क्योंकि डैमेज करना है।
वो अच्छा वो डुओ वाला।
साला मारा तो कंधे से आग निकला भाई, मैं डर गया एक सेकंड के लिए, क्या हो रहा है। फिर याद आया साला वो कंटेंडर है ना भाई, दूरियन दूर बताओ। चलो पोचंकी और ऐप से सरवाइव कर पाते हैं। कोई नया जगह बताओ रे, कहाँ चलना चाहिए? क्योंकि भाई यू टेल। ओके दिस इज द न्यू प्लेस। ठीक है मैं यहाँ उतरता हूँ, मेरे लिए नया है ये आज।
भाई मेरे लिए तो नई जगह गटका थी, पर वहाँ पे उतरता ही नहीं है।
उतना नहीं है किस भाई, हमारे टाइम पे तो 4-4 टीम आती है।
यू में खेलोगे तो आएगी।
हमारी टीम में से कोई नहीं उतरता।
नहीं इसमें भी एशिया सर्वर में भी आते हैं बंदे।
नहीं हमारी टीम में से कोई नहीं उतरता, मैं कह रहा हूँ।
हाँ वो तो होता है।
सब मना करते हैं।
घर नहीं है, उससे ज़्यादा बंदे आते हैं।
डर का माहौल है वहाँ, तो हमला भी अचानक से नहीं होता, ऐसे ही हो जाता है।
भाई कॉन्टेस्ट है भाई। ए
नहीं चला गया
अरे है भाई।
नहीं एक बंदा है बस।
ओ राइट
उसके बंदे आ रहे होंगे ना।
नहीं है, मैं सबसे पीछे हूँ। एक बंदा आ रहा है। टॉयलेट के ऊपर नेट
भाई सरला मिली है, 6x मिला है, पर साला कोई AR वार कुछ नहीं है।
मैंने क्या था नेट बस किया भाई।
Looking for west. Yes. नहीं मरा क्या अभी तक वो?
नहीं मरा।
कहाँ पे बताना, ऐसे बताना, वर्बल बोलो। ऊपर नीचे आगे पीछे।
ऊपर।
हाँ वो सब चीजें दो। और
एक ग्रीन
और
बस 2 ही बंदे हैं अभी क्लोज पे।
घर के पीछे पे
बाथरूम।
अरे भाई क्या ब्लॉक किए भाई।
बंदा है उसका।
उसका बंदा कवर दे रहा दूर से।
बढ़िया फंस गया भाई।
अरे वो सेक्टर 18 का ये जो घर है ना, कहाँ गया? ये घर के पीछे, ये लोग के जस्ट पीछे बैठा हुआ है क्राउच करके। येलो घर। हाँ ब्लू घर नहीं, येलो घर के पीछे लेफ्ट साइड।
अच्छा यहाँ बैठा है।
चिप उठा लो, चिप उसका चिप उठा लो रे। दोनों का चिप उठा लो। एनर्जी दोनों का चिप उठा लो। इसका भी उठा लो, उसका भी उठा लो।
लगी उसे लाल कलर की ड्रेस थी उसका।
तो ले लियो तुम शायद।
किसका?
वो सीढ़ी वाले का।
अबे
नहीं दोनों का तो नहीं है ब्लू चिप। इसका एक का मिला बाहर वाले का।
चलो लाओ दो।
वेस्ट है क्या?
ड्रिंक होगा तो देना।
नहीं वो फर्स्ट एड है।
इसमें वेस्ट था क्या?
पता नहीं यार, मैंने मार तो दिया था, मैं देखा नहीं।
होगा देखो, मैं तो ले लिया था उसको।
और पड़ा है यहाँ पे।
नहीं है।
डबल ऑरेंज बंदे थे, हाँ ध्यान रखना।
कोई बात नहीं।
आ गया यहाँ पे, लगी यहाँ पे। चोट लगी, वो चिप उठाने आया है।
चिप तो मेरे पास है बिग भाई। ड्रिंक है क्या किसी पे? अर्जेंट चाहिए मेरे को पीने के लिए।
एक है मेरे पास।
दो मेरे एक पेन किलर है।
अभी जस्ट मैं देता हूं। अरे बंदा हो गया।
हाँ वही दो। गिराओ वो मेरे यहीं पे आएगा।
पे
दो बे ड्रिंक दो।
गिरा
पे
नॉक।
ये कहाँ पे नॉक हुआ?
ऑरेंज।
ये 20 नंबर का बंदा है।
टीम थी।
हाँ ये अलग टीम है, पूरी अलग है। एनएसडी को
सेक पे और राइट गया ऑरेंज ऊपर आ रहा है।
मार दिया उसने। नेड आ सकता है। एनर्जी स्कोप चाहिए क्या 4x?
ग्राउंड पे आ गया बंदा। हाँ चाहिए। ग्राउंड पे पीछे कैसा तो लेफ्ट
रश कर
मार गया।
पहले 20 ये वाला 20 का मरा ना?
देख रहा हूँ।
हाँ खत्म 20 नंबर 20 खत्म।
डबल ऑरेंज वाले
चिल। एनर्जी तुमने जो मारा था आज वाले बंदे को। अरे इसको वेस्ट दिला दो रे। हेलमेट मारा विकी भाई ने। उठाओ वेस्ट मिलेगा। विकी भाई ड्रिंक देना।
मिल गया वेस्ट।
8x है यहाँ पे 8x।
हमको पता है क्या मेरे पास है, मैं तो यूज करता नहीं।
मुझे AR चाहिए।
2-4 दे दो फिर मैं ले लेता हूँ 8 के साथ।
मेरे पास सरला है भाई, सरला और शॉटगन।
अरे भाई इसके पास तो और गेम के सब लेके आया ये।
थोड़ा उस तरफ फाइट हो रहा है।
हाँ ये गिरा है कौन गिरा है यार का। यार का कौन पे नीचे
यार ही नहीं है अभी तक।
क्या बात कर रहे हो विकी भाई?
LMG पकड़ा है।
तुम क्या करोगे भाई?
स्कार
मिल गया।
अब तो उठा ली भाई।
और स्टॉक चाहिए आपको?
स्टॉक है। एक्सटेंडेड मैग छोड़ा है यहाँ पे।
ये लो विकी भाई अगर एक चलाओगे तो। पेन किलर भी है ले लो। आपका पेन किलर लिया था ना, आप उठा लो। कौन जल्दी में लूट के गया यहाँ पे? इतना सारा सामान छोड़ा हुआ है।
जो हमसे लड़ रहे थे वही लूट के भाग गए हैं।
अबे
टूटा हुआ है।
2 नंबर बैग तो है ही नहीं मेरे पे।
मेरे पे भी।
I'm on blue।
क्या विकी भाई? I'm on blue।
Big blue।
ओह सॉरी। मेरा ध्यान
गाड़ी लेके जा रहा कोई
नहीं पकड़ सकते उसको इधर आ
भाई तीनों को लगी है मैं फंस गया हूँ
कहाँ पे
आधी सबको लगी है यहीं पे
मर गए हाँ
सब मर गए भाई
मर गए
हाँ नेट से मर गए ना भाई
सबको लगी थी क्योंकि
अब मेरे ऊपर नेट फेंका ऊपर से जाके गिरा है जैसे पीसीसी में नहीं देखते हैं वैसे ही पूरा वैसा ही नेट है ये
अरे भाई आखिरी में लग जाती उसे भाई वो बस के पीछे चला गया
पीजीसी नेट बोलते सबका खोपड़े खोलते
लेवल 1
और एक कहाँ है और एक पेटी कहाँ ये रहा भाई तीनों गए भाई
हाँ वही ना
ड्रिंक चाहिए था
मेन चीज तीनों गए
इस पे भी काउंट है लेवल 2 होगा कहीं पर
मिल गया इसका बॉडी सुन रहा बस एक ड्रिंक चाहिए
कहाँ पर चलेगा
विकी भाई ने इनका गाड़ी ठुकवा दिया भाई पैनिक में आओ इनकी गाड़ी खंबे में इलेक्ट्रिक पोल में ठुका था सॉरी गाइस मैं थोड़ा सा जोन के अंदर लेके जाऊंगा ई स्पोर्ट्स लेके आएंगे गाड़ी डैमेज है
ये लोग फ्रेश हेलमेट और वेस्ट रखें गाड़ी पे किसी के
अरे मैंने रखा है भाई साला ले भी लिया किसी ने
मेरा पूरा डैमेज था मैंने
अरे तो बंदों पे था ना क्यों नहीं उठाया बंदों से
नहीं था उस पे
अरे था भाई
अरे नहीं तो फ्रेश था ही नहीं सब
अरे वहीं से उठा के रखा ना मैं
मैंने ही तोड़ा था दो का तो
एक पे लेवल 1 था
एक पे लेवल 1 था एक पे लेवल 2 था टूटा और एक वाला जो अच्छा वाला था मैंने दोनों भर लिया गाड़ी में साला एमो वेस्ट कहाँ गया सीजन से भाई एक इतना सारा सामान रखा था एक भी आइटम नहीं है एक स्टन भी था साला सब वो भी चोरी हो गया
नहीं वो गाड़ी चेंज किया ना तुमने
ओ गाड़ी चेंज हुआ ना ओ शिट
ओ भाई मेरा हेलमेट उड़ा दिया उसने
स्मोक करो भाई प्लीज
पेड़ के पीछे
अरे यार
अरे दूर से मार रहा है
दूर से स्मोक भी नहीं कर रहे स्मोक कर दो ना भाई अगर है तो प्लीज विकी भाई को पकड़ना यार वहां तेरे पास नॉक पड़े हैं
नहीं हो जाएगा
नहीं होगा वो मर रहे हैं उनका ब्लीड हो रहा है पास मूव भी कर रहे पता नहीं क्यों
हाँ मूव कर रहा हूँ चुप तो था
क्या बात कर रहे हो मेरे को दिखा रहा था मूव कर रहे हो
मेरे पास स्मोक नहीं आपको स्मोक करना पड़ेगा जैसे आप ये करोगे
नहीं है मेरे पास स्मोक
मेरे बॉडी पे था तो ले सकते दिखेगा हिल से दिखेगा
आप लोग को ये करते रिवाइव करते हैं वो लोग ये टीम खत्म हो गई पूरा
हाँ मालूम वो क्या तुम्हारे लिए
हाँ थैंक यू मेरे पास वही स्मोक था सॉरी विकी भाई सॉरी
विकी भाई को उठाना चाहिए था क्योंकि वो कवर में थे
टेंशन नहीं है मेरे भाई
ये पीछे थे जो ये करने लग गए चला गया इनका स्मोक इनका बॉडी लूट के स्मोक उठाते हैं फिर लेते हैं ना
वही करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा हेलमेट ढूंढ रहा था मैं अब चीर चुरा गया ना मेरा
लेफ्ट में तो पड़ी है बॉडी
नहीं मैं देखने जा रहा हूँ अगर है तो
वो चले गए मुझे को लग रहा है
चलेगा स्मोक चाहिए
इतना स्टेबल होके क्यों लूटते हो तुम मेरी तरह
नया प्लेयर
अरे हाँ रे तुम लोग हाँ विकी भाई आप देखे हो ना मैं कैसे करता हूँ मैं तो स्टेबल रुकता ही नहीं मतलब एटलीस्ट मूवमेंट रखता हूँ थोड़ा सा।
मेरे को तभी तो लगती है गोली।
यहाँ जैमर अगर लेना हो तो
या नहीं तो स्मोक डाल के ही लूटो।
चलो अब मेरे को जाना है, एनर्जी का चिप उठाना है, वीके भाई का चिप उठाना है। रुको कंपाउंड के अंदर घुसना पहले। ओके ये अपने वीके भाई अपने मार्कर पे, अपने पेटी पे थोड़ा मार्कर लगा देना।
रोड पे होगा ना कार?
रोड पे
एक जना कार ले लो ना, तुम भी वहीं जाओगे तो क्या चलेगा।
अपनी गाड़ी है ना ये तो?
अपनी गाड़ी था ना?
अपनी गाड़ी है।
हाँ तो वहीं जाएंगे ना। भाई 34 सेकंड यार हो गया। चलो यहीं पे जाके रिकॉल करेंगे, अब तो ब्लू जोन में घूमना ही है। हाँ तो हो जाएगा भाई। क्या धक्का मुक्की होते हैं भाई। एनएसजी याद है वो जो नेड कर रहा था मैं? वो साला तुम मेरे लेफ्ट में आ गया, मैं लेफ्ट मूव कर ही नहीं पाया।
अच्छा
रोजो किल तो हो जाते हैं ना रिवाइव तो।
नहीं विकी भाई रोजो किल नहीं जाऊंगा ना, वहाँ बंदे होंगे।
वहाँ बंदे होंगे, यहाँ से मारेंगे, ब्लू साइड से मारेंगे तो पूरा ओपन है।
टाइम नहीं है ना? नहीं विकी भाई देखो ऐसे भी टाइम चला गया था तो सेफ डिस्टेंस ले जा रहा हूँ। वरना अगर टाइम लिमिटेड रहता तो वहीं जाता मैं। सेकंड है इधर से चले जाएंगे क्रॉस कर। अबे यार ये घर लेना पड़ेगा मैं। बैठो ना भाई, क्या नाच रहे हो तुम? इतना सेफ जगह में है। स्क्वाड हाउस में मार रहा वो लिंक्स।
लगाना शुरू करो। स्कोर है ना, आखिर तक का वेट नहीं कर सकते।
भाई एडब्ल्यूएम भी चल रही है, लिंक्स भी चल रही है। क्या है ये बंदे लोग? आप लोग का रिकॉल 1 मिनट है, क्या करे? अरे
गाड़ी
अरे साला मारा क्यों नहीं?
लगा है ही नहीं।
लूटा खाली कैसे थी गाड़ी वो?
भाई ये तुम लोग गाड़ी चलाना सीखो भाई। बंदा आ रहा है।
उठाओ।
लेवल 3 का आधा है छोड़ा है। भाई एक बैरल है बस यहाँ पे। मक्खी कहाँ से भिन्न आ रहा है?
ओ एक दिल्ली है भाई,
कुछ मिल जाएगा उधर।
तो ये रहा।
कहाँ से जाना भाई?
आना जरूरी था।
अरे मुझे देख लिया था उसने, मेरे पे मार रहा था।
ऑरेंज पे बंदे।
मार्कर नहीं लगा तुम्हारा? ब्लू पे इतना दूर से? अबे इतना दूर वाले को उंगली करना ही नहीं था।
नहीं उसने पहले देखा मैं, मुझे
अरे तो करना ही नहीं था उंगली भाई। अब दिक्कत क्या मालूम है? अब बाकी लोगों को पता चल गया ना। देखो वो ऑरेंज ब्लू पे है नहीं, क्या है ब्लू पे? क्या देखते हो भाई?
ओ भाई हेडशॉट मार दिया एमके से।
गाड़ी ब्लास्ट हो जाएगा अगर ये।
गाड़ी के पास मत रहना, मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा है, ठीक है। ब्लू हटा दो मार्कर, तुम्हारा ब्लू पे नहीं है वो, कहीं और थोड़ा सा है। एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन पत्थर के पीछे होगा। हाँ वहाँ से हट जाओ रैन, वहाँ से हट जाओ। नहीं स्मोक मत करना भाई, खुद तुमको दिखेगा नहीं, कैसे निकलोगे? राइट निकला।
अरे तुम नहीं तुम राइट साइड जंप कर जाओ ना जल्दी।
नॉक कर दिया मैं उसको। चल परेशान करेगा। हाँ ऊपर से बच कर रहना, ऊपर से बच कर रहना। उसका बॉडी पे जा सकते हो आप लोग।
येलो साइड में
मारा मारा ऑरेंज
उन पे सर्कल नहीं है, वो लोग आएगा। विकी समझ गया ना? अब बैठे रहो थोड़ी देर, चिल मारो। हिल है ना, कर लिया ना? ड्रिंक है?
हम लोग देते हैं।
नहीं ड्रिंक नहीं है।
चलो ठीक है, कोई नहीं, होल्ड करो, देंगे देंगे। क्यों? मैं तो इसलिए छिपा हुआ हूँ। वो जोन के बाहर है, अभी उसको दिक्कत होगा, आएगा वो, प्रेशर बनेगा। प्रेशर पे खेलने दो उसे।
तुमको पड़ेगा लेफ्ट साइड से।
हाँ लेफ्ट, इसलिए मैं छिपा हूँ ना, यानी यहाँ पे, इसलिए दुबका हुआ हूँ, इसलिए दुबका हुआ हूँ।
इसको बोला था
ऑरेंज से बच के रहना,
आराम से वेट करो जोन।
हाँ जोन का वेट करो ना, खेलो। ड्रिंक दो, ड्रिंक उनको ड्रिंक दो।
है मेरे पास फर्स्ट एड तो
आ गया।
उठाया बंदा
यहीं पर
साउथ
गाड़ी गाड़ी हमारे गाड़ी पास।
अंदर घुसा।
फुट मत देना
नहीं हिल रहा मैं।
थोड़ा वेट करना, थोड़ा वेट करना, ठीक है।
रिपेयर कर रहा है। ओए C4 लगा दिया, C4 लगा दिया।
आ जाओ मेरी तरफ आ जाओ, निकलो बे। आओ ऊपर आओ, ऊपर। अरे भाई बाबा, मैं मर गया, उठा देना प्लीज। उसको लूट सकते हो, येलो पिन पे बिग भाई।
बंदा है यहाँ पे बंदा ऑरेंज पे।
कवर लो ऑरेंज वाले रिच पे। श्योर
वो आया ना, देखो वहाँ से स्मोक आया वहाँ से।
पेटी को मार करो अगर लूट पा रहे तो। ओह उधर ही है। ये नेट किसका था?
अरे इस पे ऑम पड़ी है।
ठीक है लेता हूँ।
यहीं पर है, अरे मेरे जस्ट ऊपर है। गलत टाइमिंग था, मैं बस पूछ रहा था क्या और उसने पिक किया। पूरा लेफ्ट
एक ऊपर है। मर गए।
दो बचे, वो लेफ्ट वाले बचे।
क्या हो पूरा लूट लो आप।
जल्दी फट।
आपका लूट
वो ऐसे गया। अब मेरे पे जाओ, मेरे बॉडी पे पूरा।
अरे वो लास्ट 2 ही बंदे बचे, वो राइट वाले है क्या? वही जो मार रहे थे। एमके मार रहा था वो।
एमके वाले
बिग भाई दौड़
दिया।
अब हम लोग जीजी है, ठीक है।
अरे
गन रख के नहीं भाग सकता।
कहाँ है?
पेड़ पे है ना, वो नहीं होगा। फ्लैट था ना।
ख्वाजा को अच्छा मारा, क्या बात कर रहे हो? ख्वाजा था क्या इसमें? भाई पूरा टीम वाइप किया रहा मैंने उधर, मजा आ गया भाई।
अच्छा क्लिप अच्छा बनेगा।
ये कैसा? अरे हम लोग के पास गाड़ी नहीं थी और हम लोग लेट कर दिए। मैं 7 का एमो ढूंढने के चक्कर में लेट कर दिया। हम लोग को हो सकता था मैच ये।
इसी में तो रखा था।
क्या?
यहाँ पे गाड़ी रखी थी।
अरे नहीं, उतना समय नहीं था मेरे को एमओ के लिए। मैं गया वहां पे, गाड़ी चढ़ाने में बहुत समय लगता है। ओ जिसने C4 लगाया था, लोल। AWM, थैंक्स फॉर द AWM। बोल देना उसका। कौन था? रुका, मैच हिस्ट्री। एक दो तीन, इसको मारा था मैंने। नहीं अच्छा इसको मारता ख्वाजा। हाँ भाई ये बंदा MK वाला भाई बहुत गंदा मौत मरा है मालूम है। वो देखा कोई उसको पिक नहीं कर रहा, दौड़ा तुरंत, ठीक है, वो ओपन से मैंने हेड मार दिया इसको।
चलो
लास्ट गेम करते हैं भाई। पिक भाई 1:30 बज चुका है। चलो ठीक है, अभी नोटिस कर रहे हैं तो यार बहुत लंबा स्ट्रीम हो गया गाइस। 9 अबे भाई 9 घंटे का स्ट्रीम हो गया यार।
ऑलमोस्ट 10 घंटे में।
टाइमर लगा दो, टाइमर अलार्म दे दो।
नहीं नहीं वो बात नहीं है। अरे एक्चुअली PNC कर रहे हैं ना तो उसके वजह से वो हो जाता है, पता नहीं चलता है। कल अपडेट आएगा तो मैं तो स्ट्रीम देखते देखते अपडेट कर लूंगा अपना। नहीं कल एक्चुअली मैं दोपहर को खेलूंगा। भाई दोपहर को नहीं, छोड़ो यार क्यों परेशान करो।
डुओ खेलोगे तो खेल सकता हूँ।
तो क्या हो गया? डुओ दोपहर को मैं खेलूंगा थोड़ा सा, मतलब उसे PNC से पहले, PNC बोलो PG से पहले।
पानी लेके आया।
सुबह कितने बजे उठते हो? 9 बजे, कभी कभी 7 बजे, डिपेंड। अरे अनुप्रोत पर बहुत सारा काम भी रहता है ना, मतलब दूसरा चैनल है उसके लिए भी काम करता हूँ ना, उसमें वीडियो भी डालना होता है तो सारा चीज़ प्लानिंग, उसका थंबनेल बनाओ। हाँ मैं तो अभी सीधा जाऊँगा, सो जाऊँगा। अभी कुछ सोचना उसका नहीं, पानी पीऊँगा, सो जाऊँगा।
मैं रात में थोड़ा सा काम करता हूँ,
मैं रील्स वगैरह सवेरे उठ के स्क्रॉल कर लूँगा चलेगा, लेकिन रात को सोते टाइम नहीं करना चाहिए भाई।
नहीं रील्स नहीं करता हूँ मैं, थोड़ा 1 घंटा काम करता हूँ रात में सोने से पहले।
कोचिंग की या पार्ट्स?
आप बोलो।
कैसा बोलो?
वो चंके चल रहे ऐप्स में एकदम से खत्म हो जाता फाइट। अगले मैच में भी मारना बोल रहा है यार। अबे दो डुरियन उड़ रहे हैं भाई, दोनों काला धुआं छोड़े जा रहे हैं भाई। व्हाट इज दिस बिहेवियर गाइस? टू 230 में खुल गया पैराशूट से।
हाँ पीछे कंटेस्ट है, हाँ कंटेस्ट है, पूरा कंटेस्ट है, पूरा फुल कंटेस्ट है। लॉन्ग हाफ नहीं आ रहा है।
नीचे ऊपर लो मैं नीचे हूँ।
हम 3 बंदे लॉन्ग हाउस से।
अरे भाई अपने नीचे खाली कर दिया मैं।
शॉटगन वगैरह कुछ नहीं है क्या?
देखो तुमको गन मिल रहा है, देखो नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है। सन उठाओ, भागो, एक ही गन है मेरे पास।
ऊपर भी एक ही पड़ा था।
एसकेएस का सर
नेड मार।
ग्रैनी में बंदा है,
ग्रैनी में बंदा है बोला था मैंने।
इस पे कोई नहीं है, इस पे
मेरे ग्राउंड फ्लोर में एक है। हाँ ध्यान से बंदा मार उनकी फाइट हुई आपस में, ग्रैनी और व्हाइट हाउस। मेरे पे बंदा घुस गया। अरे
घुस गया।
आ रहा हूँ।
ओ शिट, वो है डबल बैरल है।
नेड कर रहा हूँ, रुक जा।
वो नॉक हो गया सीधा उसके सीढ़ी पे। अरे दल्ले,
और है एक और चढ़ा। यहाँ छत पे
नॉक हुआ छत वाला। और विकी भाई को उठाना इंस्टेंट रायन। नहीं नहीं नहीं
नहीं मेरे पास वेस्ट नहीं है, वेस्ट हेलमेट कुछ मैं जाता हूँ, मेरे पास हेलमेट वेस्ट
हेलमेट उठा लेना।
लेवल पे रश करें,
मेरे पास यहाँ फर्स्ट
चलो
एड
करते हैं।
पड़ा हुआ है।
ग्रेनेड वाले को खत्म किया।
लॉन्ग हाउस लॉन्ग हाउस लॉन्ग
हाँ
हाउस
लॉन्ग हाउस।
हाँ बंदा आ गया, 2 बंदे।
व्हाइट हाउस में बंदा आया है। ध्यान से जिंदा रहना।
अंदर घुस गया है मेरे घर
नीचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर में, ऊपर जाएगा तो मैं नॉक करूंगा।
और मर गया। इंस्टा
व्हाइट हाउस में बंदा है, ग्राउंड में ही है।
अब पीछे भी बंदे हैं।
एक या 2 है येलो पे, ठीक है।
इसके बाद फ्रेश है वेस्ट, ले सकते हो।
हाँ मैं लेता हूँ। नाइन का एमो छोड़ा है यहाँ पर, अगर 9 का एमो।
हाँ ठीक है।
ए यहाँ पे मेरे घर पे एस और 7 का बहुत एमो है, उठाया था।
नहीं मैं एकेएम लिया था।
अच्छा हाँ वो एकेएम वो एमो था, और भी एमो है वैसे।
उसका कोई नहीं है ना, आवाज फुट नहीं आ रहा उसका।
ऑरेंज का ध्यान, ऑरेंज व्हाइट हाउस का ध्यान रखना। नीचे यहाँ आ गया,
ग्रैनी के ग्राउंड में घुसा।
वेक्टर है मेरे पास, मैं घुसूं?
नहीं घुसो मत, साथ में घुसना, किसी को लेके जाओ पहले साथ में जाना। कोई जाओ रे साथ में, उनके रहो, देखो इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ।
गेट में फंस गया।
एनर्जी मत जा, दूसरे से दूर से कवर दे रहा है।
अंदर हूँ।
नाइस,
मर गया।
उधर से इनको डबल ऑरेंज से पड़ी है। आना एनर्जी मेरे साथ आना, व्हाइट हाउस।
डबल ऑरेंज से फिनिश करता था।
बंदे आगे
निकलो यहाँ से।
नॉक है।
अरे क्या बंदा आएगा यहाँ, येलो बंदा आएगा, ध्यान रखना।
वाला उसके बाहर एक बंदा है।
कसम से भाई बहुत
फ्लश मत करना अगर हो सके तो।
कारण पे जाने के लिए को पकड़ लो, हो सके तो।
नहीं गलत जगह हो तुम, एक पकड़ सकते हो।
पकड़ लो।
पीछे से बंदे आ गए, लॉन्ग हाउस एनर्जी। इसमें जाओ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
जा रहा हूँ, हील मार के जा रहा हूँ।
हट रहे, हेलमेट लग गया मेरे को। गाड़ी है, एनर्जी उठाएगा।
पीछे ही बंदा आया।
हाँ उठा दो। गाड़ी को मार सकते तो।
तुम कूदे।
ओ फक बे, एनर्जी यहीं पे बंदा आ गया। हिलना नहीं, मेरे को फर्स्ट एड लगाने दो।
खिड़की का ध्यान रखना।
एक और आ गया।
चलो साथ में पुश करते, इस पे पुश करते। चलो एनर्जी इसी पे चलो, सामने स्ट्रेट। अरे इन्हीं पे।
सप्रेसर है ना, मिस नहीं होगा।
इस पे चढ़ा।
पीछे से
वो केडे की टीम है। तुम कहाँ पे हो?
ऊपर। ये साथ वाले घर में बंदा है।
हाँ मैं
ऊपर सीढ़ी चढ़ोगे तो दिखेगा।
तो हील कर लिया होगा।
और
बंदा आ रहा है।
अरे हाँ नहीं रायन की तरफ गया वो।
हाँ वो राइट साइड मेरे बाहर गया वो। हाँ वो इधर गया, ऐसा गया वो ब्लू पे कहीं।
बच जाओगे? हिला नहीं। हाँ एक ही है, दे दे। एक
ही बताया इनको।
हिला नहीं है, बस लगाओ। चल कैडी को कौन मारा बे?
किसी और ने मारा। एक कैसे
घुस के बैठ गया नीचे।
कैडी को ये 20 नंबर वाले ने मारा है।
क्योंकि कैडी ने मेरे को अक्रॉस रोड से नॉक किया था, वो ब्रोकन ट्रक के पास, आइसक्रीम वैन के पास।
कैडी ने मारा है 20 नंबर वाले ने। तुमने मारा 20 नंबर वाले को।
नीचे
20 नंबर वाला ये राइट में
खत्म। अब बताओ भाई चिप वो सब कहाँ है? विकी भाई कितना नॉक हो गए बे? 3 नॉक हो गए।
मेरा तो वही है ग्रेनी के साइड पे।
मैं बीच में फंसा हुआ था।
ग्रेनी के साइड पे।
हाँ समझ गया ना जी। हाँ
मेरा तो यही था
भाई। फिर से हाई किल हो गया पोचंकी में।
अरे सारे टीम तो हम पे ही चढ़ गए ना आके। भाई कोई और लड़ना चाहिए।
विकी भाई का चिप कहाँ गया? यहीं कहीं मरा था भाई विकी भाई।
पीछे अंदर वाले कमरे में।
अच्छा रायन तुम उठाना उसी घर में विकी भाई की बॉडी।
ऊपर
नहीं नीचे नीचे नीचे
अंदर वाले कमरे में। कहाँ देख रहे हो? ऑरेंज मार्कर कहाँ है देखो।
अरे मेरा पीछे था आयरन।
हाँ मैं उठा रहा हूँ, मैं बस थोड़ा
यहाँ तो नहीं आ पाओगे, मैं लूट लेता हूँ फिर।
अरे लूट लो लूट लो।
मैं वही कर रहा हूँ, अभी लूट रहा हूँ। टाइम बीच बीच में बता देना।
टाइम 50 सेकंड।
अरे भाई हो सकता था, गलती है। अब नहीं हो पाएगा।
साइकिल पड़ी अंदर।
साइकिल डिप्लॉय में खत्म हो जाएगा विकी भाई। यहाँ पे हीलिंग वगैरह है, ड्रिंक वगैरह चाहिए तुमको?
नहीं काफी है मेरे पास।
हाँ? मैं उठा रहा हूँ।
हो जाएगा मेरे पास। थोड़ा 5 मिल जाता तो।
ये रहा 5 का एमो, एनर्जी पे है। चिप भी है, उठाओ तुम ही उठाओ। स्मोक 2 ही है मेरे पास, एक्सटेंडेड भी है, उठाओ। चलो आओ। कुछ ज़्यादा ही तबाही हो गया इधर। लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन किसी पे नहीं था।
M24 था, M24 यहाँ पर है, आप ले लो, मैं जाता हूँ।
मेरे पास ही था वो।
आपके पास ही है? हाँ तो विकी भाई कहीं पर चल जाओ।
अरे सुनो ना, नेट फुटा डीएनबी में। तुम रिकॉल अबे रुको बे। कहाँ?
पूरा नहीं जा रहा, पूरा कमिट नहीं कर रहा रिकॉल के लिए। मैं धीरे धीरे जा रहा हूँ, बढ़ रहा हूँ। मतलब
टाइम देखना 2 मिनट है ना।
2 मिनट।
चलो बड़ो कमिट करते हैं अब। सर्कल चलो उस पार बन गया है। आप लोग उस तरफ आराम से सेफ में कहीं पे उतर के आराम से चिल मारना, ठीक है? हम लोग स्ट्रगल करेंगे।
बैंडेज चाहिए होगा
मेरे पास 8 ही है, फर्स्ट एड है। मैं अंदर जाता हूँ, देखते हैं।
हाँ मैं ये करता हूँ, ये रिवाइव कर देता हूँ।
भाई M24 हाँ उठा लिया। यहाँ पे ड्रिंक मशीन है, उठाना होगा ड्रिंक तो उठा लेना। चलो नहीं है, बैंडेज उठाया मैं, बैंडेज उठा रहा हूँ। बैंडेज थोड़ा सा मिला है। कितना है तुम पे बैंडेज? ठीक
हो जाएगा थोड़ा,
चलो
ये कर लेंगे, बांट लेंगे।
तुमको स्मोक चाहिए?
स्मोक मेरे पास 2 है।
2 है ना, ठीक है चलो।
ब्रो यहाँ पे ग्रीन।
चलो 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 स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ चल रहा हूँ मैं। ग्रीन में बंदे होंगे रे।
बंदे तो हर जगह होंगे।
इधर चलते हैं। चांसेस तो है वहाँ पे भी होंगे बट
चांसेस तो कम ही है।
चलो स्पोर्ट्स है,
लूट मिलेगा,
देखा जाएगा।
10% चांस है।
गराज पे भी होगा अगर किसी ने लिया नहीं होगा। हाँ गराज पे नहीं, कोई देगा
नहीं, गराज पे नहीं है तो नहीं है,
हर बार नहीं होते ना। देखो नीचे गाड़ी है क्या?
देखो रायन, तुमको अगर नहीं पता, ये जो कलर डासिया ना और कलर्ड यूएस जो होता है वो फिक्स स्पॉन है।
कैमोफ्लेज वाला ना। हाँ पता है।
वो फिक्स स्पॉन है, मतलब होगा ही होगा।
यहाँ नीचे गाड़ी नहीं है तो मतलब कोई नहीं है अभी। भी नहीं बोले तो सही है।
मेरी तरफ पे अभी भी करते हैं।
मेरे पियर पे अभी भी बंदे हैं। तुम लोग को बोट दिखा था क्या उतरते टाइम?
नहीं अभी भी फाइट चल रहा है।
बैंडेज गिरा दो थोड़ा।
नहीं है मेरे पास, मैं वही ट्राई कर। एक काम करते हैं यहाँ। अबे यार हम लोग के लिए बोट टफ है यार।
से बोट ले सकते हैं।
कहाँ से?
यहाँ पे बोट मिलता है।
चलो प्रीमोस चलते हैं। हाँ
बोट आई।
ऊपर बंदे यहाँ पे देखो।
यहाँ पे
लेकिन भाई नॉक किया क्या? किलफील्ड में नहीं है दिखाया हम लोग, मतलब काफी दूर है आप लोग हम लोग। कहाँ पे? ब्लू पे फेरी पियर पे बोल रहा हूँ। देख लो बोट को डॉज, मतलब वो टैंक को डॉज करके बढ़ रहे हैं हम लोग। ऑरेंज पे है क्या? मेरे को थोड़ा कॉम चाहिए तुम लोग से, ठीक है? कहाँ है थोड़ा, अगर पाथ ड्रॉ कर सकते हो तो अच्छा रहेगा। विकी भाई और एनएस जी रिज स्कैन करना रायन। क्लोज रिज जोन के एच पे।
यहाँ पर है। दो बंदे दिख रहे हैं
घर के पास ना, इधर नहीं है ना?
इसके पीछे एक, नहीं इधर नहीं है, एक ब्लू के पीछे है, मैंने देखा। ब्लू 1 के पीछे है।
अरे यार
नौ बच कैसे गया? ये रहा यहीं पे ऑरेंज पे।
अरे
4 बंदे थे ना पूरे।
को लगी थी।
चलते रहो क्लोज इन करो।
2 नॉक है उनके।
2 नॉक है, एक हमारे पास है। चलो उछल रहा था वो।
एक ही बचा है,
एक वहीं पे
वॉल के पास होंगे। ब्लू मार्कर देख रहे हो ना, उसके आसपास। लेफ्ट पे भी ले जा सकते हैं। तो वहीं ब्लू पे नॉक हुआ।
बॉल के बाहर।
हाँ बॉल के बाहर। नेट वगैरह कर दो शायद। ये नेट कर रहा है यार, ये नेट कर रहा है, रुको।
अरे कहाँ नेट कर रहे हो भाई?
लास्ट बचा है।
अरे भाई पुश कर जाओ वाइड पिक करो। अरे मैं जंप किया ना, मेरे को लगा वॉल पे वहां पे गैप था, एक छोटा सा कोपचा था। देखा ना कहाँ कोपचा में छिपा हुआ था।
ये लो पिंगर था जो भी था ये।
नहीं मेरा जंप था ना विकी ब्रो, मेरा गोली तो लगा नहीं उसको।
नहीं मैंने पहले भी उसे दिया था, इतना जल्दी हिल तो नहीं किया।
हाँ हिल नहीं किया था वो, थोड़ा सा एचपी था उसका। मैं जंप करके मारा ना तो मेरा गोली लगा नहीं उसको।
मैंने भी मारा, लेकिन मैं दोबारा फिर से मारने गया, फिर लगा था उसे, फिर भी नहीं मारा।
नहीं तुम स्लो पिक किया इसीलिए तुमको लगा। तुमको स्लो पिक नहीं करना था यहाँ पे, तुमको पूरा वाइड चला जाना था, वाइड।
अच्छा
एकदम स्प्रे करते हुए निकलना था। तुम स्लो पिक किया तो मतलब क्राउच करके तुम पिक किया है। समझ जाओ फिर क्या हुआ। वो पिक भी नहीं, तुम रेडियस दे के पिक करके बाहर निकले हो।
हाँ धीरे से।
हाँ उसमें तो नहीं होगा। चलो गाइस जी एंटी
कोई मिलता है क्या ही करना है।
ओ भाई आखिर के कुछ गेम्स तो एकदम शानदार गए भाई मेरे तो। 9 किल 7 किल 10 किल। ओ भाई वो 10 किल वाला चिकन डिनर था। और
अच्छे गए काफी अच्छे गए
भाई अब बहुत सारा हगास हुआ है विकी भाई के साथ तो।
मेरा सिस्टम का ही है मुझे लग रहा है।
नहीं विकी ब्रो वो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। विकी भाई के साथ मतलब विकी भाई के साथ में हमने स्टार्टिंग में बहुत हगा है। ड्रॉप एंड डाई नहीं हो रहा था आप में और बुलेट।
वो तो चलता ही रहता है, जब गन ही नहीं मिलेगी तो क्या करेंगे।
बिल्डिंग में घुस पा रहे थे भाई, मर जा रहे थे। बट बढ़िया था गाइस। आज का सेशन यहीं पे एंड करते गाइस। कल अपडेट आने वाला है रैंगल सब जीरो, तो कल से रैंगल खेलने में कुछ अलग ही मजा आएगा। नई स्ट्रेटजीज होगी नया। अबे रिवर फ्रीज हो गया होगा एनएसजी। गाड़ी लेके
मजा आएगा
भाई। तो भगाओ बर्फ में भगाओ।
अब ब्रिज कैंप पे कोई टेंशन नहीं
है। ब्रिज जाए बाढ़, ब्रिज से कौन जाता रहे, हम तो सीधा पानी से
ना। बीजेड का वो बीजेड का गन।
हाँ ब्लू जोन ग्रेनेड
वो तो मैं यूज करूंगा भाई।
वो पानी में काम नहीं करेगा वो।
चलेगा घरों में तो, अपार्टमेंट्स में काम आएगा ना। मारेंगे ऊपर भाई।
अबे जमा देंगे तो क्या होगा, बंदा फ्रीज हो जाएगा, क्या होगा वो जानना है मेरे को।
शायद पता नहीं।
और ब्लू जोन के बाहर बंदा क्या होगा, फ्रोजन हो जाएगा क्या, स्टैचू बन जाएगा, मेरे को वो जानना है।
नहीं
स्पोर्ट्स का टोकन अगर कुछ मिला है तो क्लेम करके रख लो, ठीक है। 5 अगर लेवल अप अगर हुआ है तो बाकी यूज कर सकते हो बाद में भी। कल से 1 हफ्ता रहेगा।
15 टोकन बचा है, 15 टोकन में कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा।
16 है मेरे पास 60।
VSS का तो अब चलो आवाज थोड़ा बढ़ा दिया है। पता लगेगा।
हाँ VSS का आवाज बढ़ा दिया है, प्लस रिकॉइल भी बढ़ा है ना।
बहुत दिक्कत है।
हाँ M4 SLR और पता नहीं MK का, शायद MK था या किसका था।
नहीं ये
SKS SLR को बफ मिला है।
और M4
को हाँ M4 को बफ मिला है।
M4 का ये बढ़ा दिया है।
हाँ लेकिन इसका ऑग का नर्व कर दिया।
आपस में बेट लगाया है, मतलब किस चीज का बेट भाई। पीकेएम अबे उसमें देखो तो टीम फेस ऑफ में आज जो 3 टीम बाहर हुई है उसमें किसको किसको वोट दिए थे तुम देखो। कौन कौन सी टीम बाहर हुई।
मैं तो नहीं दिया किसी को।
अरे वो टीम फेस ऑफ भी नहीं दिए थे। जेडीजी स्पोर्ट्स को, जेडीजी स्पोर्ट्स बाहर हो गई ना। बाहर हो गई हाँ, मैंने जेनजी को दिया था, ठीक है। यहाँ मैं पॉजिटिव हो गया। फिर का आदेश को मैंने नहीं दिया था, अजला को दिया था, तो यहाँ पे भी सक्सेस हुआ है। और एक टीम कौन सा?
अलकासिया को दिया था। 17 गेमिंग।
17 गेमिंग भाई हकदीस।
तुम्हारे पास तो ज्यादा होगा ना?
हाँ
17 गेमिंग बाहर हो गई।
कूपन
नहीं 17 गेमिंग है ना विकी ब्रो।
अरे है तो ऐसे
17 है। एक और कौन सा बाहर हुई है?
गीके
हाँ गीके स्पोर्ट्स।
गीके बाहर हुई। हाँ
गीके स्पोर्ट्स बाहर हुई है। यस 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 यस। मेरे अभी फिलहाल तो तीनों सही है, तीनों जगह तीनों सही।
चला गया, अलकासिया चला गया।
ओ बच गया। यहाँ पे मिला। कितना मिलेगा भाई?
अजला नया टीम था ना, मुझे लगा अलकासिया तो बहुत पहले से अच्छा टीम खेल रहा था।
वो 6800 मिल रहा है। जनजी 800 मिल रहा है। T5 400 मिल रहा है।
जनजी में 800 ही मिलेगा।
अबे नहीं, T5 का मैच छोड़ना हुआ है अभी कंप्लीट।
T5 पे तो नहीं हुआ है अभी।
अजला का भी तो नहीं हुआ ना?
नहीं अजला पूरा कंप्लीट है। अजला जीतेगा, अजला तो जीत ही गया। 6000 मिल जाएगा अजला का।
नहीं स्कोर बोर्ड क्या है अजला का? पॉइंट, ओवरऑल पॉइंट भी देखा जाएगा बे।
टीम फेस ऑफ है ना वो तो। पेंटाग्राम का
कल का क्या सीन है? किसको वोट दे? छोड़ो ये सब चीजें मैं नहीं बताऊंगा तुम लोग को। मैं कल एकदम अजीब सा टीम बनाऊंगा विकी ब्रो, ठीक है? कल मैं लास्ट में बताऊंगा जब स्ट्रीम।
तो मेरा और विकी भाई का सेम हो गया आज पूरा।
हाँ
सब कोई नहीं। मैं भी जा रहा हूँ, अभी बनाता हूँ टीम।
नहीं मैं जा रहा सोने। चलो ठीक है चैट, स्ट्रीम यहीं पे एंड करते हैं। चलो एनर्जी विकी ब्रो रायन, मिलते हैं कल।
हाँ मिलते हैं।
गुड नाइट
गुड नाइट।
चैट। चलो बाय बाय, गुड नाइट।